Section 1 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. Section 1. Life of Bastiano di San Gallo, called Aristotile, painter and sculptor of Florence. When Pietro Perugino, by that time an old man, was painting the altarpiece of the high altar of the Servites at Florence, a nephew of Giuliano and Antonio di San Gallo, called Bastiano, was placed with him to learn the art of painting. But the boy had not been long with Perugino when he saw the manner of Michelagnolo in the cartoon for the hall, of which we have already spoken so many times, in the House of the Medici, and was so struck with admiration that he would not return any more to Pietro's workshop, considering that his manner, beside that of Buonarroti, was dry, petty, and by no means worthy to be imitated. And since, among those who used to go to paint that cartoon, which was for a time the school of all who wished to attend to painting, the most able of all was held to be Ridolfo Ghirlandajo, Bastiano chose him as his companion in order to learn coloring from him, and so they became fast friends. But not ceasing therefore to give his attention to that cartoon and to work at those nudes, Bastiano copied altogether in a little cartoon the whole composition of that mass of figures, which not one of all those who had worked at it had ever drawn as a whole. And since he applied himself to it with all the earnestness that was in him, it proved that he was afterwards able on any occasion to render an account of the attitudes, muscles, and movements of those figures, and of the reasons that had caused Buonarroti to depict certain difficult postures. In doing which, he would speak slowly and sententiously with great gravity, so that a company of able craftsmen gave him the name of Aristotile, which, moreover, sat upon him all the better, because it appeared that, according to an ancient portrait of that supreme philosopher and confidant of nature, Bastiano much resembled him. But to return to the little cartoon drawn by Aristotile, he held it always so dear that, after Buonarroti's original had perished, he would never let it go, either at a price or on any other terms, or allow it to be copied. Indeed, he would not show it, save only as a man shows precious things to his dearest friends, as a favor. Afterwards, in the year 1542, this drawing was copied in oils by Aristotile, at the persuasion of Giorgio Vasari, who was much his friend, in a picture in chiaroscuro, which was sent through Monsignor Giovio to King Francis of France, who held it very dear, and gave a handsome reward to San Gallo. This Vasari did in order that the memory of that work might be preserved, seeing that drawings perish very readily. In his youth, then, Aristotile delighted, as the others of his house have done, in the matters of architecture, and he therefore gave his attention to measuring the ground plans of buildings, and with great diligence to the study of perspective. In doing which he was much assisted by a brother of his called Giovan Francesco, who was employed as architect in the building of San Pietro under Giuliano Leno, the proveditor. Giovan Francesco, having drawn Aristotile to Rome, employed him to keep the accounts in a great business that he had of furnaces for lime, and works in pozzolana and tufa, which brought him very large profits. And in this way Bastiano lived for a time without doing anything but draw in the chapel of Michelagnolo, and resort, by means of Messer Gianoso Pandolfini, Bishop of Troia, to the house of Raffaello da Urbino. After a time, Raffaello having made for that bishop the design of a palace which he wished to erect in the Via di San Gallo at Florence, the above named Giovan Francesco was sent to put it into execution, which he did with all the diligence wherewith it is possible for such a work to be carried out. But in the year 1530, Giovan Francesco being dead, and the siege of Florence in progress, that work, as we shall relate, was left unfinished. Its completion was afterwards entrusted to his brother Aristotile, who, as will be told, had returned to Florence many and many a year before, after having amassed a large sum of money under the above named Giuliano Leno, in the business that his brother had left him in Rome, with a part of which money Aristotile bought, at the persuasion of Luigi Alamanni and Zanobi Buondelmonte, who were much his friends, a site for a house behind the convent of the Servites, near Andrea del Sarto, where, with the intention of taking a wife and living at leisure, he afterwards built a very commodious little house. After returning to Florence, then, Aristotile, being much inclined to perspective, to which he had given his attention under Bramante in Rome, appeared to delight in scarcely any other thing; but, nevertheless, besides executing a portrait or two from the life, he painted in oils, on 2 large canvases, the eating of the fruit by Adam and Eve, and their expulsion from Paradise, which he did after copies that he had made from the works painted by Michelagnolo on the vaulting of the chapel in Rome. These 2 canvases of Aristotile's, because of his having taken them bodily from that place, were little extolled; but, on the other hand, he was well praised for all that he did in Florence for the entry of Pope Leo, making, in company with Francesco Granacci, a triumphal arch opposite to the door of the Badia, with many scenes, which were very beautiful. In like manner, at the nuptials of Duke Lorenzo de' Medici, he was of great assistance in all the festive preparations, and particularly in some prospect views for comedies to Franchi Biggio and Ridolfo Ghirlandajo, who had charge of everything. He afterwards executed many pictures of Our Lady in oils, partly from his own fancy, and partly copied from the works of others; and among them he painted one similar to that which Raffaello executed for Santa Maria del Popolo in Rome, with the Madonna covering the Child with a veil, which now belongs to Filippo dell'Antella; and another is in the possession of the heirs of Messer Ottaviano de' Medici, together with the portrait of the above named Lorenzo, which Aristotile copied from that which Raffaello had executed. Many other pictures he painted about the same time, which were sent to England. But recognizing that he had no invention, and how much study and good grounding in design painting required, and that for lack of these qualities he would not be able to achieve any great excellence, Aristotile resolved that his profession should be architecture and perspective, executing scenery for comedies, to which he was much inclined, on every occasion that might present itself to him. And so the above-mentioned Bishop of Troia, having once more set his hand to his palace in the Via di San Gallo, the charge of this was given to Aristotile, who in time carried it with much credit to himself to the condition in which it is now to be seen. Meanwhile, Aristotile had formed a great friendship with Andrea del Sarto, his neighbor, from whom he learnt to do many things to perfection, attending with much study to perspective. wherefore he was afterwards employed in many festivals that were held by certain companies of gentlemen who were living at Florence in those peaceful times. Thus, when the Madragola, a most amusing comedy, was to be performed by the company of the Casuola in the house of Bernardino di Giordano, on the Canto a Montaloro, Andrea del Sarto and Aristotile executed the scenery, which was very beautiful. And not long afterwards Aristotile executed the scenery for another comedy by the same author, in the house of the furnace master Jacopo at the Porta San Friano. From that kind of scenery and prospect views, which much pleased the citizens in general, and in particular Signor Alessandro and Signor Ippolito de' Medici, who were in Florence at that time, under the care of Silvio Passerini, Cardinal of Cortona, Aristotile acquired so great a name that it was ever afterwards his principal profession. Indeed, so some will have it, his name of Aristotile was given him because he appeared in truth to be in perspective what Aristotle was in philosophy. But, as it often happens that from the height of peace and tranquillity one falls into wars and discords, with the year 1527 all peace and gladness in Florence were changed into sorrow and distress, for by that time the Medici had been driven out, and then came the plague and the siege, and for many years life was anything but gay. Wherefore no good could be done then by craftsmen, and Aristotile lived in those days always in his own house, attending to his studies and fantasies. Afterwards, however, when Duke Alessandro had assumed the government of Florence, and matters were beginning to clear up a little, the young men of the Company of the Children of the Purification, which is opposite to San Marco, arranged to perform a tragic comedy taken from the Book of Kings, of the tribulations that ensued from the violation of Tamar, which had been composed by Giovan Maria Primarani. Thereupon the charge of the scenery and prospect views was given to Aristotile, and he prepared the most beautiful scenery, considering the capacity of the place, that had ever been made. And since, besides the beauty of the setting, the tragic comedy was beautiful in itself and well performed, and very pleasing to Duke Alessandro and his sister, who heard it, their Excellencies caused the author, who was in prison, to be liberated, on the condition that he should write another comedy, but after his own fancy. Which having been done by him, Aristotile made in the loggia of the garden of the Medici, on the Piazza di San Marco, a very beautiful scene and prospect view, full of colonnades, niches, tabernacles, statues, and many other fanciful things that had not been used up to that time in festive settings of that kind, which all gave infinite satisfaction, and greatly enriched that sort of painting. The subject of the piece was Joseph falsely accused of having sought to violate his mistress, and therefore imprisoned, and then liberated after his interpretation of the king's dream. This scenery having also much pleased the Duke, he ordained, when the time came, that for his nuptials with Madama Margherita of Austria another comedy should be performed, with scenery by Aristotile in the company of weavers, which is joined to the house of the magnificent Ottaviano de' Medici in the Via de San Gallo. To which, having set his hand with all the study, diligence, and labor of which he was capable, Aristotile executed all those preparations to perfection. Now Lorenzo di Pier Francesco de' Medici, having himself written the piece that was to be performed, had charge of the whole representation and the music, and being such a man that he was always thinking in what way he might be able to kill the Duke, by whom he was so much favored and beloved, he thought to find a way of bringing him to his end in the preparations for the play. And so, where the steps of the prospect view and the floor of the stage ended, he caused the wing walls on either side to be thrown down to the height of 18 braccia, intending to build up in that space a room in the form of a purse-shaped recess, which was to be of considerable size, and a stage on a level with the stage proper, which might serve for the choral music. Above this first stage he wished to make another for harpsichords, organs, and other such like instruments that cannot be moved or changed about with ease. And the space where he had pulled down the walls in front he wished to have covered with curtains painted with prospect views and buildings. All which pleased Aristotile, because it enriched the proscenium and left the stage free of musicians. But he was by no means pleased that the rafters upholding the roof, which had been left without the walls below to support them, should be arranged otherwise than with a great double arch, which should be very strong; whereas Lorenzo wished that it should be sustained by some props, and by nothing else that could in any way interfere with the music. Aristotile, knowing that this was a trap, certain to fall headlong down on a multitude of people, would not on any account agree in the matter with Lorenzo, who, in truth, had no other intention but to kill the Duke in that catastrophe. Wherefore, perceiving that he could not drive his excellent reasons into Lorenzo's head, he had determined that he would withdraw from the whole affair, when Giorgio Vasari, who was the protégé of Ottaviano de' Medici, and was at that time, although a mere lad, working in the service of Duke Alessandro, hearing, while he was painting on that scenery, the disputes and differences of opinion that there were between Lorenzo and Aristotile, set himself dexterously between them, and after hearing both the one and the other, and perceiving the danger that Lorenzo's method involved, showed that without making any arch, or interfering in any other way with the stage for the music, those rafters of the roof could be arranged easily enough. 2 double beams of wood, he said, each of 15 braccia, should be placed along the wall, and fastened firmly with clamps of iron beside the other rafters, and upon them the central rafter could be securely placed, for in that way it would lie as safely as upon an arch, neither more nor less. But Lorenzo, refusing to believe either Giorgio, who proposed the plan, or Aristotile, who approved it, did nothing but oppose them with his cavillings, which made his evil intention known to everyone. Whereupon Giorgio, having seen what a terrible disaster might result from this, and that it was nothing less than an attempt to kill 300 persons, said that come what might he would speak of it to the Duke, to the end that he might send to examine and render safe the whole fabric. Hearing this, and fearing to betray himself, Lorenzo, after many words, gave leave to Aristotile that he should follow the advice of Giorgio, and so it was done. This scenery, then, was the most beautiful, not only of all that Aristotile had executed up to that time, but also of all that had ever been made by others, for he made in it many corner pieces in relief, and also, in the opening of the stage, a representation of a most beautiful triumphal arch in imitation of marble, covered with scenes and statues, not to mention the streets receding into the distance, and many other things wrought with marvelous invention and incredible diligence and study. After Duke Alessandro had been killed by the above-named Lorenzo, and Cosimo had been elected duke, in 1536 there came to be married to him Signora Leonora di Toledo, a lady in truth most rare, and of such great and incomparable worth that she may be likened without question and perchance preferred to the most celebrated and renowned woman in ancient history, and for the nuptials which took place on the 27th of June in the year 1539, Aristotile made in the great court of the Medici Palace, where the fountain is, another scenic setting that represented Pisa, in which he surpassed himself, ever improving and achieving variety. Wherefore it will never be possible to put together a more varied arrangement of doors and windows, or facades of palaces more fantastic and bizarre, or streets and distant views that recede more beautifully and comply more perfectly with the rules of perspective. And he depicted there, besides all this, the leaning tower of the Duomo, the cupola, and the round temple of San Giovanni, with other features of that city. Of the flights of steps that he made in the work, and how everyone was deceived by them, I shall say nothing, lest I should appear to be saying the same that has been said at other times, save only this, that the flight of steps which appeared to rise from the ground to the stage was octagonal in the center and quadrangular at the sides, an artifice extraordinary in its simplicity, which gave such grace to the prospect view above that it would not be possible to find anything better of that kind. He then arranged with much ingenuity a lantern of wood in the manner of an arch, behind all the buildings, with a sun 1 braccio high, in the form of a ball of crystal filled with distilled water, behind which were 2 lighted torches, which rendered the sky of the scenery and prospect view so luminous that it had the appearance of the real and natural sun. This sun, which had around it an ornament of golden rays that covered the curtain, was drawn little by means of a small windlass that was there, in such a manner that at the beginning of the performance the sun appeared to be rising, and then, having climbed to the center of the arch, it so descended that at the end of the piece it was setting and sinking below the horizon. The author of the piece was Antonio Landi, a gentleman of Florence, and the interludes and music were in the hands of Giovan Battista Strozzi, a man of very beautiful genius, who was then very young. But since enough was written at that time about the other things that adorned the performance, such as the interludes and music, I shall do no more than mention who they were who executed certain pictures, and it must suffice for the present to know that all the other things were carried out by the above named Giovan Battista Strozzi, Tribolo, and Aristotile. Below the scenery of the comedy, the walls at the sides were divided into 6 painted pictures, each 8 braccia in height and 5 in breadth, and each having around it an ornamental border 1 braccio and 2/3 in width, which formed a frieze about it, and was molded on the side next the picture, containing 4 medallions in the form of a cross, with 2 Latin mottoes for each scene, and in the rest were suitable devices. Over all, right round, ran a frieze of blue baize, save where the scene was, above which was a canopy, likewise of baize, which covered the whole court. On that frieze of baize, above every painted story, were the arms of some of the most illustrious families with which the house of Medici had kinship. Beginning with the eastern side then, next to the stage, in the first picture, which was by the hand of Francesco Ubertini, called Il Bacchiacca, was the return from exile of the magnificent Cosimo de' Medici. The device consisted of 2 doves on a golden bough, and the arms in the frieze were those of Duke Cosimo. In the second, which was by the same hand, was the journey of the magnificent Lorenzo to Naples, the device a pelican, and the arms those of Duke Lorenzo, namely Medici and Savoy. In the third picture, painted by Pier Francesco di Jacopo di Sandro, was Pope Leo X, on his visit to Florence, being carried by his fellow citizens under the baldachin. The device was an upright arm, and the arms those of Duke Giuliano, Medici, and Savoy. In the fourth picture, by the same hand, was Bigrassa, taken by Signor Giovanni, who was to be seen issuing victorious from that city. The device was Jove's thunderbolt, and the arms in the frieze were those of Duke Alessandro, Austria, and Medici. In the fifth, Pope Clement was crowning Charles V at Bologna. The device was a serpent that was biting its own tail, and the arms were those of France and Medici. That picture was by the hand of Domenico Conti, the disciple of Andrea del Sarto, who proved that he had no great ability, being deprived of the assistance of certain young men whose services he had thought to use, since all, both good and bad, were employed. Wherefore he was laughed at, who, much presuming, at other times with little discretion had laughed at others. In the sixth scene, the last on that side, by the hand of Bronzino, was the dispute that took place at Naples before the emperor between Duke Alessandro and the Florentine exiles, with the river Sebito and many figures, and this was a most beautiful picture, and better than any of the others. The device was a palm, and the arms those of Spain. Opposite to the return of Cosimo the Magnificent, that is, on the other side, was the happy day of the birth of Duke Cosimo. The device was a phoenix, and the arms those of the city of Florence, namely, a red lily. Beside this was the creation, or rather election, of the same Cosimo to the dignity of Duke. The device was the caduceus of Mercury, and in the frieze were the arms of the castellan of the fortress. And this scene, which was designed by Francesco Salviati, who had to depart in those days from Florence, was finished excellently well by Carlo Portelli of Loro. In the third were the three proud Campanian envoys, driven out of the Roman Senate for their presumptuous demand, as Titus Livius relates in the 20th book of his history. And in that place they represented three cardinals who had come to Duke Cosimo, but in vain, with the intention of removing him from the government. The device was a winged horse, and the arms those of the Salviati and the Medici. In the fourth was the taking of Monte Merlo, the device an Egyptian horn owl over the head of Pyrrhus, and the arms those of the houses of Sforza and Medici. In which scene, painted by Antonio di Donino, a bold painter of things in motion, might be seen in the distance a skirmish of horsemen, which was so beautiful that this picture, by the hand of a person reputed to be feeble, proved to be much better than the works of some others who were able men only by report. In the fifth could be seen Duke Alessandro being invested by his imperial majesty with all the devices and insignia of a duke. The device was a magpie with leaves of laurel in its beak, and in the frieze were the arms of the Medici and of Toledo. And that picture was by the hand of Battista Franco the Venetian. In the last of all those pictures were the espousals of the same Duke Alessandro, which took place at Naples. The devices were two crows, the ancient symbols of marriage, and in the frieze were the arms of Don Pedro di Toledo, Viceroy of Naples, and that picture, which was by the hand of Bronzino, was executed with such grace that, like the first named, it surpassed the scenes of all the others. End of Section 1. Bastiano di San Gallo, called Aristotile, painter and sculptor of Florence. Section 2. Of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de C. de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 2. Bastiano di San Gallo, called Aristotile, Part 2. By the same Aristotile, likewise, there was executed over the loggia a frieze with other little scenes and arms, which was much extolled, and which pleased his Excellency, who rewarded him liberally for the whole work. Afterwards, almost every year, he executed scenery and prospect views for the comedies that were performed at Carnival time. And he had in that manner of painting such assistance from nature and such practice, that he had determined that he would write of it and teach others. But this he abandoned, because the undertaking proved to be more difficult than he had expected, but particularly because afterwards commissions to execute prospect views were given by new men in authority at the palace to Bronzino and Francesco Salviati, as will be related in the proper place. Aristotile, therefore, perceiving that many years had passed during which he had not been employed, went off to Rome to find Antonio da San Gallo, his cousin, who, immediately after his arrival, having received and welcomed him very warmly, set him to press on certain buildings with a salary of 10 crowns a month, and then sent him to Castro, where he stayed some months, being commissioned by Pope Paul III to execute a great part of the buildings there after the designs and directions of Antonio. But because Aristotile, having been brought up with Antonio from childhood, had become accustomed to treat him too familiarly, it is said that Antonio kept him at a distance, since Aristotile had never been able to accustom himself to calling him you, insomuch that he gave him the thou, even if they were before the Pope, to say nothing of a circle of nobles and gentlemen, even as is still done by Florentines used to the ancient fashions, and to giving the thou to everyone, as if they were from Norcia, without being able to accommodate themselves to modern ways of life as others do, who march step by step with the times. And how strange this circumstance appeared to Antonio, accustomed as he was to be honored by cardinals and other great men, everyone may imagine for himself. Having therefore grown weary of his stay at Castro, Aristotile besought Antonio that he should enable him to return to Rome, in which Antonio obliged him very readily, but said to him that he must behave towards him in a different manner, and with better breeding, particularly when they were in the presence of great persons. One year, at the time of the Carnival, when Ruberto Strozzi was giving a banquet at Rome to certain lords, his friends, and a comedy was to be performed at his house, Aristotile made for him in the great hall a prospect scene, which, considering the little space at his disposal, was so pleasing, so graceful, and so beautiful, that Cardinal Farnese, among others, not only was struck with astonishment at it, but caused him to make one in his palace of San Giorgio, where is the Cancelleria, in one of those mezzanine halls that look out on the garden, but in such a way that it might remain there permanently, so that he might be able to make use of it whenever he so wished or required. This work, then, was carried out by Aristotile with all the study in his power and knowledge, and in such a manner that it gave the cardinal and the men of the arts infinite satisfaction. Now the cardinal commissioned Messer Curzio Frangipani to remunerate Aristotile, and he, as a man of prudence, wishing to do what was right by him, but also not to overpay him, asked Perino del Vaga and Giorgio Vasari to value the work. This was very agreeable to Perino because, feeling hatred for Aristotile, and taking it ill that he had executed that prospect scene, which he thought should have fallen to him as the servant of the cardinal, he was living in apprehension and jealousy, and all the more because the cardinal had made use in those days not only of Aristotile but also of Vasari, and had given him 1,000 crowns for having painted in fresco in 100 days the hall of Parco Maggiore in the Cancelleria. For these reasons, therefore, Perino intended to value that prospect view of Aristotile's at so little that he would have to repent of having done it. But Aristotile, having heard who were the men who had to value his prospect view, went to seek out Perino, and at the first word, according to his custom, began to give him the thou to his face, for he had been his friend in youth. Whereupon Perino, who had already an ill will against him, flew into a rage, and all but revealed, without noticing, the malicious thing that he had it in his mind to do. Aristotile having therefore told the whole story to Vasari, Giorgio told him that he should have no anxiety, and should be of good cheer, for no wrong would be done to him. Afterwards, Perino and Giorgio coming together to settle that affair, Perino, as the older man, began to speak, and set himself to censure that prospect scene, and to say that it was a work of a few halfpence, and that Aristotile, having received money on account, and having been paid for those who had assisted him, had been overpaid, adding, "If I had been commissioned to do it, I would have done it in another manner, and with different scenes and ornaments from those used by that fellow. But the cardinal always chooses to favor some person who does him little honor." From these words and others, Giorgio recognized that Perino wished rather to avenge himself on Aristotile for the grievance that he had against the cardinal, than to ensure with friendly affection the remuneration of the talents and labors of a good craftsman. And he spoke these soft words to Perino: "Although I have not as much knowledge of such works as I might have, nevertheless, having seen some by the hands of those who know how to do them, it appears to me that this one is very well executed, and worthy to be valued at many crowns, and not, as you say, at a few halfpence. And it does not seem to me right that he who sits in his workroom drawing cartoons, in order afterwards to reproduce in great works such a variety of things in perspective, should be paid for the labor of his nights, and perhaps for the work of many weeks into the bargain, on the same scale as are paid the days of those who have to undergo no fatigue of the mind and hand, and little of the body, it being enough for them to imitate, without in any way racking their brains, as Aristotile has done. And if you, Perino, had executed it, as you say, with more scenes and ornaments, perhaps you might not have done it with that grace which has been achieved by Aristotile, who in that kind of painting has been esteemed with much judgment by the cardinal to be a better master than you. Remember that in the end, by giving a wrong and unjust estimate, you do harm not so much to Aristotile as to art and excellence in general, and even more to your own soul, if you depart from what is right for the sake of some private grievance. Not to mention that all who recognize the work as a good one will censure not it, but our weak judgment, and may even put it down to envy and malice in our natures. And whoever seeks to ingratiate himself with another, to glorify his own works, or to avenge himself for any injury, by censuring or estimating at less than their true value the good works of others, is finally recognized by God and man as what he is, namely, as malignant, ignorant, and wicked. Consider, you who do all the work in Rome, how it would appear to you if others were to value your labors as you do theirs. Put yourself, I beg you, in the shoes of this poor old man, and you will see how far you are from reason and justice. Of such force were these and other words that Giorgio spoke lovingly to Perino, that they arrived at a just estimate, and satisfaction was given to Aristotile, who, with that money, with the payment for the picture sent, as was related at the beginning, to France, and with the savings from his salaries, returned joyously to Florence, notwithstanding that Michelagnolo, who was his friend, had intended to make use of him in the building that the Romans were proposing to erect on the Campidoglio. Having thus returned to Florence in the year 1547, Aristotile went to kiss the hands of the Lord Duke Cosimo, and besought his Excellency, since he had set his hand to many buildings, that he should assist him and make use of his services. And that lord, having received him graciously, as he has always received men of excellence, ordained that an allowance of 10 crowns a month should be given to him, and said to him that he would be employed according as occasion may arise. With that allowance Aristotile lived peacefully for some years without doing anything more, and then died at the age of 70 on the last day of May in the year 1551, and was buried in the Church of the Servites. In our book are some drawings by the hand of Aristotile, and there are some in the possession of Antonio Partassini, among which are some very beautiful sheets drawn in perspective. There lived in the same times as Aristotile, and were his friends, 2 painters of whom I shall make brief mention here, because they were such that they deserve to have a place among these rare intellects, on account of some works executed by them that were truly worthy to be extolled. One was Giacone, and the other Francesco Ubertini, called Il Bacchiacca. Giacone, then, did not execute many works, being one who lost himself in talking and jesting, and contented himself with the little that his fortune and his idleness allowed him, which was much less than what he required. But, since he was closely associated with Andrea del Sarto, he drew very well and with great boldness, and he was very fantastic and bizarre in the posing of his figures, distorting them and seeking to make them varied and different from those of others in all his compositions. In truth, he had no little design, and when he chose he could imitate the good. In Florence, when still young, he executed many pictures of Our Lady, many of which were sent by Florentine merchants into France. For Santa Lucia in the Via de' Bardi, he painted in an altarpiece God the Father, Christ, and Our Lady, with other figures. And at Montisi, about a tabernacle on the corner of the house of Lodovico Capponi, he executed 2 figures in chiaroscuro. For San Romeo, in an altarpiece, he painted Our Lady and 2 saints. Then, hearing once much praise spoken of the façades executed by Polidoro and Maturino at Rome, without anyone knowing about it, he went off to that city, where he stayed some months and made some copies, gaining such proficience in matters of art that he afterwards proved himself in many works a passing good painter. Wherefore the Chevalier Buondelmonte commissioned him to paint in chiaroscuro a house that he had built opposite to Santa Trinita, at the beginning of the Borgo Sant'Apostolo, wherein Giacone painted stories from the life of Alexander the Great, very beautiful in certain parts, and executed with so much grace and design that many believe that the designs for the whole work were made for him by Andrea del Sarto. To tell the truth, from the proof of his powers that Giacomo gave in that work, it was thought that he was likely to produce some great fruits. But since he always had his mind set more on giving himself a good time and every possible amusement, living in a round of suppers and feastings with his friends, than on studying and working, he was forever forgetting rather than learning. And that which was a thing to laugh at or to pity, I know not which, was that he belonged to a company, or rather gang, of friends, who, under the pretence of living like philosophers, lived like swine and brute beasts. They never washed their hands or face or head or beard. They did not sweep their houses, and never made their beds save only once every 2 months. They laid their tables with the cartoons for their pictures, and they drank only from the flask or the jug. And this miserable existence of theirs, living, as the saying goes, from hand to mouth, was held by them to be the finest life in the world. But since the outer man is wont to be a guide to the inner, and to reveal what our minds are, I believe, as has been said before, that they were as filthy and brutish in mind as their outward appearance suggested. For the festival of Santa Felice in Piazza, that is, the representation of the Annunciation of the Madonna, of which there has been an account in another place, which was held by the company of the Orchiolo in the year 1525, Giacomo made among the outer decorations, according to the custom of those times, a most beautiful triumphal arch, standing by itself, large, double, and very high, with 8 columns, pilasters, and pediments, all of which he caused to be carried to completion by Piero da Sesto, a well-practised master in woodwork. On this arch, then, were painted 9 scenes, part of which, the best, he executed himself, and the rest Francesco Ubertini, il Bacchiacca. And these scenes were all from the Old Testament, and for the greater part from the life of Moses. Having then been summoned by a Scopitine friar, his kinsman, to Cortona, Giacomo painted 2 altarpieces in oils for the Church of the Madonna, which is without the city. In one of these is Our Lady with San Rocco, St. Augustine, and other saints, and in the other a God the Father who is crowning Our Lady with 2 saints at the foot, and in the center is St. Francis, who is receiving the stigmata, which 2 works were very beautiful. Then, having returned to Florence, he decorated for Bongianni Caponi a vaulted chamber in that city, and he executed certain others for the same man in his villa at Montisi. And finally, when Jacopo da Pontormo painted for Duke Alessandro in his villa at Careggi that loggia, of which there has been an account in his life, Giacomo helped to execute the greater part of the ornaments, such as grotesques and other things. After this he occupied himself with certain insignificant works, of which there is no need to make mention. The sum of the matter is that Giacomo spent the best part of his life in jesting, in going off into cogitations, and in speaking evil of all and sundry. For in those days the art of design in Florence had fallen into the hands of a company of persons who paid more attention to playing jokes and to enjoyment than to working, and whose occupation was to assemble in shops and other places, and there to spend their time in criticizing maliciously, in their own jargon, the works of others who were persons of excellence, and lived decently and like men of honor. The heads of this company were Giacomo, the goldsmith Pilotto, and the woodcarver Tasso. But the worst of them all was Giacomo, for the reason that, among his other fine qualities, his every word was always a foul slander against somebody. Wherefore it was no marvel that from such a company there should have sprung in time, as will be related, many evil happenings, or that Pelotto, on account of his slanderous tongue, was killed by a young man. And since their habits and proceedings were displeasing to honest men, they were generally to be found, I do not say all of them, but some at least, like wool carders and other fellows of that kidney, playing at chuckstones at the foot of a wall, or making merry in a tavern. One day that Giorgio Vasari was returning from Monte Alavito, a place without Florence, after a visit to the reverend and most cultured Don Miniato Pitti, who was then abbot of that monastery, he found Giacomo with a great part of his crew at the Canto de' Medici, and Giacomo thought to attempt, as I heard afterwards, with some of his idle talk, speaking half in jest and half in earnest, to hit on some phrase insulting to Giorgio. And so when Vasari rode into their midst on his horse, Giacomo said to him, "Well, Giorgio, how goes it with you?" "Finely, my Giacomo," answered Giorgio. "Once I was poor like all of you, and now I find myself with 3,000 crowns or more. You thought me a fool, and the priests and friars think me an able master. I used to be your servant, and here is a servant of my own, who serves me and looks after my horse. I used to dress in the clothes that beggarly painters wear, and here am I, dressed in velvet. Once I went on foot, and now I go on horseback. So you see, my Giacomo, it goes exceedingly well with me. May God be with you." When poor Giacomo had heard all this recital in one breath, he lost all his presence of mind, and stood confused, without saying another word, as if reflecting how miserable he was, and how often the engineer is hoist with his own petard. Finally, having become much reduced by an infirmity, and being poor, neglected, and paralyzed in the legs, so that he could do nothing to better himself, Giacomo died in misery in a little hovel that he had on a mean street, or rather alley, called Codare Messa, in the year 1553. Francesco Ubertini, called Il Bacchiacca, was a diligent painter, and although he was the friend of Giacomo, he always lived decently enough and like an honest man. He was likewise a friend of Andrea del Sarto, and much assisted and favored by him in matters of art. Francesco, I say, was a diligent painter, and particularly in painting little figures, which he executed to perfection with much patience, as may be seen from a predella with the story of the martyrs, below the altarpiece of Giovanni Antonio Sogliani, in San Lorenzo at Florence, and from another predella executed very well in the chapel of the Crocifisso. For the chamber of Pier Francesco Borgherini, of which mention has already been made so many times, Il Bacchiacca, in company with the others, executed many little figures on the coffers and the panelling, which are known by the manner, being different from the others. For the antechamber of Giovan Maria Benintendi, which likewise has been already mentioned, he painted two very beautiful pictures with little figures, in one of which, the most beautiful and the most abundant in figures, is the Baptist baptizing Jesus Christ in the Jordan. He also executed many others for various persons, which were sent to France and England. Finally, having entered the service of Duke Cosimo, Since he was an excellent painter in counterfeiting all the kinds of animals, Il Bacchiacca painted for his Excellency a cabinet all full of birds of various kinds and rare plants, all of which he executed divinely well in oils. He then made, with a vast number of little figures, cartoons of all the months of the year, which were woven into most beautiful tapestries in silk and gold, with such industry and diligence that there is nothing better of that kind to be seen, by Marco, the son of Maestro Giovanni Rasto the Fleming. After these works, Il Bacchiacca decorated in fresco the grotto of a water fountain that is at the Pitti Palace. Lastly, he made the designs for a bed that was executed in embroidery, all full of scenes and little figures. This is the most ornate work in the form of a bed, in such a kind of workmanship that there is to be seen, the embroidering having been made rich with pearls and other things of price by Antonio Bacchiacca, the brother of Francesco, who is an excellent embroiderer. And since Francesco died before the completion of the bed, which has served for the happy nuptials of the most illustrious Lord Prince of Florence, Don Francesco de' Medici, and of Her Serene Highness Queen Joanna of Austria, it was finished in the end after the directions and designs of Giorgio Vasari. Francesco died at Florence in the year 1557. End of Section 2. Bastiano di San Gallo, called Aristotile. Part 2. Section 3 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de C. de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Lives of Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo da Carpi, painters of Ferrara and of other Lombards. Part 1. In this part of the lives that we are about to write, we shall give a brief account of the best and most eminent painters, sculptors, and architects who have lived in Lombardy in our time, after Mantegna, Costa, Boccaccino of Cremona, and Francia of Bologna. For I am not able to write the life of each in detail, and it seems to me enough to enumerate their works. And even this I would not have set myself to do, nor to give a judgment on those works, if I had not first seen them. But since from the year 1542 down to this present year of 1566 I had not travelled, as I did before, over almost the whole of Italy, nor seen the above-mentioned works and the others that had appeared in great numbers during that period of 24 years, I resolved, before writing of them, being almost at the end of this my labour, to see them and judge of them with my own eyes. Wherefore, after the conclusion of the above-mentioned nuptials of the most illustrious Lord Don Francesco de' Medici, Prince of Florence, and Siena my master, and of Her Serene Highness Queen Joanna of Austria, on account of which I had been much occupied for 2 years on the sealing of the principal hall of their palace, I resolved, without sparing any expense or fatigue, to revisit Rome, Tuscany, part of the March, Umbria, Romagna, Lombardy, and Venice, with all her domain, in order to re-examine the old works, and to see the many that have been executed from the year 1542 onward. And so, having made a record of the works that were most notable and most worthy to be put down in writing, in order not to do wrong to the talents of many craftsmen, or depart from that sincere truthfulness which is expected from those who write history of any kind, I shall proceed, without bias of mind, to write down all that is wanting in any part of what has been already written, without disturbing the order of the story, and then to give an account of the works of some who are still living, and have worked, or are still working excellently well, for it appears to me that so much is demanded by the merits of many rare and noble craftsmen. Let me begin, then, with the men of Ferrara. Benvenuto Garofalo was born at Ferrara in the year 1481 to Piero Tisi, whose elders had their origin in Padua. He was born, I say, so inclined to painting that when still but a little boy, while going to school to learn reading, he would do nothing but draw, from which exercise his father, who looked on painting as a folly, sought to divert him, but was never able. Wherefore that father, having seen that he must second the inclination of that son of his, who would never do anything day and night but draw, finally placed him with Domenico Panetti, a painter of some repute at that time, although his manner was dry and labored, in Ferrara. With that Domenico Benvenuto had been some little time, when, going once to Cremona, he happened to see in the principal chapel of the Duomo in that city, among other works by the hand of Boccaccino, a painter of Cremona, who had painted the tribune there in fresco, a Christ seated on a throne surrounded by 4 saints, and giving the benediction. Whereupon, that work having pleased him, he placed himself by means of some friends under Boccaccino, who was at that time executing in the same church, likewise in fresco, some stories of the Madonna, as has been said in his life, in competition with the painter Altobello, who was painting in the same church opposite to Boccaccino some stories of Jesus Christ, which are very beautiful and truly worthy to be praised. Now, after Benvenuto had been 2 years in Cremona, and had made much progress under the discipline of Boccaccino, he went off in the year 1500, at the age of 19, to Rome, where, having placed himself with Giovanni Baldini, a Florentine painter of passing good skill, who possessed many very beautiful drawings by various excellent masters, he was constantly practising his hand on those drawings whenever he had time, and particularly at night. Then, after he had been 15 months with that master, and had seen, to his great delight, the works of Rome, he travelled for a time over various parts of Italy, and finally made his way to Mantua. There he stayed 2 years with the painter Lorenzo Costa, serving him with such lovingness that Lorenzo, after that period of 2 years, in order to reward him, placed him in the service of Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, for whom Costa himself was working. But Benvenuto had not been long with the Marquis when, his father Piero falling ill in Ferrara, he was forced to return to that city, where he stayed afterwards for 4 years together, executing many works by himself alone, and some in company with the Dossi. Then, in the year 1505, being sent for by Messer Girolamo Sagrato, a gentleman of Ferrara who was living in Rome, Benvenuto returned there with the greatest willingness, and particularly from a desire to see the miracles that were being related of Raffaello da Urbino, and of the Chapel of Julius, painted by Buonarroti. But when Benvenuto had arrived in Rome, he was struck with amazement, and almost with despair, by seeing the grace and vivacity that the pictures of Raffaello revealed, and the depth in the design of Michelagnolo. Wherefore he cursed the manners of Lombardy, and that which he had learned with so much study and effort at Mantua, and right willingly, if he had been able, would he have purged himself of all that knowledge. But he resolved, since there was no help for it, that he would unlearn it all, and after the loss of so many years change from a master into a disciple. And so he began to draw from such works as were the best and the most difficult, and to study with all possible diligence those greatly celebrated manners, and gave his attention to scarcely any other thing for a period of 2 whole years, by reason of which he so changed his method, transforming his bad manner into a good one, that notice was taken of him by the craftsmen. And what was more, he so went to work with humility and every kind of loving service, that he became the friend of Raffaello da Urbino, who, being very courteous and not ungrateful, taught Benvenuto many things, and always assisted and favored him. If Benvenuto had pursued his studies in Rome, without a doubt he would have done things worthy of his beautiful genius. But he was constrained, I know not by what cause, to return to his own country. In taking leave of Raffaello, he promised that he would, as that master advised him, return to Rome, where Raffaello assured him that he would give him more than enough in the way of work, and that in honorable undertakings. Having then arrived in Ferrara, Benvenuto settled the affairs, and dispatched the business that had caused him to return; and he was preparing himself to make his way back to Rome, when the Lord Duke Alfonso of Ferrara set him to decorate a little chapel in the castle, in company with other Ferrarese painters. That work finished, his departure was again delayed by the great courtesy of Messer Antonio Costabili, a Ferrarese gentleman of much authority, who gave him an altarpiece to paint in oils for the high altar of the church of Sant'Andrea. Which finished, he was forced to execute another for San Bartolo, a convent of Cistercian monks, wherein he painted the Adoration of the Magi, which was beautiful and much extolled. He then painted another for the Duomo, full of figures many and various, and 2 others that were placed in the church of San Spirito, in one of which is the Virgin in the air with the Child in her arms, and some figures below, and in the other the Nativity of Jesus Christ. In executing those works, remembering at times how he had turned his back on Rome, he felt the bitterest regret, and he had resolved at all costs to return thither, when, his father Piero's death taking place, all his plans were broken off; for, finding himself burdened with a sister ready for a husband, and a brother 14 years of age, and his affairs in disorder, he was forced to compose his mind and resign himself to live in his native place. And so, after parting company with the Dossi, who had worked with him up to that time, he painted by himself in the church of San Francesco, in a little chapel, the Raising of Lazarus, a work filled with a variety of good figures, and pleasant in colouring, with attitudes spirited and vivacious, which brought him much commendation. In another chapel in the same church he painted the Massacre of the Innocents, cruelly done to death by Herod, so well and with such spirited movements in the soldiers and other figures that it was a marvel. Very well depicted, in addition, are different expressions in the great variety of heads, such as terror in the mothers and nurses, death in the infants, and cruelty in the slayers, and many other things which gave infinite satisfaction. It is worthy of remark that in executing that work Benvenuto did a thing that up to that time had never been done in Lombardy, namely, he made models of clay, the better to see the shadows and lights, and availed himself of a figure model made of wood, jointed in such a way that the limbs moved in every direction, which he arranged as he wished, in various attitudes, with draperies over it. But what is most important is that he copied every least detail from life and nature, as one who knew that the true way is to observe and imitate the reality. For the same church he executed the altar-piece of a chapel, and on a wall he painted in fresco Christ taken by the multitude in the garden. For San Domenico, in the same city, he painted 2 altar-pieces in oils. In one is the Miracle of the Cross and St. Helen, and in the other is St. Peter, martyr, with a good number of very beautiful figures, wherein it is evident that Benvenuto departed considerably from his first manner, making it bolder and less labored. For the nuns of San Silvestro he painted an altar picture of Christ praying to his Father on the Mount, while the 3 apostles are lower down, sleeping. For the nuns of San Gabriello he executed an Annunciation, and for those of Sant' Antonio, in the altar-piece of their high altar, the Resurrection of Christ. For the high altar of the Frati Ingesuati in the church of San Girolamo he painted Jesus Christ in the manger, with a choir of angels on a cloud, held to be very beautiful. In Santa Maria del Vado, in an altar-piece by the same hand, very well conceived and colored, is Christ ascending into heaven, with the apostles standing in contemplation of him. For the church of San Giorgio, a seat of the monks of Monte Elevato, without the city, he painted an altar-piece in oils of the Magi adoring Christ, and offering to him myrrh, incense, and gold, and this is one of the best works that Benvenuto ever executed in all his life. All these works much pleased the people of Ferrara, by reason of which he executed pictures almost without number for their houses, and many others for monasteries, and for the townships and villas round about the city. And among others he painted the Resurrection of Christ in an altar-piece for Bondino. And finally he executed in fresco with beautiful and fantastic invention, in the refectory of Sant'Andrea, many figures that are bringing the Old Testament into accord with the New. But since the works of this master are numberless, let it be enough to have spoken of those that are the best. Girolamo da Carpi, having received his first instructions in painting from Benvenuto, as will be related in his life, they painted in company the façade of the house of the Mozzarelli in the Borgo Nuovo, partly in chiaroscuro and partly in colors, with some things done in imitation of bronze. They painted together likewise, both within and without, the Palace of Copara, a place of recreation belonging to the Duke of Ferrara, for which Lord Benvenuto executed many other works, both by himself and in company with other painters. Then, having lived a long time in the determination that he would not take a wife, in the end, after separating from his brother and growing weary of living alone, at the age of 48 he took one, but he had scarcely had her a year when, falling grievously ill, he lost the sight of his right eye, and was in fear and peril of the other. However, having recommended himself to God, and made a vow that he would always dress in gray, as he afterwards did, by the grace of God he preserved the sight of the other eye, insomuch that the works executed by him at the age of 65 were so well done, and with such diligence and finish, that it was a marvel. Wherefore on one occasion, when the Duke of Ferrara showed to Pope Paul III a triumph of Bacchus in oils, 5 braccia in length, and the calumny of Apelles, painted by Benvenuto at that age, after the designs of Raffaello da Urbino, which pictures are now over certain chimney pieces belonging to His Excellency, that pontiff was struck with astonishment that an old man of such an age with only one eye should have executed works so large and so beautiful. On every feast day for 20 whole years Benvenuto worked for the love of God in the convent of the nuns of San Bernardino, where he executed many works of importance in oils, in distemper, and in fresco, which was certainly a marvelous thing, and a great proof of his true and good nature. For in that place he had no competition, and nevertheless put no less study and diligence into his labor than he would have done at any other more frequented place. Those works are passing good in composition, with beautiful expressions in the heads, not confused, and executed in a truly sweet and good manner. For all the disciples that Benvenuto had, although he taught them everything that he knew, with no ordinary willingness, in order to make some of them excellent masters, he never had any success with a single one of them, and in place of being rewarded by them for his lovingness, at least with gratitude of heart, he never received anything from them save vexations. Wherefore he used to say that he had never had any enemies but his own disciples and assistants. In the year 1550, being now old, and the malady returning to his eye, he became wholly blind, and he lived thus for 9 years, which misfortune he bore with a patient mind, resigning himself completely to the will of God. Finally, when he had come to the age of 78, thinking at last that he had lived too long in that darkness, and rejoicing in death, in the hope of going to enjoy eternal light, he finished the course of his life on the 6th of September, in the year 1559, leaving a son called Girolamo, who was a very gentle person, and a daughter. Benvenuto was a very honest creature, fond of a jest, pleasant in his conversation, patient and calm in all his adversities. As a young man he delighted in fencing and playing the lute, and in his friendships he was loving beyond measure and prodigal with his services. He was the friend of the painter Giorgio da Castelfranco, Tiziano da Cadore, and Giulio Romano, and most affectionate towards all the men of art in general, and to this I can bear witness, for on the 2 occasions when I was at Ferrara in his time, I received from him innumerable favors and courtesies. He was buried with honor in the church of Santa Maria del Vado, and was celebrated in verse and prose by many choice spirits no less than his talents deserved. But it has not been possible to obtain Benvenuto's portrait, and therefore there has been placed at the head of these lives of the Lombard painters that of Girolamo de' Carpi, whose life we are now about to write. Girolamo, then called the Carpi, who was a Ferrarese and a disciple of Benvenuto, was employed at first by his father Tommaso, who was a kind of house painter, in his workshop, to paint strong boxes, stools, mouldings, and other such like commonplace things. After Girolamo had made some proficience under the discipline of Benvenuto, he began to think that he should be removed by his father from those base labors. But Tommaso, as one who had need of money, would do nothing of the kind, and Girolamo resolved at all costs to leave him. And so he went to Bologna, where he received no little favor from the gentlemen of that city. Wherefore, having made some portraits, which were passing good likenesses, he acquired so much credit that he earned much money, and assisted his father more while living at Bologna than he had done when staying in Ferrara. At that time there was brought to the house of the noble Counts Ercolani at Bologna a picture by the hand of Antonio da Correggio, in which Christ is appearing to Mary Magdalene in the form of a gardener, executed with incredible softness and excellence; and that manner so took possession of Girolamo's heart that, not content with having copied that picture, he went to Modena to see the other works by the hand of Correggio. Having arrived there, besides being filled with marvel at the sight of them, one among them in particular struck him with amazement, and that was the great picture, a divine work, in which is the Madonna, with the Child in her arms, marrying Saint Catherine, a Saint Sebastian, and other figures, with an air of such beauty in the heads that they appear as if made in paradise. Nor is it possible to find more beautiful hair, more lovely hands, or any coloring more pleasing and natural. Having then received permission to copy it from the owner of the picture, Messer Francesco Grillanzoni, a doctor, who was much the friend of Correggio, Girolamo copied it with the greatest diligence that it is possible to imagine. After that he did the same with the altar picture of Saint Peter Martyr, which Correggio had painted for a company of secular priests, who hold it in very great price, as it deserves, there being in it in particular, besides other figures, an infant Christ in the lap of his mother, who appears as if breathing, and a most beautiful Saint Peter Martyr, and another little altarpiece by the same hand, painted for the company of San Bastiano, and no less beautiful than the other. All these works, thus copied by Girolamo, were the reason that he so improved his manner, that it did not appear like his original manner, or in any way the same thing. From Modena, Girolamo went to Parma, where he had heard that there were some works by the same Correggio, and he copied some of the pictures in the tribune of the Duomo, considering them extraordinary works, particularly the beautiful foreshortening of the Madonna, who is ascending into heaven, surrounded by a multitude of angels, with the apostles, who are standing gazing on her as she ascends, and 4 saints, protectors of that city, who are in the niches: Saint John the Baptist, who is holding a lamb; Saint Joseph, the husband of Our Lady; San Bernardo degli Uberti the Florentine, a cardinal and bishop of Florence, and another bishop. Girolamo likewise studied the figures by the hand of the same Correggio in the recess of the principal chapel in San Giovanni Evangelista, namely, the Coronation of the Madonna, with Saint John the Evangelist, the Baptist, Saint Benedict, San Placido, and a multitude of angels who are about them, and the marvelous figures that are in the chapel of San Gioseffo in the church of San Sepolcro, a divine example of panel painting. Now, since it is inevitable that those who are pleased to follow some particular manner, and who study it with lovingness, should acquire it, at least in some degree, whence it also happens that many become more excellent than their masters, Girolamo caught not a little of Correggio's manner. Wherefore, after returning to Bologna, he imitated him always, not studying any other thing but that manner, and that altarpiece by the hand of Raffaello da Urbino, which we mentioned as being in that city. And all these particulars I heard from Girolamo da Carpi, who was much my friend, at Rome in the year 1550. And he lamented very often to me that he had consumed his youth and his best years in Ferrara and Bologna, and not in Rome or some other place where, without a doubt, he would have made much greater proficience. No little harm also did Girolamo suffer in matters of art from his having given too much attention to amorous delights, and to playing the lute at the time when he might have been making progress in painting. Having returned then to Bologna, he made a portrait, among others, of Messer Onofrio Bartolini, a Florentine, who was then in that city for his studies, and afterwards became Archbishop of Pisa; and that head, which is now in the possession of the heirs of that Messer Noferi, is very beautiful and in a manner full of grace. There was working in Bologna at this time a certain Maestro Biagio, a painter, who, perceiving that Girolamo was coming into good repute, began to be afraid lest he might outstrip him and deprive him of all his profits. Wherefore, seizing a good occasion, he established a friendship with Girolamo, with the intention of hindering him in his work, and became his intimate companion to such purpose, that they began to work in company, and so they continued for a while. This friendship was harmful to Girolamo, not only in the matter of his earnings, but likewise with respect to art, for the reason that he followed in the footsteps of Maestro Biagio, who worked by rule of thumb, and took everything from the designs of one master or another, and he also put no more diligence into his pictures. Now, in the monastery of San Michele in Bosco, without Bologna, a certain Fra Antonio, a monk of that convent, had painted a Saint Sebastian of the size of life, besides executing an altarpiece in oils for a convent of the same order of Monte Alavito at Scaracalasino, and some figures in fresco in the chapel of Saint Scholastica, in the garden of Monte Alavito Maggiore; and Abbot Giacchino, who had compelled him to stay that year in Bologna, desired that he should paint the new sacristy of his church there. But Fra Antonio, who did not feel it in him to do so great a work, and perchance was not very willing to undergo such fatigue, as is often the case with that kind of man, so contrived that the work was allotted to Girolamo and Maestro Biagio, who painted it all in fresco. In the compartments of the vaulting they executed some little boys and angels, and at the head, in large figures, the story of the Transfiguration of Christ, availing themselves of the design of that which Raffaello da Urbino painted for San Pietro in Montorio at Rome; and on the other walls they painted some saints, in which to be sure there is something of the good. But Girolamo, having recognized that to stay in company with Maestro Biagio was not the course for him, and indeed that it was his certain ruin, broke up the partnership when that work was finished, and began to work for himself. The first work that he executed on his own account was an altarpiece for the chapel of San Bastiano in the church of San Salvador, in which he acquitted himself very well. But then, having heard of the death of his father, he returned to Ferrara, where for a time he did nothing save some portraits, and works of little importance. Meanwhile, Tiziano Vecelli went to Ferrara to execute certain things for Duke Alfonso, as will be related in his life, in a little closet, or rather study, where Giovanni Bellini had already painted some pictures, and Dosso a Bacchanal rout of men, which was so good that, even if he had never done any other thing, for that alone he would deserve praise and the name of an excellent painter. And Girolamo, by means of Tiziano and others, began to have dealings with the court of the Duke. And so, as it were to give a proof of his powers before he should do anything else, he copied the head of Duke Ercole of Ferrara, from one by the hand of Tiziano, and counterfeited it so well that it seemed the same as the original, wherefore it was sent as a work worthy of praise into France. Afterwards, having taken a wife and had children by her, sooner perchance than he should have done, Girolamo painted in San Francesco at Ferrara, in the angles of the vaulting, the 4 Evangelists in fresco, which were passing good figures. In the same place he executed a frieze right round the church, which was a very large and abundant work, being full of half-length figures and little boys linked together in a very pleasing manner. And for that church also he painted an altar picture of Saint Anthony of Padua, with other figures, and another altarpiece of Our Lady in the air, with 2 angels, which was placed on the altar of Signora Giulia Mozzarelli, whose portrait was executed very well therein by Girolamo. At Rovigo, in the church of San Francesco, the same master painted the Holy Spirit appearing in tongues of fire, which was a work worthy of praise for the composition and for the beauty of the heads. At Bologna, for the church of San Martino, he painted an altarpiece of the 3 Magi, with most beautiful heads and figures; and at Ferrara, in company with Benvenuto Garofalo, as has been related, the façade of the house of Signor Battista Mozzarelli, and also the Palace of Copara, a villa of the Duke's, distant 12 miles from Ferrara. And again in Ferrara the façade of Piero Soncini in the piazza near the fish market, painting there the taking of Goletta by the Emperor Charles V. The same Girolamo painted for St. Polo, a church of the Carmelite friars in the same city, a little altarpiece in oils of St. Jerome, with 2 other saints of the size of life; and for the Duke's palace a great picture with a figure large as life, representing Opportunity, and executed with beautiful vivacity, movement, and grace, and fine relief. He also painted a nude Venus, life size and recumbent, with Love beside her, which was sent to Paris for King Francis of France; and I, who saw it at Ferrara in the year 1540, can with truth affirm that it was very beautiful. He also made a beginning with the decorations in the refectory of San Giorgio, a seat of the monks of Monte Oliveto at Ferrara, and executed a great part of them, but he left the work unfinished, and it has been completed in our own day by Pellegrino Pellegrini, a painter of Bologna. Now, if we were to seek to make particular mention of the pictures that Girolamo executed for many lords and gentlemen, the story would be longer than is our desire, and I shall speak of 2 only, which are most beautiful. From a picture by the hand of Correggio, that the Chevalier Bayardo has at Parma, beautiful to a marvel, in which Our Lady is putting a shirt on the infant Christ, Girolamo made a copy so like it that it seems the very same picture; and he made another copy from one by the hand of Parmigiano, which is in the cell of the vicar in the Certosa at Pavia, doing this so well and with such diligence that there is no miniature to be seen that is wrought with more subtlety, and he executed innumerable others with great care. And since Girolamo delighted in architecture, and also gave his attention to it, in addition to many designs of buildings that he made for private persons, he served in that art in particular Cardinal Ippolito of Ferrara, who, having bought the garden at Monte Cavallo in Rome, which had formerly belonged to the Cardinal of Naples, with many vineyards belonging to individuals around it, took Girolamo to Rome to the end that he might serve him not only in the buildings, but also in the truly regal ornaments of woodwork in that garden. In this he acquitted himself so well that everyone was struck with astonishment, and indeed I know not what other man could have done better than he did in executing in woodwork, which has since been covered with most beautiful verdure, works so fine and so pleasingly designed in various forms and in different kinds of temples, in which there may now be seen arranged the richest and most beautiful ancient statues that there are in Rome, some whole and some restored by Valerio Sioli, a Florentine sculptor, and by others. By these works Girolamo came into very great credit in Rome, and in the year 1550 he was introduced by the above named cardinal, his lord, who loved him dearly, into the service of Pope Julius III, who made him architect over the works of the Belvedere, giving him rooms in that place and a good salary. But since that pontiff could never be satisfied in such matters, and, to make it worse, was hindered by understanding very little of design, and would not have in the evening a thing that had pleased him in the morning, and also because Girolamo had to be always contending with certain old architects, to whom it seemed strange to see a new man of little reputation preferred to themselves, he resolved, having perceived their envy and possible malignity, and also being rather cold by nature than otherwise, to retire. And so he chose, as the better course, to return to the service of the Cardinal at Monte Cavallo, for which action Girolamo was much commended, for it is too wretched a life to have to be always contending all day long, and on every last detail with one person or another. And, as he used to say, it is at times better to enjoy peace of mind on bread and water than to sweat and strive amid grandeur and honors. Wherefore, after Girolamo had executed for his lord the cardinal a very beautiful picture, which when I saw it pleased me very much, being now weary, he returned with him to Ferrara to enjoy the peace of his home with his wife and children, leaving the hopes and rewards of fortune in the possession of his adversaries, who received from that pope the same as he had done, neither more nor less. While he was living thus at Ferrara, a part of the castle was burned, I know not by what mischance, and Duke Ercole gave the charge of restoring it to Girolamo, who did it very well, adorning it as much as is possible in that district, which suffers from a great dearth of stone wherewith to make carvings and ornaments, for which he well deserved to be always held dear by that lord, who rewarded him liberally for his labors. Finally, after having executed these and many other works, Girolamo died in the year 1556, at the age of 55, and was buried in the Church of the Angeli beside his wife. He left 2 daughters and also 3 sons, Giulio, Annibale, and another. Girolamo was a blithe spirit, very sweet and pleasing in his conversation, and in his work somewhat slow and dilatory. He was of middle stature, and he delighted beyond measure in music, and more in the pleasures of love than was perhaps expedient. The buildings of his patrons have been carried on since his death by the Ferrarese architect Galasso, a man of the most beautiful genius, and of such judgment in matters of architecture, that, in so far as may be seen from the ordering of his designs, he would have demonstrated his worth much more than he has done, if he had been employed in works of importance. End of Section 3. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 1. Section 4 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 4. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 2. An excellent sculptor, and likewise a Ferrarese, has been Maestro Girolamo, who, living at Recanati, has executed many works in marble at Loreto after his master Andrea Cantucci, and has made many of the ornaments round that chapel or house of the Madonna. This master, since the departure from that place of Tribolo, who was the last there, after he had finished the largest scene in marble, which is at the back of the chapel, wherein are the angels carrying that house from Sclavonia into the forest of Loreto, has labored there continually from 1534 to the year 1560, executing many works. The first of these was a seated figure of a prophet, of 3 braccia and a half, which, being good and beautiful, was placed in a niche that is turned towards the west; which statue having given satisfaction, was the reason that he afterwards made all the other prophets, with the exception of one, that facing towards the east on the outer side, over against the altar, which is by the hand of Simone Cioli of Settignano, likewise a disciple of Andrea Sansovino. The rest of those prophets, I say, are by the hand of Maestro Girolamo, and are executed with much diligence and study, and good skill of hand. For the Chapel of the Sacrament, the same master has made the candelabra of bronze, about 3 braccia in height, covered with foliage, and figures cast in the round, which are so well wrought that they are things to marvel at. And a brother of Maestro Girolamo's, who is an able master in similar works of casting, has executed many things in company with him at Rome, and in particular a very large tabernacle of bronze for Pope Paul III, which was to be placed in the chapel that is called the Pauline, in the Palace of the Vatican. Among the Modenese also there have been at all times craftsmen excellent in our arts, as has been said in other places, and as may be seen from 4 panel pictures, of which no mention was made in the proper place, because the master was not known; which pictures were executed in distemper 100 years ago in that city, and for those times they are painted with diligence and very beautiful. The first is on the high altar of San Domenico, and the others in the chapels that are in the tramezzo of that church. And there is living in the same country at the present day a painter called Niccolò, who in his youth painted many works in fresco about the Beccari, which have no little beauty, and for the high altar of San Piero, a seat of the Black Friars, in an altar piece, the beheading of St. Peter and St. Paul, imitating in the soldier, who is cutting off their heads, a similar figure by the hand of Antonio da Correggio, much renowned, which is in San Giovanni Evangelista at Parma. Niccolò has been more excellent in fresco painting than in the other fields of painting, and in addition to many works that he has executed at Modena and Bologna, I understand that he has painted some very choice pictures in France, where he still lives, under Messer Francesco Primaticcio, abbot of St. Martin, after whose designs Niccolò has painted many works in those parts, as will be related in the life of Primaticcio. Giovan Battista also, a rival of that Niccolò, has executed many works in Rome and elsewhere. and in particular he has painted at Perugia, in the chapel of Signor Ascanio della Cornia in San Francesco, many pictures of the life of Saint Andrew the Apostle, in which he has acquitted himself very well. In competition with the above named Niccolò, the Fleming Arrigo, a master of glass windows, has painted in the same place an altarpiece in oils, containing the story of the Magi, which would be beautiful enough if it were not somewhat confused and overloaded with colors, which conflict with one another and destroy all the gradation. But he has acquitted himself better in a window of glass, designed and painted by himself, and executed for the chapel of San Bernardino in San Lorenzo in the same city. But to return to Giovan Battista. Having gone back after the above named works to Modena, he has executed in the same San Piero, for which Niccolò painted the altarpiece, two great scenes at the sides of the actions of St. Peter and St. Paul, in which he has acquitted himself with no ordinary excellence. In the same city of Modena there have also been some sculptors worthy to be numbered among the good craftsmen. For, in addition to Modernino, of whom mention has been made in another place, there has been a master called Il Modena, who has executed most beautiful works in figures of terra cotta, of the size of life and even larger, among others those of a chapel in San Domenico at Modena, and for the centre of the dormitory of San Piero, a monastery of Black Friars, likewise in Modena, a Madonna, Saint Benedict, Santa Giustina, and another saint. To all these figures he has given so well the color of marble that they appear as if truly of that stone, not to mention that they all have beautiful expressions of countenance, lovely draperies, and admirable proportions. The same master has executed similar figures for the dormitory of San Giovanni Evangelista at Parma, and he has made a good number of figures in the round and of the size of life for many niches on the outer side of San Benedetto at Mantua, in the façade and under the portico, which are so fine that they have the appearance of marble. In like manner, Prospero Clemente, a sculptor of Modena, has been and still is an able man in his profession, as is evident from the tomb of Bishop Rangone by his hand in the Duomo of Reggio, wherein is a seated statue of that prelate, as large as life, with two little boys, all very well executed, which tomb he made at the commission of Signor Ercole Rangone. In the Duomo of Parma, likewise, in the vaults below, there is by the hand of Prospero the tomb of the blessed Bernardo degli Uberti, the Florentine, cardinal and bishop of that city, which was finished in the year 1548, and much extolled. Parma also has had at various times many excellent craftsmen and men of fine genius, as has been said above, for besides one Cristofano Castelli, who painted a very beautiful altarpiece for the Duomo in the year 1499, and Francesco Mazzuoli, whose life has been written, there have been many other able men in that city. Mazzuoli, as has been related, executed certain works in the Madonna della Staccata, but left that undertaking unfinished at his death, and Giulio Romano, having made a colored design on paper, which may be seen in that place by everyone, directed that a certain Michelagnolo Anselmi, a Sienese by origin, but a citizen of Parma by adoption, being a good painter, should carry that cartoon into execution, wherein is the coronation of Our Lady. This he did excellently well in truth, so that he well deserved that there should be allotted to him a great niche, one of 4 very large niches that are in that temple, opposite to that in which he had executed the above-mentioned work, after the design of Giulio. Whereupon, setting his hand to this, he carried well on towards completion there the Adoration of the Magi, with a good number of beautiful figures, making on the flat arch, as was related before in the life of Mazzuoli, the wise virgins and the design of copper rosettes. But when about 1/3 of that work remained for him to do, he died, and so it was finished by Bernardo Soiaro of Cremona, as we shall relate in a short time. By the hand of that Michelagnolo is the Chapel of the Conception in San Francesco in the same city, and a Celestial Glory in the Chapel of the Cross in San Pier Martire. Girolamo Mazzuoli, the cousin of Francesco, as has been told, continuing the work in that church of the Madonna, left unfinished by his kinsman, painted an arch with the wise virgins, and adorned it with rosettes. Then, in the recess at the end, opposite to the principal door, he painted the Holy Spirit descending in tongues of fire on the Apostles, and in the last of the flat arches the Nativity of Jesus Christ, which, although not yet uncovered, he has shown to us this year of 1566, to our great pleasure, since it is a truly beautiful example of work in fresco. The great central tribune of the same Madonna della Steccata, which is being painted by Bernardo Soiaro, the painter of Cremona, will also be, when finished, a rare work, and able to compare with the others that are in that place. But of all these it cannot be said that the cause has been any other than Francesco Mazzuoli, who was the first who, with beautiful judgment, began the magnificent ornamentation of that church, which, so it is said, was built after the designs and directions of Bramante. As for the masters of our arts in Mantua, besides what has been said of them up to the time of Giulio Romano, I must say that he sowed the seeds of his art in Mantua and throughout all Lombardy in such a manner that there have been able men there ever since, and his own works are every day more clearly recognized as good and worthy of praise. And although Giovan Battista Bertano, the principal architect for the buildings of the Duke of Mantua, has constructed in the castle, over the part where there are the waters and the corridor, many apartments that are magnificent and richly adorned with stucco work and pictures, executed for the most part by Fermo Gisoni, the disciple of Giulio, and by others, as will be related, nevertheless he has not equalled those made by Giulio himself. The same Giovan Battista has caused Domenico Bruschiasorzi to execute after his design for Santa Barbara, the church of the Duke's Castle, an altarpiece in oils truly worthy to be praised, in which is the martyrdom of that saint. And in addition, having studied Vitruvius, he has written and published a work on the Ionic volute, showing how it should be turned after that author. And at the principal door of his house at Mantua he has placed a complete column of stone, and the flat module of another, with all the measurements of that Ionic order marked, and also the palm, inch, foot, and brachio of the ancients, to the end that whoever so desires may be able to see whether those measurements are correct or not. In the church of San Piero, the Duomo of Mantua, which was the work and architecture of the above-named Giulio Romano, since in renovating it he gave it a new and modern form, the same Bertano has caused an altarpiece to be executed for each chapel by the hands of various painters, and 2 of these he has had painted after his own designs by the above mentioned Fermo Gisoni, one for the Chapel of Santa Lucia, containing that saint and 2 children, and the other for that of San Giovanni Evangelista. Another similar picture he caused to be executed by Ippolito Costa of Mantua, in which is Santa Agata with the hands bound and between 2 soldiers, who are cutting and tearing away her breasts. Battista d'Agnolo del Moro of Verona painted for the same Duomo, as has been told, the altarpiece that is on the altar of Santa Maria Maddalena, and Girolamo Parmigiano that of Santa Tecla. Paolo Farinato of Verona, Bertano commissioned to execute the altarpiece of San Martino, and the above named Domenico Bruschiasorzi that of Santa Margherita, and Giulio Campo of Cremona painted that of San Geronimo. And one that was better than any other, although all are very beautiful, in which is Saint Anthony the Abbot beaten by the devil in the form of a woman, who tempts him, is by the hand of Paolo Veronese. But of all the craftsmen of Mantua, that city has never had a more able master in painting than Rinaldo, who was a disciple of Giulio. By his hand is an altarpiece in Santa Annise in that city, wherein is Our Lady in the air, with Saint Augustine and Saint Jerome, which are very good figures, but him death snatched from the world before his time. In a very beautiful antiquarium and study made by Signor Cesare Gonzaga, which is full of ancient statues and heads of marble, that lord has had the genealogical tree of the house of Gonzaga painted in order to adorn it by Fermo Gisoni, who has acquitted himself very well in everything, and especially in the expressions of the heads. The same Signor Cesare has placed there in addition some pictures that are certainly very rare, such as that of the Madonna with the cat, which Raffaello da Urbino painted, and another wherein Our Lady with marvellous grace is washing the infant Jesus. In another little cabinet made for medals, which has been beautifully wrought in ebony and ivory by one Francesco da Volterra, who has no equal in such works, he has some little antique figures in bronze, which could not be more beautiful than they are. In short, between the last time that I saw Mantua and this year of 1566, when I have revisited that city, it has become so much more beautiful and ornate, that if I had not seen it for myself, I would not believe it. And what is more, the craftsmen have multiplied there, and they still continue to multiply. Thus, to that Giovan Battista Mantovano, an excellent sculptor and engraver of prints, of whom we have spoken in the life of Giulio Romano, and in that of Marcantonio Bolognese, have been born 2 sons, who engrave copper plates divinely well, and what is even more astonishing, a daughter called Diana, who also engraves so well that it is a thing to marvel at. And I who saw her, a very gentle and gracious girl, and her works, which are most beautiful, was struck with amazement. Nor will I omit to say that in San Benedetto, a very celebrated monastery of Black Friars at Mantua, renovated by Giulio Romano after a most beautiful design, are many works executed by the above named craftsmen of Mantua and other Lombards, in addition to those described in the life of the same Giulio. There are then works by Fermo Gisoni, such as a Nativity of Christ, 2 altarpieces by Girolamo Mazzuoli, 3 by Lattanzio Gambara of Brescia, and 3 others by Paolo Veronese, which are the best. in the same place, at the head of the refectory, by the hand of a certain Fra Girolamo, a lay brother of San Dominic, as has been related elsewhere, is a picture in oils, which is a copy of the very beautiful Last Supper that Leonardo painted in Santa Maria del Grazie at Milan, and copied so well that I was amazed by it. Of which circumstance I make mention again very willingly, having seen Leonardo's original in Milan, this year of 1566, reduced to such a condition that there is nothing to be seen but a mass of confusion. Wherefore the piety of that good father will always bear testimony in that respect to the genius of Leonardo da Vinci. By the hand of the same monk I have seen in the above named House of the Mint at Milan a picture copied from one by Leonardo, in which are a woman that is smiling, and Saint John the Baptist as a boy, counterfeited very well. Cremona, as was said in the life of Lorenzo di Credi and in other places, has had at various times men who have executed in painting works worthy of the highest praise. And we have already related that when Boccaccio Boccaccino was painting the great recess of the Duomo at Cremona, and the stories of Our Lady throughout the church, Bonifacio Bembi was also a good painter, and Altobello executed in fresco many stories of Jesus Christ, with much more design than have those of Boccaccino. After these works, Altobello painted in fresco a chapel in Sant' Agostino of the same city, in a manner full of beauty and grace, as may be seen by every one. At Milan, in the Corte Vecchia, that is, the courtyard, or rather piazza of the palace, he painted a standing figure, armed, in the ancient fashion, much better than any of the others that were executed there by many painters about the same time. After the death of Bonifacio, who left unfinished the above-mentioned stories of Christ in the Duomo of Cremona, Giovanni Antonio Licinio of Pordenone, called in Cremona de' Sacchi, finished those stories begun by Bonifacio, painting there in fresco 5 scenes of the Passion of Christ, with a grand manner in the figures, bold colouring, and foreshortenings that have vivacity and force, all which things taught the good method of painting to the Cremonese. And not in fresco only, but likewise in oils, for the reason that in the same Duomo, placed against a pilaster in the centre of the church, is an altarpiece by the hand of Pordenone that is very beautiful. Camillo, the son of Boccaccino, afterwards imitated that manner in painting in fresco the principal chapel of San Gismondo without the city, and in other works, and so succeeded much better than his father had done. That Camillo, however, being slow and even dilatory in his work, did not paint much save small things and works of little importance. But he who imitated most the good manners, and who profited most by the competition of the above-named masters, was Bernardo de Gatti, called Il Soiaro, of whom mention has been made in speaking of Parma. Some say that he was of Vercelli, and others of Cremona, but wherever he may have come from, he painted a very beautiful altar-piece for the high altar of San Piero, a church of the canons regular, and in their refectory the story of the miracle that Jesus Christ performed with the 5 loaves and 2 fishes, satisfying an infinite multitude, although he retouched it so much a secco that it has since lost all its beauty. That master also executed under a vault in San Gismondo, without Cremona, the Ascension of Jesus Christ into heaven, which was a pleasing work and very beautiful in colouring. In the Church of Santa Maria de Campagna at Piacenza, in competition with Pordenone, and opposite to the St. Augustine that has been mentioned, he painted in fresco a St. George in armor and on horseback, who is killing the serpent, with spirit, movement, and excellent relief. That done, he was commissioned to finish the tribune of that church which Pordenone had left unfinished, wherein he painted in fresco all the life of the Madonna. And although the prophets and sibyls that Pordenone executed there, with some children, are beautiful to a marvel, nevertheless Soiaro acquitted himself so well that the whole of that work appears as if all by one and the same hand. In like manner, some little altar pieces that he has executed at Vigevano are worthy of considerable praise for their excellence. Finally, after he had betaken himself to Parma to work in the Madonna della Steccata, the great niche and the arch that was left incomplete through the death of Michelagnolo of Siena were finished by the hands of Soiaro. And to him, from his having acquitted himself well, the people of Parma have since given the charge of painting the great tribune that is in the center of that church, where he is now constantly occupied in executing in fresco the Assumption of Our Lady, which, it is hoped, is to prove a most admirable work. End of Section 4. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo da Carpi and other Lombards. Part 2. Section 5 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 5. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 3. While Boccaccino was still alive but old, Cremona had another painter called Galeazzo Campo, who painted the Rosary of the Madonna in a large chapel in the church of San Domenico, and the façade at the back of San Francesco, with other works and altarpieces by his hand that are in Cremona, all passing good. To him were born 3 sons, Giulio, Antonio, and Vincenzio. But Giulio, although he learned the first rudiments of art from his father Galeazzo, nevertheless afterwards followed the manner of Soiaro, as being better, and studied much from some canvases executed in colours at Rome by the hand of Francesco Salviati, which were painted for the weaving of tapestries, and sent to Piacenza to Duke Pier Luigi Farnese. The first works that this Giulio executed in his youth at Cremona were 4 large scenes in the choir of the church of Santa Agata, containing the martyrdom of that Virgin, which proved to be such that a well-practised master might perhaps not have done them so well. Then, after executing some works in Santa Margherita, he painted many façades of palaces in chiaroscuro with good design. For the church of San Gismondo, without the city, he painted in oils the altarpiece of the high altar, which was very beautiful on account of the diversity and multitude of the figures that he executed in it, in competition with the many painters who had worked in that place before him. After the altarpiece, he painted there many things in fresco on the vaulting, and in particular the descent of the Holy Spirit on the Apostles, who are foreshortened to be seen from below, with beautiful grace and great artistry. At Milan, for the Church of the Passione, a convent of canons regular, he painted a Christ crucified on a panel in oils, with some angels, the Madonna, St. John the Evangelist, and the other Maries. In the nunnery of San Paolo, a convent also in Milan, he executed 4 scenes, with the conversion and other acts of that saint. In that work he was assisted by Antonio Campo, his brother, who also painted for the nunnery of Santa Caterina at the Porta Ticinese. Likewise in Milan, for a chapel in the new church, the architecture of which is by Lombardino, a picture in oils of St. Helen directing the search for the cross of Christ, which is a passing good work, and Vincenzio likewise, the third of those 3 brothers, having learned much from Giulio, as Antonio has also done, is a young man of excellent promise. To the same Giulio Campo have been disciples not only his 2 above named brothers, but also Lattanzio Gambara and others. But most excellent in painting, doing him more honor than any of the rest, has been Sophonisba Anguisciola of Cremona, with her 3 sisters, which most gifted maidens are the daughters of Signor Amilcari Anguisciola and Signora Bianca Ponzona, both of whom belong to the most noble families in Cremona. Speaking then of Signora Sophonisba, of whom we said but little in the life of Properzia of Bologna, because at that time we knew no more, I must relate that I saw this year in the house of her father at Cremona, in a picture executed with great diligence by her hand, portraits of her 3 sisters in the act of playing chess, and with them an old woman of the household, all done with such care and such spirit that they have all the appearance of life, and are wanting in nothing save speech. In another picture may be seen, portrayed by the same Sophonisba, her father Signor Amilcari, who has on one side one of his daughters, her sister, called Minerva, who was distinguished in painting and in letters, and on the other side Asdrubale their brother, the son of the same man, and these also are executed so well that they appear to be breathing and absolutely alive. At Piacenza, in the house of the Reverend Archdeacon of the principal church, are 2 very beautiful pictures by the same hand. In one is the portrait of the Archdeacon, and in the other that of Sophonisba herself, and each of those figures lacks nothing save speech. That lady having been brought afterwards by the Duke of Alva, as was related above, into the service of the Queen of Spain, in which she still remains at the present day, with a handsome salary and much honor, has executed a number of portraits and pictures that are things to marvel at. Moved by the fame of which works, Pope Pius IV had Sophonisba informed that he desired to have from her hand the portrait of her Serene Highness the Queen of Spain. Wherefore, having executed it with all the diligence in her power, she sent it to Rome to be presented to him, writing to His Holiness a letter in the precise form given below. Holy Father, from the very reverend Nuncio of your Holiness, I understand that you desire to have a portrait by my hand of Her Majesty the Queen, my liege lady. And since I accepted this commission as a singular grace and favor, having thus to serve your Holiness, I asked leave of Her Majesty, who granted it very willingly, recognizing therein the fatherly affection that your Holiness bears to her. Taking the opportunity presented by this chevalier, I send it to you, and if I shall have satisfied therein the desire of your Holiness, I shall receive infinite compensation. But I must not omit to tell you that if it were possible in the same way to present with the brush to the eyes of your Holiness the beauties of the mind of this most gracious Queen, you would see the most marvelous thing in all the world. But in those parts which can be portrayed by art, I have not failed to use all the diligence in my power and knowledge, in order to present the truth to your Holiness. And with this conclusion, in all reverence and humility, I kiss your most holy feet. From the most humble servant of your Holiness, Sophonisba Anguisciola, at Madrid, on the 16th of September, 1561. To that letter his Holiness answered with that given below, which, having thought the portrait marvellously beautiful, he accompanied with gifts worthy of the great talents of Sophonisba. Pius Papa IV, Dilecta in Christo Filia. We have received the portrait of the most gracious Queen of Spain, our dearest daughter, which you have sent to us, and it has been most acceptable to us, both on account of the person therein represented, whom we love with the love of a father, by reason of her true piety and her other most beautiful qualities of mind, to say nothing of other reasons, and also because it has been very well and diligently executed by your hand. We thank you for it, assuring you that we shall hold it among our dearest possessions, and commending this your art, which, although it is marvelous, we understand to be the least of the many gifts that are in you. And with this conclusion we send you once again our benediction. May our Lord God preserve you. Date Roma, D. 15 October 1561. And let this testimony suffice to prove how great is the talent of Sophonisba. A sister of hers, called Lucia, left at her death fame no less than that of Sophonisba, by means of some pictures by her hand that are no less beautiful and precious than those of her sister described above, as may be seen at Cremona, from a portrait that she executed of Signor Pietro Maria, an eminent physician, but even more from another portrait painted by that gifted maiden of the Duke of Sessa, which was counterfeited by her so well that it would seem impossible to do better, or to make a portrait with a more animated likeness. The third of the sisters Anguisciola, called Europa, is still a child in age. To her, a girl all grace and talent, I have spoken this very year, and in so far as one can see from her works and drawings, she will be in no way inferior to Sophonisba and Lucia, her sisters. This Europa has executed many portraits of gentlemen at Cremona, which are altogether beautiful and natural, and one of her mother, Signora Bianca, she sent to Spain, which vastly pleased Sophonisba and every one of that court who saw it. Anna, the fourth sister, although but a little girl, is also giving her attention with much profit to design, so that I know not what to say save that it is necessary to have by nature an inclination for art, and then to add to that study and practice, as has been done by those four noble and gifted sisters, so much enamored of every rare art, and in particular of the matters of design, insomuch that the house of Signor Amilcari Anguisciola, most happy father of a fair and honorable family, appeared to me the home of painting, or rather of all the arts. But if women know so well how to produce living men, what marvel is it that those who wish are also so well able to create them in painting? But to return to Giulio Campo, of whom I have said that those young women are the disciples. Besides other works, a painting on cloth that he has made as a cover for the organ in the cathedral church is executed with much study in distemper, with a great number of figures representing the stories of Esther and Ahasuerus, and the crucifixion of Haman. and in the same church there is a graceful altarpiece by his hand on the altar of Saint Michael. But since Giulio is still alive, I shall say no more for the present about his works. Of Cremona likewise were the sculptor Jeremiah, who was mentioned by us in the life of Filarete, and who has executed a large work in marble in San Lorenzo, a seat of the monks of Monte Oliveto, and Giovanni Pedoni, who has done many works at Cremona and Brescia, and in particular many things in the house of Signor Eliseo Raimondo, which are beautiful and worthy of praise. In Brescia also there have been, and still are, persons most excellent in the arts of design, and among others Girolamo Romanino has executed innumerable works in that city. The altarpiece on the high altar of San Francesco, which is a passing good picture, is by his hand, and so also the little shutters that enclose it, which are painted in distemper, both within and without. And his work likewise is another altarpiece executed in oils that is very beautiful, wherein may be seen masterly imitations of natural objects. But more able than that Girolamo was Alessandro Moretto, who painted in fresco under the arch of the Porta Bruschiata the translation of the bodies of Saints Faustino and Jovita, with some groups of figures that are accompanying those bodies, all very well done. For San Nazaro, also in Brescia, he executed certain works, and others for San Celso, which are passing good, and an altarpiece for San Piero in Oliveto, which is full of charm. At Milan, in the house of the Mint, there is a picture by the hand of that same Alessandro, with the Conversion of St. Paul, and other heads that are very natural, with beautiful adornments of draperies and vestments, for the reason that he much delighted to counterfeit cloth of gold and of silver, velvets, damasks, and other draperies of every kind, which he used to place on the figures with great diligence. The heads by the hand of that master are very lifelike, and hold to the manner of Raffaello da Urbino, and even more would they hold to it if he had not lived so far from Raffaello. The son-in-law of Alessandro was Lattanzio Gambara, a painter of Brescia, who, having learnt his art, as has been related, under Giulio Campo of Verona, is now the best painter that there is in Brescia. By his hand, in the Black Friars' Church of San Faustino, are the altarpiece of the high altar, and the vaulting and walls painted in fresco, with other pictures that are in the same church. In the church of San Lorenzo also, the altarpiece of the high altar is by his hand, with two scenes that are on the walls, and the vaulting all painted in fresco almost in the same manner. He has also painted, besides many other facades, that of his own house, with most beautiful inventions, and likewise the interior, in which house, situated between San Benedetto and the Vescovado, I saw, when I was last in Brescia, two very beautiful portraits by his hand, that of Alessandro Moretto, his father-in-law, which is a very lovely head of an old man, and that of the same Alessandro's daughter, his wife. And if the other works of Lattanzio were equal to those portraits, he would be able to compare with the greatest men of his art. But since his works are without number, and he himself besides is still living, it must suffice for the present to have made mention of those named. By the hand of Gian Girolamo Bresciano are many works to be seen in Venice and Milan, and in the above-mentioned House of the Mint there are 4 pictures of Night and of fire, which are very beautiful. In the house of Tommaso da Empoli at Venice is a Nativity of Christ, a very lovely effect of night, and there are some other similar works of fantasy in which he was a master. But since he occupied himself only with things of that kind, and executed no large works, there is nothing more to be said of him, save that he was a man of fanciful and inquiring mind, and that what he did deserves to be much commended. Girolamo Moschiano of Brescia, after spending his youth in Rome, has executed many beautiful works in figures and landscapes, and at Orvieto, in the principal church of Santa Maria, he has painted 2 altar pieces in oils and some prophets in fresco, which are good works. And the drawings by his hand that are published in engraving are executed with good design. But since he also is alive, serving Cardinal Ippolito d'Este in the buildings and restorations that he is carrying out in Rome, in Tivoli, and in other places, I shall say no more about him at present. There has returned recently from Germany Francesco Recchino, likewise a painter of Brescia, who, besides many other pictures that he has painted in various places, has executed some works of painting in oils in the above named San Piero in Oliveto at Brescia, which are done with much study and diligence. End of section 5. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 3. Section 6 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 6. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 4. The brothers Cristofano and Stefano, painters of Brescia, have a great name among craftsmen for their facility in drawing in perspective. And among other works in Venice, they have counterfeited in painting, on the flat ceiling of Santa Maria dell'Orto, a corridor of double-twisted columns, similar to those of the Porta Santa in San Pietro at Rome, which, resting on certain great consoles that project outwards, form a superb corridor, with groined vaulting right round that church. This work, when seen from the center of the church, displays most beautiful foreshortenings, which fill with astonishment everyone who sees them, and make the ceiling, which is flat, appear to be vaulted. Besides that, it is accompanied by a beautiful variety of mouldings, masks, festoons, and other figures, which make a very rich adornment to the work, which deserves to be vastly extolled by everyone, both for its novelty and for its having been carried to completion excellently well, and with great diligence. And since this method gave much satisfaction to that most illustrious Senate, there was entrusted to the same masters another ceiling, similar but small, in the library of San Marco, which, for a work of that kind, was very highly extolled. Finally, those brothers have been summoned to their native city of Brescia to do the same with a magnificent hall, which was begun on the piazza many years ago at vast expense, and erected over a theatre of large columns, under which is a promenade. This hall is 62 full paces long, 35 broad, and likewise 35 in height at the greatest point of its elevation, although it appears much larger, being isolated on every side, and without any apartment or other building about it. On the ceiling of this magnificent and most honorable hall, then, those two brothers have been much employed, with very great credit to themselves, having made a roof truss for the roof, which is covered with lead, of beams of wood that are very large, composed of pieces well secured with clamps of iron, and having turned the ceiling with beautiful artistry in the manner of a basin-shaped vault, so that it is a rich work. It is true that in that great space there are included only 3 pictures painted in oils, each of 10 braccia, which were painted by the old Tiziano, whereas many more could have gone there, with a richer, more beautiful, and better proportioned arrangement of compartments, which would have made that hall more cheerful, handsome, and ornate. But in every other part it has been made with much judgment. Now, having spoken in this part of our book, up to the present, of the craftsmen of design in the cities of Lombardy, it cannot but be well to say something about those of the city of Milan, the capital of that province, of whom no mention has been made here, although of some of them we have spoken in many other places in this our work. To begin then with Bramantino, of whom mention has been made in the life of Piero della Francesca of the Borgo, I find that he executed many more works than I have enumerated above, and in truth it did not then appear to me possible that a craftsman so renowned, who introduced good design into Milan, should have executed works so few as those that had come to my notice. Now, after he had painted in Rome, as has been related, some apartments for Pope Nicholas V, and had finished over the door of San Sepolcro in Milan the Christ in foreshortening, the Madonna who has him on her lap, the Magdalene, and St. John, which was a very rare work, he painted in fresco on a façade in the court of the Mint in Milan the Nativity of Christ our Saviour, and in the church of Santa Maria di Brera in the Tramezzo the Nativity of Our Lady, with some prophets on the doors of the organ, which are foreshortened very well to be seen from below, and a perspective view, which recedes with a beautiful gradation excellently contrived, at which I do not marvel, he having always much delighted in the studies of architecture, and having had a very good knowledge of them. Thus I remember to have seen once in the hands of Valerio Vicentino a very beautiful book of antiquities, drawn with all the measurements by the hand of Bramantino, wherein were those of Lombardy and the ground plans of many well-known edifices, which I drew from that book, being then a lad. In it was the temple of Sant'Ambrogio in Milan, built by the Lombards, and all full of sculptures and pictures in the Greek manner, with a round tribune of considerable size, but not well conceived in the matter of architecture; which temple was rebuilt in the time of Bramantino after his design, with a portico of stone on one side, and with columns in the manner of trunks of trees that have been lopped, which have in them something of novelty and variety. There likewise was drawn the ancient portico of the church of San Lorenzo in the same city, built by the Romans, which is a great work, beautiful and well worthy of note. But the temple there, or rather the church, is in the manner of the Goths. In the same book was drawn the temple of Sant'Aquilino, which is very ancient, and covered with incrustations of marble and stucco, very well preserved, with some large tombs of granite. In like manner there was the temple of San Piero in Ciel d'Oro at Pavia, in which place is the body of Saint Augustine, in a tomb that is in the sacristy, covered with little figures, which, according to my belief, is by the hands of Agostino and Agnolo, the sculptors of Siena. There also was drawn the tower of brick built by the Goths, which is a beautiful work, for there may be seen in it, besides other things, some figures fashioned of terra cotta after the antique, each 6 braccia high, which have remained in passing good preservation down to the present day. In that tower, so it is said, died Boethius, who was buried in the above named San Piero in Ciel d'Oro, now called Sant' Agostino, where there may be seen, even at the present day, the tomb of that holy man, with the inscription placed there by Aliprando, who restored and rebuilt the church in the year 1222. And besides all these, there was in that book, drawn by the hand of Bramantino himself, the very ancient temple of Santa Maria in Pertica, round in shape, and built with fragments by the Lombards, in which place now lie the bones from the slaughter of the Frenchmen and others, who were routed and slain before Pavia, when King Francis I. of France was taken prisoner there by the Emperor Charles V. But let us now leave drawings on one side. Bramantino painted in Milan the façade of the house of Signor Giovan Battista Latuate, with a most beautiful Madonna, and on either side of her a prophet. On the façade of Signor Bernardo Scacalarozzo he painted 4 giants in imitation of bronze, which are reasonably good. With other works that are in Milan, which brought him credit, from his having been the first light of a good manner of painting that was seen in Milan, and the reason that after him Bramante became, on account of the good form that he gave to his buildings and perspective views, an excellent master in the matters of architecture. For the first things that Bramante studied were the works of Bramantino. Under the direction of Bramante was built the temple of San Satiro, which pleases me exceedingly, for it is a very rich work, adorned both within and without with columns, double corridors, and other ornaments, with the accompaniment of a most beautiful sacristy, all full of statues. But above all does the central tribune of that place merit praise, the beauty of which, as has been related in the life of Bramante, was the reason that Bernardino da Treviso followed that method in the Duomo of Milan, and gave his attention to architecture, although his first and principal art was painting, having executed, as has been related, in a cloister of the monastery of Santa Maria del Grazie, 4 scenes of the Passion in fresco, and some others in chiaroscuro. By that Bernardino was brought forward, and much assisted the sculptor Agostino Busto, called Il Bambaja, of whom there has been an account in the life of Baccio da Montelupo. Agostino executed some works in Santa Marta, a convent of nuns in Milan, among which, although it is difficult to obtain leave to enter that place, I have seen the tomb of Monseigneur de Foix, who died at Pavia, in the form of many pieces of marble, wherein are about 10 scenes with little figures, carved with much diligence, of the deeds, battles, victories, and triumphant assaults on strongholds of that lord, and finally his death and burial. To put it briefly, that work is such that I, gazing at it in amazement, stood for a while marvelling that it was possible for works so delicate and so extraordinary to be done with the hands and with tools of iron. For there may be seen in that tomb, executed with the most marvellous carving, decorations of trophies, arms of every kind, chariots, artillery, and many other engines of war, and finally the body of that lord in armour, large as life, and almost seeming to be full of gladness, as he lies dead, at the victories that he had gained. And certainly it is a pity that this work, which is well worthy to be numbered among the most stupendous examples of the art, should be unfinished, and left to lie on the ground in pieces, and not built up in some place. Wherefore I do not marvel that some figures have been stolen from it, and then sold and set up in other places. The truth is that there is so little humanity, or rather piety, to be found among men at the present day, that of all those who were benefited and beloved by de foi, not one has ever felt a pang for his memory, or for the beauty and excellence of the work. By the hand of the same Agostino Busto are some works in the Duomo, and, as has been related, the tomb of the Baraggi in San Francesco, with many others that are very beautiful in the Certosa of Pavia. A rival of Agostino was one Cristofano Gabbo, who also executed many works in the façade of the above named Certosa, and in the church, and that so well that he can be numbered among the best sculptors that there were in Lombardy at that time. And the Adam and Eve that are in the east front of the Duomo of Milan, which are by his hand, are held to be rare works, and such as can stand in comparison with any that have been executed by other masters in those parts. Almost at the same time there lived at Milan another sculptor called Agnolo, and by way of surname Siciliano, who executed on the same side of the Duomo, and of equal size, a Saint Mary Magdalene raised on high by 4 little angels, which is a very beautiful work, and by no means inferior to those of Cristofano. That sculptor also gave his attention to architecture, and executed, among other works, the portico of St. Celso in Milan, which was finished after his death by Tofano, called Lombardino, who, as was said in the life of Giulio Romano, built many churches and palaces throughout all Milan, and in particular the convent, church, and façade of the nuns of Santa Caterina at the Porta Ticinese, with many other buildings similar to these. Silvio da Fiesoli, laboring at the instance of Tofano in the works of the Duomo, executed in the ornament of a door that faces between the west and the north, wherein are several scenes from the life of Our Lady, the scene containing her espousal, which is very beautiful, and that of equal size opposite to it, in which is the marriage of Cana in Galilee, is by the hand of Marco de Gra, a passing well practised sculptor. The work of these scenes is now being continued by a very studious young man called Francesco Brambellari, who has carried one of them almost to completion, a very beautiful work, in which are the Apostles receiving the Holy Spirit. He has made also a drop-shaped console of marble, all in open work, with foliage, and a group of children that are marvellous. And over that work, which is to be placed in the Duomo, there is to go a statue in marble of Pope Pius IV, one of the Medici, and a citizen of Milan. If there had been in that place the study of those arts that there is in Rome and in Florence, those able masters would have done, and would still be doing, astonishing things. And in truth they are greatly indebted at the present day to the Chevalier Leoni of Arezzo, who, as will be told, has spent much time and money in bringing to Milan casts of many ancient works, taken in gesso for his own use and that of the other craftsmen. But to return to the Milanese painters. After Leonardo da Vinci had executed there the Last Supper already described, many sought to imitate him, and these were Marco Oggioni and others, of whom mention has been made in Leonardo's life. In addition to them, Cesare de Sesto, likewise a Milanese, imitated him very well; and besides what has been mentioned in the life of Dosso, he painted a large picture that is in the House of the Mint in Milan, a truly abundant and beautiful work, in which is Christ being baptized by John. By the same hand also, in that place, is a head of Herodias, with that of St. John the Baptist in a charger, executed with most beautiful artistry. And finally he painted for San Rocco, without the Porta Romana, an altarpiece containing that saint as a very young man, with other pictures that are much extolled. Gaudenzio, a Milanese painter, who in his lifetime was held to be an able master, painted the altarpiece of the high altar in San Celso. In a chapel of Santa Maria delle Grazie he executed in fresco the Passion of Jesus Christ, with figures of the size of life in strange attitudes. And then, in competition with Tiziano, he painted an altarpiece for a place below that chapel, in which, although he was very confident, he did not surpass the works of the others who had labored in that place. Bernardino del Lupino, of whom some mention was made not very far back, painted in Milan near San Sepolcro the house of Signor Gianfrancesco Rabbia, that is, the façade, loggie, halls, and apartments, depicting there many of the metamorphoses of Ovid and other fables, with good and beautiful figures, executed with much delicacy. And in the Monastero Maggiore he painted all the great altar wall with different stories, and likewise in a chapel Christ scourged at the column, with many other works which are all passing good. And let this be the end of the above written lives of various Lombard craftsmen. End of section 6. Benvenuto Garofalo and Girolamo de Carpi and other Lombards. Part 4. Section 7. Of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects. Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 7. Lives of Ridolfo, David, and Benedetto Ghirlandajo, painters of Florence. Although it appears in a certain sense impossible that one who imitates some man excellent in our arts, and follows in his footsteps, should not become in great measure like him, nevertheless it may be seen that very often the brothers and sons of persons of singular ability do not follow their kinsmen in this respect, but fall away strangely from their standard; which comes to pass, I think, not because there are not in them through their blood the same fiery spirit and the same genius, but rather from another reason, that is, from overmuch ease and comfort, and from an overabundance of means, which often prevent men from becoming industrious and assiduous in their studies. Yet this rule is not so fixed that the contrary does not sometimes happen. David and Benedetto Ghirlandajo, although they had very good parts, and could have followed their brother Domenico in the matters of art, yet did not do so, for the reason that after the death of that same brother they strayed away from the path of good work, one of them, Benedetto, spending a long time as a wanderer, and the other distilling his brains away vainly in the study of mosaic. David, who had been much beloved by Domenico, and who loved him equally, both living and dead, finished after his death, in company with his brother Benedetto, many works begun by Domenico, and in particular the altarpiece of the high altar in Santa Maria Novella, that is, the part at the back which now faces the choir, and some pupils of the same Domenico finished the predella in little figures, Niccolao painting with great diligence below the figure of Saint Stephen, a disputation of that saint, while Francesco Granacci, Jacopo del Tedesco, and Benedetto executed the figures of Sant Antonino, Archbishop of Florence, and Saint Catherine of Siena. And they painted an altar picture of Santa Lucia that is in that place, with the head of a friar near the centre of the church, and many other paintings and pictures that are in the houses of various individuals. After having been several years in France, where he worked and earned not a little, Benedetto returned to Florence with many privileges and presents that he had received from that king in testimony of his talents, and finally, after having given his attention not only to painting but also to miniatures, he died at the age of 50. David, although he drew and worked much, yet did not greatly surpass Benedetto, and this may have come about from his being too prosperous, and from not keeping his thoughts fixed on art, who is never found save by him who seeks her, and when found must not be abandoned or she flies away. By the hand of David, in the garden of the monks of the Angeli in Florence, at the head of a path that is opposite to a door that leads into that garden, are two figures in fresco at the foot of a crucifix, namely Saint Benedict and San Romualdo, with some other similar works, little worthy to have any record made of them. But while David himself would not give attention to art, it was not a little to his credit that he caused his nephew Ridolfo, the son of Domenico, to devote himself to it with all diligence, and set him on the right way. For that Ridolfo, who was under the care of David, being a lad of beautiful genius, was placed by him to practice painting, and provided with all facilities for study by his uncle, who repented too late that he had not studied that art, and had spent all his time on mosaic. David executed on a thick panel of walnut wood, which was to be sent to the King of France, a Madonna in mosaic, with some angels about her, which was much extolled. And living at Montaione, a township in Valdelsa, where he had furnaces, glass, and wood at his command, he executed there many works in glass and mosaic, and in particular some vases, which were presented to the magnificent Lorenzo de' Medici, the elder, and three heads, that of Saint Peter, that of Saint Lawrence, and that of Giuliano de' Medici, on a dish of copper, which are now in the guardaroba of the Duke. Meanwhile Ridolfo, drawing from the cartoon of Michelagnolo, was held to be one of the best draughtsmen thus employed, and was therefore much beloved by everyone, and particularly by Raffaello Sanzio of Urbino, who at that time, also being a young man of great reputation, was living in Florence, as has been related, in order to learn art. After Ridolfo had studied from that cartoon, and had become well practised in painting under Fra Bartolomeo de San Marco, he already knew so much, according to the judgment of the best masters, that Raffaello, when about to go to Rome, at the summons of Pope Julius II, left him to finish the blue drapery and other little things that were wanting in the picture of a Madonna that he had painted for some gentleman of Siena, which picture Ridolfo, after he had finished it with much diligence, sent to Siena. And Raffaello had not been long in Rome before he sought in many ways to attract Ridolfo to that city, but he, having never been out of sight of the cupola, as the saying goes, and not being able to reconcile himself to living out of Florence, never accepted any proposal made to him that would interfere with his living in that city. For the convent of the nuns of Ripoli, Ridolfo painted 2 altarpieces in oils, in one the Coronation of Our Lady, and in the other a Madonna surrounded by certain saints. For the church of San Gallo he painted in an altarpiece Christ bearing the cross, with a good number of soldiers, and the Madonna and the other Maries, who are weeping in company with John, while Veronica is offering the Sudarium to Christ, all showing force and animation. That work, in which are many very beautiful heads taken from life and executed with lovingness, acquired a great name for Ridolfo, and in it are portrayed his father and some lads who were working with him, and of his friends Poggino, Scheggia, and Nunziata, the head of the last named being very lifelike. That Nunziata, although he was a puppet painter, was in some things a person of distinction, and above all in preparing fireworks and the girandoles that were made every year for the festival of St. John. And since he was an amusing and facetious person, everyone took great pleasure in conversing with him. A citizen once saying to him that he was displeased with certain painters who could paint nothing but lewd things, and that he therefore wished him to paint a picture of a Madonna that might be seemly, well advanced in years, and not likely to provoke lascivious thoughts, Nunziata painted him one with a beard. Another, meaning to ask from him a Christ on the cross for a ground floor room where he lived in summer, and not being able to say anything but, "I want a Christ on the cross for summer," Nunziata, who saw him to be a simpleton, painted him one in breeches. But to return to Ridolfo. Having been commissioned to paint the Nativity of Christ in an altarpiece for the monastery of Cestello, he exerted himself much in order to surpass his rivals, and executed that work with the greatest diligence and labor at his command, painting therein the Madonna, who was adoring the infant Christ, Saint Joseph, and 2 figures, Saint Francis and Saint Jerome, kneeling. He also made there a most beautiful landscape, very like the Sasso della Vernia, where Saint Francis received the Stigmata, and above the hut some angels that are singing, and the whole work was very beautiful in coloring, and passing good in relief. About the same time, after executing an altarpiece that went to Pistoia, he set his hand to 2 others for the Company of San Zanobi, which is beside the canonical buildings of Santa Maria del Fiori, which altarpieces were to stand on either side of the Annunciation that Mariotto Albertinelli had formerly painted there, as was related in his life. Ridolfo then carried the 2 pictures to completion with great satisfaction to the men of that company, painting in one San Zanobi restoring a boy to life in the Borgo degli Albizzi in Florence, which is a very lively and spirited scene, for there are in it many heads portrayed from life, and some women who show very vividly their joy and astonishment at seeing the boy reviving, and the spirit returning to him. In the other is the scene of the same San Zanobi being carried dead by 6 bishops from San Lorenzo, where he was first buried, to Santa Maria del Fiore, when, passing through the Piazza di San Giovanni, an elm that was there, all withered, on the spot where there is now a column of marble, with a cross upon it in memory of the miracle, was no sooner touched, through the will of God, by the coffin wherein was the holy corpse, than it put forth leaves again, and burst into bloom, which picture was no less beautiful than the others by Ridolfo mentioned above. Now those works were executed by that painter while his uncle David was still alive, and that good old man took the greatest pleasure in them, thanking God that he had lived so long as to see the art of Domenico come to life again, as it were in Ridolfo. But finally, being 74 years of age, while he was preparing, old as he was, to go to Rome to take part in the Holy Jubilee, he fell ill and died in the year 1525, and received burial from Ridolfo in Santa Maria Novella, where the others of the Ghirlandajo family lie. Ridolfo had a brother called Don Bartolomeo in the Angeli, a seat of the monks of Camaldoli in Florence, who was a truly religious, upright, and worthy man. And Ridolfo, who loved him much, painted for him in the cloister that opens into the garden, that is, in the loggia where there are the stories of San Benedict, painted in Verdaccio by the hand of Paolo Uccello, on the right hand as one enters by the door of the garden, a scene in which that same saint, seated at table with 2 angels beside him, is waiting for bread to be sent for him into the grotto by Romanus, but the devil has cut the cord with stones, and the same saint investing a young man with the habit. But the best figure of all those that are on that little arch is the portrait of a dwarf who stood at the door of the monastery at that time. In the same place, over the holy water font at the entrance into the church, he painted in fresco colors a Madonna with the Child in her arms and some angels about her, all very beautiful. And in the cloister that is in front of the chapter house, in a lunette over the door of a little chapel, he painted in fresco San Romualdo with the Church of the Hermitage of Camaldoli in his hand, and not long afterwards a very beautiful Last Supper that is at the head of the refectory of the same monks, which he did at the commission of Don Andrea Doffi the abbot, who had been a monk of that monastery, and who had his own portrait painted in a corner at the foot. Ridolfo also executed 3 very beautiful stories of the Madonna, which have the appearance of miniatures, on a predella in the little church of the Misericordia in the Piazza di San Giovanni. And for Mattiosini, in a little tabernacle on the corner of his house, near the Piazza di Santa Maria Novella, he painted Our Lady, Saint Matthew the Apostle, and Saint Dominic, with 2 little sons of that Matteo on their knees, portrayed from life; which work, although small, is very beautiful and full of grace. For the nuns of San Girolamo of the order of San Francesco de Zoccoli, on the heights of San Giorgio, he painted 2 altarpieces. In one is Saint Jerome in penitence, very beautiful, with a Nativity of Jesus Christ in the lunette above, and in the other, which is opposite to the first, is an Annunciation, and in the lunette above Saint Mary Magdalene partaking of the communion. In the palace that is now the Duke's, he painted the chapel where the Signori used to hear Mass, executing in the center of the vaulting the Most Holy Trinity, and in the other compartments some little angels who are holding the mysteries of the Passion, with some heads representing the 12 apostles. In the four corners he painted the four evangelists in whole-length figures, and at the head the angel Gabriel bringing the Annunciation to the Virgin, depicting in a kind of landscape the Piazza della Nunziata in Florence, as far as the church of San Marco. And all this work is executed excellently well, with many beautiful ornaments. When it was finished, he painted in an altarpiece which was placed in the Pieve of Prato Our Lady presenting the girdle to St. Thomas, who is with the other apostles. For Ognissanti, at the commission of Monsignor de Bonafè, director of the hospital of Santa Maria Nuova, and Bishop of Cortona, he executed an altarpiece with Our Lady, St. John the Baptist, and San Romualdo. And for the same patron, having served him well, he painted some other works, of which there is no need to make mention. He then copied the 3 labors of Hercules, which Antonio del Pogliuolo had formerly painted in the palace of the Medici, for Giovan Battista della Palla, who sent them to France. After he had executed these and many other pictures, Ridolfo, happening to have in his house all the appliances for working in mosaic which had belonged to his uncle David and his father Domenico, and having also learned something of that work from the uncle, determined that he would try to do some work in mosaic with his own hand; which having done, and finding that he was successful, he undertook to decorate the arch that is over the door of the Nunziata, wherein he made the angel bringing the Annunciation to Our Lady. But since he had not the patience for putting together all those little pieces, he never again did any work in that field of art. For a little church of the Company of Wool Carders at the head of the Campaccio, he painted in an altarpiece the Assumption of the Madonna, with a choir of angels, and the apostles about the sepulchre. But by misadventure the room in which the picture was, having been filled in the year of the siege with green broom for making fascines, the damp so softened the gesso that it all peeled away, wherefore Ridolfo had to repaint it, and made in it his own portrait. At the Pieve of Giogoli, in a tabernacle that is on the high road, he painted Our Lady with 2 angels, and in another tabernacle opposite to a mill of the Eremite Fathers of Camaldoli, which is on the Ima, beyond the Certosa, he painted many figures in fresco. By reason of all which works, Ridolfo, finding himself sufficiently employed, and living comfortably with a good income, would by no means rack his brains to do all that he could have done in painting, but rather became disposed to live like a gentleman, and take life as it came. For the visit of Pope Leo to Florence, he executed in company with his young men and assistants all the festive preparations in the house of the Medici, and decorated the Sala del Papa and the adjoining rooms, causing the chapel to be painted by Pontormo, as has been related. In like manner, for the nuptials of Duke Giuliano and Duke Lorenzo, he executed the decorations and some scenery for comedies, and since he was much beloved by those lords for his excellence, he received many offices by their means, and was elected to the Collegio as an honored citizen. Ridolfo did not disdain also to make pennons, standards, and other such like things in plenty, and I remember having heard him say that 3 times he had painted the banners of the Potenze. which used every year to hold tournaments and keep the city festive. In short, all sorts of works used to be executed in his shop, so that many young men frequented it, each learning that which pleased him best. Thus, Antonio del Seraiolo, having been with Lorenzo de Credi, was then with Ridolfo, and afterwards, having withdrawn by himself, executed many works and portraits from life. In San Jacopo tra Fossi there is by the hand of this Antonio an altarpiece with Saint Francis and Saint Mary Magdalene at the foot of a crucifix, and in the church of the Servites, behind the high altar, a San Michelagnolo copied from that by Ghirlandajo in the Ossa of Santa Maria Nuova. Another disciple of Ridolfo, who acquitted himself very well, was Mariano da Pescia, by whose hand is a picture of Our Lady, with the Infant Christ, Saint Elizabeth, and Saint John, executed very well, in the above-mentioned chapel of the palace, which Ridolfo had previously painted for the Signoria. The same Mariano painted in chiaroscuro the whole house of Carlo Ginori, in the street which takes its name from that family, executing there stories from the life of Samson, in a very beautiful manner. And if this painter had enjoyed a longer life than he did, he would have become an excellent master. A disciple of Ridolfo likewise was Toto del Nunziata, who painted for San Piero Scheraggio, in company with his master, an altarpiece of Our Lady, with the Child in her arms, and two saints. But dear beyond all the others to Ridolfo was a disciple of Lorenzo di Credi, who was also with Andrea del Seraiolo, called Michel, a young man of an excellent nature, who executed his works with boldness and without effort. This Michel then, following the manner of Ridolfo, approached him so closely that, whereas at the beginning he received from his master a third of his earnings, they came to execute their works in company, and shared the profits. Michel looked upon Ridolfo always as a father and loved him, and also was so beloved by him that, as one belonging to Ridolfo, he has ever been and still is known by no other name but Michel di Ridolfo. These two, I say, loving each other like father and son, executed innumerable works in company. First, for the church of San Felice in Piazza, a place then belonging to the monks of Camaldoli, they painted in an altarpiece Christ and Our Lady in the air, who are praying to God the Father for the people below, where some saints are kneeling. In Santa Felicita they painted two chapels in fresco, dispatching them in an able manner. In one is the Dead Christ with the Maries, and in the other the Assumption of Our Lady with some saints. For the church of the nuns of San Jacopo del Murate they executed an altarpiece at the commission of Bishop de Bonafe of Cortona, and for the convent of the nuns of Ripoli another altarpiece with Our Lady and some saints. For the chapel of the Segni, below the organ in the church of San Spirito, they painted likewise in an altarpiece Our Lady, Saint Anne, and many other saints. For the company of the Neri, a picture of the beheading of Saint John the Baptist, and for the Monachine in Borgo San Friano, an altarpiece of the Annunciation. In another altarpiece for San Rocco at Prato they painted San Rocco, Saint Sebastian, and between them Our Lady. And likewise for the company of San Bastiano, besides San Jacopo sopra Arno, they executed an altarpiece containing Our Lady, Saint Sebastian, and Saint James, with another for San Martino alla Palma. And finally they painted for Sant Alessandro Vitelli a Saint Anne in a picture that was sent to Città di Castello and placed in the chapel of that lord in San Fiorido. But since the works and pictures that issued from Ridolfo's shop were without number, and even more so the portraits from life, I shall say only that a portrait was made by him of Signor Cosimo de' Medici when he was very young, which was a most beautiful work and very true to life, which picture is still preserved in the guardaroba of His Excellency. Ridolfo was a rapid and resolute painter in certain kinds of work, and particularly in festive decorations, and thus for the entry of the Emperor Charles V into Florence, he executed in 10 days an arch at the Canto alla Cuculia, and another arch in a very short time at the Porta al Prato for the coming of the most illustrious lady, Duchess Leonora, as will be related in the life of Battista Franco. At the Madonna de' Vortigli, a seat of the monks of Camaldoli, without the township of Monte Sansovino, Ridolfo, having with him the above named Battista Franco and Michel, executed in chiaroscuro, in a little cloister, all the stories of the life of Joseph, in the church the altarpieces of the high altar, and a Visitation of Our Lady in fresco, which is as beautiful as any work in fresco that Ridolfo ever painted. But lovely beyond all others in the venerable aspect of the countenance is the figure of San Romualdo, which is on that high altar. They also executed other pictures there, but it must suffice to have spoken of these. Ridolfo painted grotesques on the vaulting of the Green Chamber in the palace of Duke Cosimo, and some landscapes on the walls, which much pleased the Duke. Finally, having grown old, Ridolfo lived a very happy life, having his daughters married, and seeing his sons well started in the affairs of commerce in France and at Ferrara. And although afterwards he found himself so oppressed by the gout that he stayed always in the house, or had to be carried in a chair, nevertheless he bore that infirmity with great patience, and also some misfortunes suffered by his sons. Old as he was, he felt a great love for the world of art, and insisted on being told of, and at times on seeing, those works that he heard much praised, such as buildings, pictures, and other such like things that were being executed every day. And one day that the Lord Duke was out of Florence, having had himself carried in his chair into the palace, he dined there and stayed the whole day, gazing at that palace, which was so changed and transformed from what it was before, that he did not recognize it. And in the evening, when going away, he said, "I die happy, because I shall be able to carry to our craftsmen in the next world the news that I have seen the dead restored to life, the ugly rendered beautiful, and the old made young." Ridolfo lived 75 years, and died in the year 1560, and was buried with his forefathers in Santa Maria Novella. His disciple Michel, who, as I have said, is called by no other name than Michel de Ridolfo, has painted in fresco, since Ridolfo left the world of art, 3 great arches over certain gates of the city of Florence. At San Gallo, Our Lady, St. John the Baptist, and San Cosimo, which are executed with very beautiful mastery. At the Porta al Prato, other similar figures, and at the Porta alla Croce, Our Lady, St. John the Baptist, and Sant Ambrogio, with altarpieces and pictures without number, painted with good mastery. And I, on account of his goodness and capacity, have employed him several times, together with others, in the works of the palace, with much satisfaction to myself and every one besides. But that which pleases me most in him, in addition to his being a truly honest, orderly, and God-fearing man, is that he has always in his workshop a good number of young men, whom he teaches with incredible lovingness. A disciple of Ridolfo also was Carlo Portelli of Loro, in the Valdarno di Sopra, by whose hand are some altar pieces and innumerable pictures in Florence, as in Santa Maria Maggiore, in Santa Felicita, in the nunnery of Monticelli, and at Cestello. The altarpiece of the chapel of the Baldisi, on the right hand of the entrance into the church, wherein is the martyrdom of San Romolo, Bishop of Fiesole. End of Section 7. Ridolfo, David, and Benedetto Ghirlandajo, painters of Florence. Section 8 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 8. Life of Giovanni da Udine, painter. In Udine, a city of Friuli, lived a citizen called Giovanni, of the family of the Nani, who was the first of that family to give attention to the practice of embroidery, in which his descendants afterwards followed him with such excellence that their house was called no longer de Nani, but de Ricamatori. Among them, then, one Francesco, who lived always like an honorable citizen, devoted to the chase and to other such like exercises, had in the year 1494 a son, to whom he gave the name Giovanni. And this son, while still a child, showed such inclination to design that it was a thing to marvel at; for, following behind his father in his hunting and fowling, whenever he had time, he was forever drawing dogs, hares, bucks, and, in short, all the kinds of birds and beasts that came into his hands, which he did in such a fashion that every one was astonished. Perceiving this inclination, his father Francesco took him to Venice, and placed him to learn the art of design with Giorgione da Castelfranco. But while working under him, the boy heard the works of Michelagnolo and Raffaello so extolled that he resolved at all costs to go to Rome. And so, having obtained from Domenico Grimani, who was much his father's friend, letters of introduction to Baldassare Castiglione, the secretary of the Duke of Mantua, and a close friend of Raffaello da Urbino, he went off to that city. There, having been placed by that Castiglione in the school of the young men of Raffaello, he learned excellently well the principles of art, a thing which is of great importance, for the reason that when a man begins by adopting a bad manner, it rarely happens that he can abandon it without great difficulty in order to learn a better. Giovanni, then, having been only a very short time under the discipline of Giorgione in Venice, when he had once seen the sweet, graceful, and beautiful manner of Raffaello, determined, like a young man of fine intelligence, that he would at all costs attach himself to that manner. And so, his brain and hand being equal to his noble intention, he made so much proficience that in a short time he was able to draw very well, and to work in colour with facility and grace, insomuch that, to put it in a few words, he succeeded in counterfeiting excellently well every natural object, animals, draperies, instruments, vases, landscapes, buildings, and verdure, in which not one of the young men of that school surpassed him. But above all he took supreme delight in depicting birds of every kind, insomuch that in a short time he filled a book with them, which was so well varied and so beautiful that it was a recreation and a delight to Raffaello. Living with Raffaello was a Fleming called Giovanni, who was an excellent master in depicting fruits, leaves, and flowers with a very faithful and pleasing likeness to nature, although in a manner a little dry and labored. And from him Giovanni da Udine learned to make them as beautiful as his master, and, what is more, with a certain soft and pastose manner that enabled him to become, as will be related, supremely excellent in some fields of art. He also learned to execute landscapes with ruined buildings and fragments of antiquities, and likewise to paint landscapes and verdure in colours on cloth, in the manner that has been followed after him not only by the Flemings, but also by all the Italian painters. Raffaello, who much loved the genius of Giovanni, in executing the altar picture of Santa Cecilia that is in Bologna, caused him to paint the organ which that saint has in her hand, and he counterfeited it so well from the reality that it appears as if in relief, and also all the musical instruments that are at the feet of the saint. But what was of much greater import was that he made his painting so similar to that of Raffaello that the whole appears as if by one and the same hand. Not long afterwards, excavations being made at San Pietro in Vincula, among the ruins and remains of the palace of Titus, in the hope of finding figures, certain rooms were discovered, completely buried under the ground, which were full of little grotesques, small figures, and scenes, with other ornaments of stucco in low relief. Whereupon, Giovanni going with Raffaello, who was taken to see them, they were struck with amazement, both the one and the other, at the freshness, beauty, and excellence of those works, for it appeared to them an extraordinary thing that they had been preserved for so long a time. But it was no great marvel, for they had not been open or exposed to the air, which is wont in time, through the changes of the seasons, to consume all things. These grotesques, which were called grotesques from their having been discovered in the underground grottos, executed with so much design, with fantasies so varied and so bizarre, with their delicate ornaments of stucco, divided by various fields of color, and with their little scenes so pleasing and beautiful, entered so deeply into the heart and mind of Giovanni, that, having devoted himself to the study of them, he was not content to draw and copy them merely once or twice, and he succeeded in executing them with facility and grace, lacking nothing save a knowledge of the method of making the stucco on which the grotesques were wrought. Now many before him, as has been related, had exercised their wits on this, but had discovered nothing save the method of making the stucco by means of fire, with gypsum, lime, colophony, wax, and pounded brick, and of overlaying it with gold, and they had not found the true method of making stucco similar to that which had been discovered in those ancient chambers and grottos. But at that time works were being executed in lime and pozzolana, as was related in the life of Bramante, for the arches and the tribune at the back in San Pietro, all the ornaments of foliage, with the ovoli and other members, being cast in moulds of clay. And Giovanni, after considering that method of working with lime and pozzolana, began to try if he could succeed in making figures in low relief, and so, pursuing his experiments, he contrived to make them as he desired in every part, save that the outer surface did not come out with the delicacy and finish that the ancient works possessed, nor yet so white. On which account he began to think that it might be necessary to mix with the white lime of travertine, in place of pozzolana, some substance white in colour. Whereupon, after making trial of various materials, he caused chips of travertine to be pounded, and found that it answered passing well, but that still the work was of a livid rather than a pure white, and also rough and granular. But finally, having caused chips of the whitest marble that could be found to be pounded and reduced to a fine powder, and then sifted, he mixed it with white lime of travertine, and discovered that thus he had succeeded without any doubt in making the true stucco of the ancients, with all the properties that he had desired therein. At which, rejoicing greatly, he showed to Raffaello what he had done. Wherefore he, who was then executing by order of Pope Leo X, as has been related, the loggie of the Papal Palace, caused Giovanni to decorate all the vaulting there in stucco, with most beautiful ornaments bordered by grotesques similar to the antique, and with very lovely and fantastic inventions, all full of the most varied and extravagant things that could possibly be imagined. Having executed the whole of that ornamentation in half relief and low relief, he then divided it up with little scenes, landscapes, foliage, and various friezes, in which he touched the highest level, as it were, that art can reach in that field. In all this he not only equaled the ancients, but also, in so far as one can judge from the remains that we have seen, surpassed them, for the reason that these works of Giovanni's, in beauty of design, in the invention of figures, and in colouring, whether executed in stucco or painted, are beyond all comparison superior to those of the ancients that are to be seen in the Colosseum, and to the paintings in the baths of Diocletian and in other places. In what other place are there to be seen birds painted that are more lifelike and natural, so to speak, in colouring, in the plumage, and in all other respects, than those that are in the friezes and pilasters of the loggie? And they are there in as many varieties as nature herself has been able to create, some in one manner and some in another, and many are perched on bunches, ears, and panicles, not only of corn, millet, and buckwheat, but of all the kinds of cereals, vegetables, and fruits that earth has produced from the beginning of time for the sustenance and nourishment of birds. As for the fishes, likewise, the sea monsters, and all the other creatures of the water that Giovanni depicted in the same place, since the most that one could say would be too little, it is better to pass them over in silence, rather than seek to attempt the impossible. And what should I say of the various kinds of fruits and flowers without number that are there, in all the forms, varieties, and colours that nature contrives to produce in all parts of the world, and in all the seasons of the year? What likewise of the various musical instruments that are there, all as real as the reality? And who does not know, as a matter of common knowledge, that, Giovanni having painted at the head of the loggia, where the Pope had not yet determined what should be done in the way of masonry, some balusters to accompany the real ones of the loggia, and over them a carpet, who, I say, does not know that one day, a carpet being urgently required for the Pope, who was going to the Belvedere, a groom, who knew not the truth of the matter, ran from a distance to take one of those painted carpets, being completely deceived? In short, it may be said, without offence to other craftsmen, that of all works of the kind, this is the most beautiful, the most rare, and the most excellent painting that has ever been seen by mortal eye. And, in addition, I will make bold to say that this work has been the reason that not Rome only, but also all the other parts of the world have been filled with this kind of painting. For besides that Giovanni was the restorer and almost the inventor of grotesques in stucco and of other kinds, from this his work, which is most beautiful, whoever has wished to execute such things has taken his exemplar. Not to mention that the young men that assisted Giovanni, who were many, and even, what with one time and another innumerable, learned from the true master and filled every province with them. Then, proceeding to execute the first range below those loggie, Giovanni used another and quite different method in the distribution of the stucco work, and paintings on the walls and vaultings of the other loggie, but nevertheless those also were very beautiful, by reason of the pleasing invention of the pergoli of canes, counterfeited in various compartments, all covered with vines laden with grapes, and with clematis, jasmine, roses, and various kinds of birds and beasts. Next, Pope Leo, wishing to have painted the hall where the guard of halberdiers have their quarters, on the level of the above-named loggie, Giovanni, in addition to the friezes of children, lions, papal arms, and grotesques that are round that hall, made some divisions on the walls with imitations of variegated marbles of different kinds, similar to the incrustations that the ancient Romans used to make on their baths, temples, and other buildings, such as may be seen in the Ritonda and in the portico of San Pietro. In another hall beside that one, which was used by the chamberlains, Raffaello da Urbino painted in certain tabernacles some apostles in chiaroscuro, large as life and very beautiful; and over the cornices of that work Giovanni portrayed from life many parrots of various colours, which His Holiness had at that time, and also baboons, marmosets, civet cats, and other strange creatures. But this work had a short life, for the reason that Pope Paul IV destroyed that apartment in order to make certain small closets and little places of retirement, and thus deprived the palace of a very rare work, which that holy man would not have done if he had possessed any taste for the arts of design. Giovanni painted the cartoons for those hangings and chamber tapestries that were afterwards woven in silk and gold in Flanders, in which are certain little boys that are sporting around various festoons, and as ornaments the devices of Pope Leo, and various animals copied from life. These tapestries, which are very rare works, are still in the palace at the present day. He also executed the cartoons for some tapestries full of grotesques, which are in the first rooms of the consistory. While Giovanni was labouring at those works, the palace of Monsignor Giovan Battista dall'Aquila, which had been erected at the head of the Borgo Nuovo, near the Piazza di San Pietro, had the greater part of the façade decorated in stucco by the hand of the same master, which was held to be a remarkable work. The same Giovanni executed the paintings and all the stucco work in the loggia of the villa that Cardinal Giulio de' Medici caused to be built under Monte Mario, wherein are animals, grotesques, festoons, and friezes of such beauty that it appears as if in that work Giovanni had sought to outstrip and surpass his own self. wherefore he won from that cardinal, who much loved his genius, in addition to many benefits that he received for his relatives, the gift of a canonicate for himself at Civetale in Friuli, which was afterwards given by Giovanni to a brother of his own. Then, having to make for the same cardinal, likewise at that villa, a fountain with the water spouting through the trunk of an elephant's head in marble, he imitated in the whole work and in every detail the temple of Neptune, which had been discovered a short time before among the ancient ruins of the Palazzo Maggiore, all adorned with lifelike products of the sea, and wrought excellently well with various ornaments in stucco. And he even surpassed by a great measure the artistry of that ancient hall by giving great beauty to those animals, shells, and other such like things without number, and arranging them very well. After this he made another fountain, but in a rustic manner, in the hollow of a torrent bed, surrounded by a wood, causing water to flow in drops and fine jets from sponge stones and stalactites, with beautiful artifice, so that it had all the appearance of a work of nature. On the highest point of those hollow rocks and sponge stones he fashioned a large lion's head, which had around it a garland formed of maidenhair and other plants, trained there with great artistry, and no one could believe what grace these gave to that wild place, which was most beautiful in every part, and beyond all conception pleasing. That work finished, after the Cardinal had made Giovanni a Chevalier of San Pietro, he sent him to Florence, to the end that, when a certain chamber had been made in the Palace of the Medici, at that corner namely where the elder Cosimo, the builder of that edifice, had made a loggia for the convenience and assemblage of the citizens, as it was the custom at that time for the most noble families to do, he might paint and adorn it all with grotesques and stucco. That loggia having then been enclosed after the design of Michelagnolo Buonarroti, and given the form of a chamber, with two knee-shaped windows, which were the first to be made in that manner, with iron gratings, for the exterior of a palace, Giovanni adorned all the vaulting with stucco work and painting, making in a medallion the 6 balls, the arms of the house of Medici, supported by 3 little boys executed in relief in attitudes of great beauty and grace. Besides this, he made there many most beautiful animals, and also many most lovely devices of gentlemen and lords of that illustrious house, together with some scenes in half relief, executed in stucco, and on the field of the vaulting he did the rest of the work in pictures, counterfeiting them after the manner of cameos in black and white, and so well that nothing better could be imagined. There remained 4 arches beneath the vaulting, each 12 braccia in breadth and 6 in height, which were not painted at that time, but many years afterwards by Giorgio Vasari, as a young man of 18 years, when he was in the service of Duke Alessandro de' Medici, his first lord, in the year 1535, which Giorgio executed there stories from the life of Julius Caesar, in allusion to the above-named Cardinal Giulio, who had caused the work to be done. Giovanni then executed on a little barrel-shaped vault beside that chamber some works in stucco in the lowest of low relief, and likewise some pictures which are exquisite. But although these pleased the painters that were in Florence at that time, being wrought with boldness and marvelous mastery, and filled with spirited and fantastic inventions, yet, since they were accustomed to a labored manner of their own, and to doing everything that they carried into execution with copies taken from life, they did not praise them without reserve, not being altogether decided in their minds. Nor did they set themselves to imitate them, perhaps because they had not the courage. Having then returned to Rome, Giovanni executed in the loggia of Agostino Chigi, which Raffaello had painted and was still engaged in carrying to completion, a border of large festoons right round the groins and squares of the vaulting, making there all the kinds of fruits, flowers, and leaves, season by season, and fashioning them with such artistry that everything may be seen there living and standing out from the wall, and as natural as the reality. And so many are the various kinds of fruits and plants that are to be seen in that work, that, in order not to enumerate them one by one, I will say only this, that there are there all those that nature has ever produced in our parts. Above the figure of a Mercury who is flying, he made, to represent Priapus, a pumpkin entwined in bindweed, which has for testicles 2 eggplants; and near the flower of the pumpkin he depicted a cluster of large purple figs, within one of which, over-ripe and bursting open, the point of the pumpkin with the flower is entering; which conceit is rendered with such grace that no one could imagine anything better. But why say more? To sum the matter up, I venture to declare that in that kind of painting Giovanni surpassed all those who have best imitated nature in such works, for the reason that, besides all the other things, even the flowers of the elder, of the fennel, and of the other lesser plants, are there in truly astonishing perfection. There likewise may be seen a great abundance of animals in the lunettes, which are encircled by those festoons, and certain little boys that are holding in their hands the attributes of the gods, and among other things a lion and a seahorse, being most beautifully foreshortened, are held to be divine. Having finished that truly extraordinary work, Giovanni executed a very beautiful bathroom in the Castello di Sant'Angelo, and in the Papal Palace, besides those mentioned above, many other small works, which for the sake of brevity are passed over. Raffaello having then died, whose loss much grieved Giovanni, and Pope Leo having also left this world, there was no more place in Rome for the arts of design or for any other art, and Giovanni occupied himself for many months on some works of little importance at the villa of the above named Cardinal de' Medici. And for the arrival of Pope Adrian in Rome, he did nothing but the small banners of the castle, which he had renewed twice in the time of Pope Leo, together with the great standard that flies on the summit of the highest tower. He also executed 4 square banners when the blessed Antonino, Archbishop of Florence, and Saint Hubert, once bishop of I know not what city of Flanders, were canonized as saints by the above mentioned Pope Adrian; of which banners one, wherein is the figure of that Saint Antonino, was given to the church of San Marco in Florence, where the body of the saint lies. Another, wherein is the figure of Saint Hubert, was placed in Santa Maria de Anima, the church of the Germans in Rome, and the other 2 were sent to Flanders. Clement VII, having then been elected Supreme Pontiff, with whom Giovanni had a strait bond of service, he returned immediately from Udine. whither he had gone to avoid the plague, to Rome, where, having arrived, he was commissioned to make a rich and beautiful decoration over the steps of San Pietro for the coronation of that Pope. And afterwards it was ordained that he and Perino del Vaga should paint some pictures on the vaulting of the old hall opposite to the lower apartments which lead from the loggie which he had painted before to the apartments of the Borgia Tower. Whereupon Giovanni executed there a most beautiful design in stucco work, with many grotesques and various animals, and Perino the cars of the 7 planets. They had also to paint the walls of that same hall, on which Giotto, according as is written by Platina in the Lives of the Pontiffs, had formerly painted some popes who had been put to death for the faith of Christ, on which account that hall was called for a time the Hall of the Martyrs. But the vaulting was scarcely finished when there took place that most unhappy sack of Rome, and the work could not be pursued any further. Thereupon Giovanni, having suffered not a little both in person and in property, returned again to Udine, intending to stay there a long time, but in that he did not succeed, for the reason that Pope Clement, after returning from Bologna, where he had crowned Charles V, to Rome, caused Giovanni also to return to that city, where he commissioned him first to make anew the standards of the Castello di Sant'Angelo, and then to paint the ceiling of the great chapel, the principal one in San Pietro, where the altar of that saint is. Meanwhile, Fra Mariano having died, who had the office of the Piombo, his place was given to Sebastiano Veneziano, a painter of great repute, and to Giovanni a pension on the same of 80 chamber ducats. Then, after the troubles of the pontiff had in great measure ceased, and affairs in Rome had grown quiet, Giovanni was sent by his Holiness with many promises to Florence to execute in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, which had been adorned with most excellent sculptures by Michelagnolo, the ornaments of the tribune, which is full of sunk squares that diminish little by little towards the central point. Setting his hand to this, then, Giovanni carried it excellently well to completion, with the aid of many assistants, with most beautiful foliage, rosettes, and other ornaments of stucco and gold. But in one thing he failed in judgment, for the reason that on the flat friezes that form the ribs of the vaulting, and on those that run crossways, so as to enclose the squares, he made foliage, birds, masks, and figures that cannot be seen at all from the ground, although they are very beautiful, by reason of the distance, and also because they are divided up by other colours. Whereas, if he had painted them in colours without any other elaboration, they would have been visible, and the whole work would have been brighter and richer. There remained no more of the work to be executed than he would have been able to finish in a fortnight, going over it again in certain places, when there came the news of the death of Pope Clement, and Giovanni was robbed of all his hopes, particularly of that which he expected from that pontiff as the reward and guerdon of this work. Wherefore, having recognized, although too late, how fallacious in most cases are the hopes based on the favor of courts, and how often those who put their trust in the lives of particular princes are left disappointed, he returned to Rome. But although he would have been able to live there on his offices and revenues, serving also Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici and the new Pontiff Paul III, he resolved to repatriate himself and to return to Udine. Carrying that intention into effect, therefore, he went back to live in his native place with that brother to whom he had given the canonicate, determined that he would never more handle a brush. But in this also he was disappointed, for the reason that, having taken a wife and had children by her, he was in a manner forced by the instinct that a man naturally feels to bring up his children and to leave them in good circumstances, to set himself once more to work. He painted then, at the entreaty of the father of the Chevalier Giovan Francesco de Spilimbergo, a frieze in a hall, filling it with children, festoons, fruits, and other things of fancy. After that he adorned with lovely paintings and works in stucco the chapel of Santa Maria at Civitale, and for the canons of the Duomo of that place he executed two most beautiful standards. And for the confraternity of Santa Maria de Castello at Udine he painted on a rich banner Our Lady with the Child in her arms, and an angel full of grace, who is offering to her that castello, which stands on a hill in the centre of the city. At Venice, in the palace of Grimani, the Patriarch of Aquileia, he decorated with stucco work and paintings a very beautiful chamber, in which are some lovely little scenes by the hand of Francesco Salviati. Finally, in the year 1550, Giovanni went to Rome to take part in the Most Holy Jubilee, on foot and dressed poorly as a pilgrim, and in the company of humble folk, and he stayed there many days without being known by anyone. But one day, while going to San Paolo, he was recognized by Giorgio Vasari, who was riding in a coach to the same pardon, in company with Messer Bindo Altoviti, who was much his friend. At first Giovanni denied that it was he, but finally he was forced to reveal himself, and to confess that he had great need of Giorgio's assistance with the Pope in the matter of the pension that he had from the Piombo, which was being denied to him by one Fra Guglielmo, a Genoese sculptor, who had received that office after the death of Fra Sebastiano. Giorgio spoke of this matter to the Pope, which was the reason that the bond was renewed, and afterwards it was proposed to exchange it for a canonicate at Udine for Giovanni's son. But afterwards, being again defrauded by that Fra Guglielmo, Giovanni went from Udine to Florence, after Pope Pius had been elected, in the hope of being assisted and favoured by His Excellency with that pontiff by means of Vasari. Having arrived in Florence, then, he was presented by Giorgio to his most illustrious Excellency, with whom he went to Siena, and then from there to Rome, whither there also went the Lady Duchess Leonora. And in such wise was he assisted by the kindness of the Duke, that he was not only granted all that he desired, but also set to work by the Pope with a good salary, to give the final completion to the last loggia, which is the one over that which Pope Leo had formerly caused him to decorate. That finished, the same Pope commissioned him to retouch all that first loggia, which was an error and a thing very ill considered, for the reason that retouching it a secco caused it to lose all those masterly strokes that had been drawn by Giovanni's brush in all the excellence of his best days, and also the boldness and freshness that had made it in its original condition so rare a work. After finishing that work, Giovanni, being 70 years of age, finished also the course of his life in the year 1564, rendering up his spirit to God in that most noble city, which had enabled him for many years to live with so much success and so great a name. Giovanni was always, but much more in his last years, a God-fearing man and a good Christian. In his youth he took pleasure in scarcely any other thing but hunting and fowling, and his custom when he was young was to go hunting on feast days with his servant, at times roaming over the Campagna to a distance of 10 miles from Rome. He could shoot very well with the fusil and the crossbow, and therefore rarely returned home without his servant being laden with wild geese, ring-doves, wild ducks, and other creatures such as are to be found in those marshy places. Giovanni, so many declare, was the inventor of the ox painted on canvas that is made for using in that pursuit, so as to fire off the fusil without being seen by the wild creatures, and on account of those exercises of hunting and fowling he always delighted to keep dogs, and to train them by himself. Giovanni, who deserves to be extolled among the greatest masters of his profession, chose to be buried in the Ritonda, near his master Raffaello da Urbino, in order not to be divided in death from him to whom in life his spirit was always attached. And since, as has been told, each of them was an excellent Christian, it may be believed that they are still together in eternal blessedness. End of Section 8. Giovanni da Udine, painter. Section 9. Of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Butros. Section 9. Life of Battista Franco, painter of Venice. Part 1. Battista Franco of Venice, having given his attention in his early childhood to design, went off at the age of 20, as one who aimed at perfection in that art, to Rome, where, after he had devoted himself for some time with much study to design, and had seen the manner of various masters, he resolved that he would not study or seek to imitate any other works but the drawings, paintings, and sculptures of Michelagnolo. Wherefore, having set himself to make research, there remained no sketch, study, or even anything copied by Michelagnolo that he had not drawn. Wherefore no long time passed before he became one of the first draughtsmen who frequented the chapel of Michelagnolo, and what was more, he would not for a time set himself to paint or to do any other thing but draw. But in the year 1536, festive preparations of a grand and sumptuous kind being arranged by Antonio de San Gallo for the coming of the Emperor Charles V, in which, as has been related in another place, all the craftsmen, good and bad, were employed, Raffaello de Montelupo, who had to execute the decorations of the Ponte Sant'Angelo, with the 10 statues that were placed upon it, having seen that Battista was a young man of good parts and a finished draughtsman, resolved to bring it about that he also should be employed, and by hook or by crook to have some work given to him to do. And so, having spoken of this to San Gallo, he so contrived that Battista was commissioned to execute in fresco 4 large scenes in chiaroscuro on the front of the Porta Capena, now called the Porta di San Bastiano, through which the emperor was to enter. In that work Battista, without having hitherto touched colors, executed over the gate the arms of Pope Paul III and those of the Emperor Charles, with a Romulus who was placing on the arms of the pontiff a papal crown, and on those of the emperor an imperial crown, which Romulus, a figure of 5 brachia, dressed in the ancient manner, with a crown on the head, had on the right hand Numa Pompilius, and on the left Tullus Hostilius, and above him these words, Quirinus Pater. In one of the scenes that were on the faces of the towers, standing on either side of the gate, was the elder Scipio triumphing over Carthage, which he had made tributary to the Roman people; and on the other, on the right hand, was the triumph of the younger Scipio, who had ruined and destroyed that same city. In one of the 2 pictures that were on the exterior of the towers on the front side could be seen Hannibal under the walls of Rome, driven back by the tempest, and on the other, on the left, Flaccus entering by that gate to succor Rome against that same Hannibal. All these scenes and pictures being Battista's first paintings, and in comparison with those of the others, were passing good and much extolled. And if Battista had begun from the first to paint, and from time to time to practice using colors and handling brushes, there is no doubt that he would have surpassed many craftsmen. But his obstinate adherence to a certain opinion that many others hold, who persuade themselves that draughtsmanship is enough for him who wishes to paint, did him no little harm. For all that, however, he acquitted himself much better than did some of those who executed the scenes on the Arch of San Marco, on which there were 8 scenes, 4 on each side, the best of which were painted partly by Francesco Salviati, and partly by a certain Martino and other young Germans who had come to Rome at that very time in order to learn. Nor will I omit to tell in this connection that the above named Martino, who was very able in works in chiaroscuro, executed some battle scenes with such boldness and such beautiful inventions in certain encounters and deeds of arms between Christians and Turks, that nothing better could have been done. And the marvelous thing was that Martino and his assistants executed those canvases with such assiduity and rapidity, in order that the work might be finished in time, that they never quitted their labor; and since drink, and that good Greco, was continually being brought to them, what with their being constantly drunk and inflamed with the heat of the wine, and their facility in execution, they achieved wonders. Wherefore, when Salviati, Battista, and Calavrese saw the work of these men, they confessed that for him who wishes to be a painter it is necessary to begin to handle brushes in good time; which matter having afterwards considered more carefully in his own mind, Battista began not to give so much study to finishing his drawings, and at times to use color. Montelupo then going to Florence, where in like manner very great preparations were being made for the reception of the above named emperor, Battista went with him, and when they arrived they found those preparations well on the way to completion. But Battista, being set to work, made a base all covered with figures and trophies for the statue on the Canto de Carnesecchi that Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montorsoli had executed. Having therefore become known among the craftsmen as a young man of good parts and ability, he was much employed afterwards at the coming of Madama Margherita of Austria, the wife of Duke Alessandro, and particularly in the festive preparations that Giorgio Vasari made in the palace of Messer Ottaviano de' Medici, where that lady was to reside. These festivities finished, Battista set himself to draw with the greatest industry the statues of Michelagnolo that are in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, to which at that time all the painters and sculptors of Florence had flocked to draw and to work in relief. And among these Battista made no little proficience, but nevertheless it was recognized that he had committed an error in never consenting to draw from the life and to use colors, or to do anything but imitate statues and little else besides, which had given his manner a hardness and dryness that he was not able to shake off. Nor could he prevent his works from having a hard and angular quality, as may be seen from a canvas in which he depicted with much pains and labor the Roman Lucretia violated by Tarquinius. Consorting thus with the others and frequenting that sacristy, Battista formed a friendship with the sculptor Bartolomeo Ammanati, who was studying the works of Buonarroti there in company with many others. And of such a kind was that friendship that Ammanati took Battista into his house as well as Genga of Urbino, and they lived thus in company for some time, attending with much profit to the studies of art. Duke Alessandro having then been done to death in the year 1536, and Signor Cosimo de' Medici elected in his place, many of the servants of the dead Duke remained in the service of the new, but others did not. And among those who went away was the above-named Giorgio Vasari, who returned to Arezzo, with the intention of having nothing more to do with courts, having lost Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, his first lord, and then Duke Alessandro. But he brought it about that Battista was invited to serve Duke Cosimo, and to work in his guardaroba, where he painted in a large picture Pope Clement and Cardinal Ippolito, copying them from a work by Fra Sebastiano, and from one by Tiziano, and Duke Alessandro from a picture by Pontormo. This picture was not of that perfection that was expected, but having seen in the same guardaroba the cartoon of the Noli Me Tangere by Michelagnolo, which Pontormo had previously executed in colors, he set himself to make a cartoon like it, but with larger figures; which done, he painted a picture from it, wherein he acquitted himself much better in the coloring. And the cartoon, which he copied exactly after that of Michelagnolo, was executed with great patience and very beautiful. The affair of Monte Merlo having then taken place, in which the exiles and rebels hostile to the Duke were routed and captured, Battista depicted with beautiful invention a scene of the battle fought there, mingled with poetic fantasies of his own, which was much extolled, although there were recognized in the armed encounter and in the taking of the prisoners many things copied bodily from the works and drawings of Buonarroti. For the battle was in the distance, and in the foreground were the huntsmen of Ganymede, who were standing there gazing at Jove's eagle carrying the young man away into heaven, which part Battista took from the design of Michelagnolo, in order to use it to signify that the young Duke had risen by the grace of God from the midst of his friends into heaven, or some such thing. This scene, I say, was first drawn by Battista in a cartoon, and then painted with supreme diligence in a picture; and it is now, together with his other works mentioned above, in the upper apartments of the Pitti Palace, which his most illustrious Excellency has just caused to be completely finished. Having thus been engaged on these and some other works in the service of the Duke, until the time when he took to wife the Lady Donna Leonora of Toledo, Battista was next employed in the festive preparations for those nuptials, on the triumphal arch at the Porta al Prato, where Ridolfo Ghirlandajo caused him to execute some scenes of the actions of Signor Giovanni, father of Duke Cosimo. In one of these that lord could be seen passing the rivers Po and Adda, in the presence of Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, who became Pope Clement VII, Signor Prospero Colonna, and other lords, and in another was the scene of the delivering of San Secondo. On the other side, Battista painted in another scene the city of Milan, and around it the camp of the League, which on departing the above-named Signor Giovanni leaves there. On the right flank of the arch he painted on one side a picture of Opportunity, who, having her tresses all unbound, was offering them with one hand to Signor Giovanni, and on the other side Mars, who was likewise offering him his sword. In another scene under the arch, by the hand of Battista, was Signor Giovanni fighting between the Tassino and Biography upon the Ponte Rozzo, defending it, as it were, like another Horatius, with incredible bravery. Opposite to this was the taking of Caravaggio, and in the center of the battle Signor Giovanni, who was passing fearlessly through fire and sword in the midst of the hostile army. Between the columns on the right hand there was in an oval Garlasso, taken by the same lord with a single company of soldiers, and on the left hand, between the two other columns, the bastion of Milan, likewise taken from the enemy. On the fronton, which was at the back of anyone entering, was the same Signor Giovanni on horseback under the walls of Milan, when, tilting in single combat with a knight, he ran him through from side to side with his lance. Above the great cornice, which reached out to the other cornice, on which the pediment rested, in another large scene executed by Battista with much diligence, there was in the center the Emperor Charles V, who, crowned with laurel, was seated on a rock, with the scepter in his hand. At his feet lay the river Betis, with a vase that poured water from two mouths, and beside that figure was the river Danube, which, with 7 mouths, was pouring its waters into the sea. I shall not make mention here of the vast number of statues that accompanied the above-named pictures, and others on that arch, for the reason that it is enough for me at the present moment to describe that which concerns Battista Franco, and it is not my office to give an account of all that was done by others in the festive preparations for those nuptials, and described at great length. Besides which, having spoken of the masters of those statues, where the necessity arose, it would be superfluous for me to say anything about them here, and particularly because the statues are not now standing, so that they cannot be seen and considered. But to return to Battista. The best thing that he did for those nuptials was one of the 10 above-mentioned pictures, which were in the decorations in the great court of the Medici Palace, wherein he painted in chiaroscuro Duke Cosimo invested with all the ducal insignia. But for all the diligence that he used there, he was surpassed by Bronzino and by others who had less design than himself, in invention, in boldness, and in the treatment of the chiaroscuro. For, as has been said before, pictures must be executed with facility, and the parts set in their places with judgment, and without that effort and that labor which make things appear hard and crude. Besides which, overmuch study often makes them come out heavy and dark, and spoils them, while lingering over them so long takes away the grace, boldness, and excellence that facility is wont to give them. and these qualities, although they come in great measure as gifts from nature, can also in part be acquired by study and art. Having then been taken by Ridolfo Ghirlandajo to the Madonna de' Vertigli in Valdichiana, which place was once attached to the monastery of the Angeli of the order of Camaldoli in Florence, and is now an independent body in place of the monastery of San Benedetto, which, being without the Porta a Pinti, was destroyed on account of the siege of Florence, Battista painted there the scenes in the cloister already mentioned, while Ridolfo was executing the altarpiece and the ornaments of the high altar. These finished, as has been related in the life of Ridolfo, they adorned with other pictures that holy place, which is very celebrated and renowned for the many miracles that are wrought there by the Virgin Mother of the Son of God. Battista then returned to Rome at the very time when the judgment of Michelagnolo had just been uncovered, and being a zealous student of the manner and works of that master, he gazed at it very gladly, and in infinite admiration made drawings of it all. And then, having resolved to remain in Rome at the commission of Cardinal Francesco Cornaro, who had rebuilt the palace that he occupied beside San Pietro, which looks out on the portico in the direction of the Camposanto, he painted over the stucco a loggia that looks towards the piazza, making there a kind of grotesques all full of little scenes and figures, which work, executed with much labor and diligence, was held to be very beautiful. About the same time, which was the year 1538, Francesco Salviati, having painted a scene in fresco in the Company of the Misericordia, was to give it the final completion and to set his hand to others, which many private citizens desired to have painted, but by reason of the rivalry that there was between him and Jacopo del Conte, nothing more was done. Which hearing, Battista sought to obtain by this means an opportunity to prove himself superior to Francesco, and the best master in Rome; and he so went to work, employing his friends and other means, that Monsignor della Casa, after seeing a design by his hand, allotted the work to him. Thereupon, setting his hand to it, he painted there in fresco St. John the Baptist, taken at the command of Herod and cast into prison. But although this picture was executed with much labor, it was not held to be equal by a great measure to that of Salviati, from its having been painted with very great effort, and in a manner crude and melancholy, while it had no order in the composition, nor in a single part any of that grace and charm of coloring which Francesco's work possessed. And from this it may be concluded that those men are deceived who, in pursuing this art, give all their attention to executing well and with a good knowledge of muscles a torso, an arm, a leg, or other member, believing that a good grasp of that part is the whole secret, for the reason that the part of a work is not the whole, and only he carries it to perfect completion in a good and beautiful manner, who, after executing the parts well, knows how to make them fit in due proportion into the whole, and who, moreover, so contrives that the composition of the figures expresses and produces well, and without confusion, the effect that it should produce. And, above all, care must be taken to make the heads vivacious, spirited, gracious, and beautiful in the expressions, the manner not crude, and the nudes so tinted with black that they may have relief, melting gradually into the distance according as may be required, to say nothing of the perspective views, landscapes, and other parts that good pictures demand. nor that in making use of the works of others a man should proceed in such a manner that this may not be too easily recognized. Battista thus became aware too late that he had wasted time beyond all reason over the minutiae of muscles and over drawing with too great diligence, while paying no attention to the other fields of art. Having finished that work, which brought him little praise, Battista transferred himself, by means of Bartolomeo Genga, to the service of the Duke of Urbino, to paint a very large vaulting in the church and chapel attached to the palace of Urbino. Having arrived there, he set himself straightway to make the designs according as the invention presented itself in the work, without giving it any further thought, and without making any compartments. And so, in imitation of the judgment of Buonarroti, he depicted in a heaven the glory of the saints, who are dispersed over that vaulting on certain clouds, with all the choirs of the angels about a Madonna, who, having ascended into heaven, is received by Christ, who is in the act of crowning her, while in various separate groups stand the patriarchs, the prophets, the sibyls, the apostles, the martyrs, the confessors, and the virgins, which figures in their different attitudes reveal their rejoicing at the advent of that glorious Virgin. This invention would certainly have given Battista a great opportunity to prove himself an able master, if he had chosen a better way, not only making himself well practised in fresco colors, but also proceeding with better order and judgment than he displayed in all his labor. But he used in this work the same methods as in all his others, for he made always the same figures, the same countenances, the same members, and the same draperies. Besides which, the coloring was without any charm, and everything labored and executed with difficulty. When all was finished, therefore, it gave little satisfaction to Duke Guidobaldo Genga and all the others who were expecting great things from that master, equal to the beautiful design that he had shown to them in the beginning. For in truth, in making beautiful designs, Battista had no peer, and could be called an able man. Which recognizing, the Duke thought that his designs would succeed very well, if carried into execution by those who were fashioning vases of clay so excellently at Castel Dorante, for which they had availed themselves much of the prints of Raffaello da Urbino and other able masters; and he caused Battista to draw innumerable designs, which, when put into execution in that sort of clay, the most kindly of all that there are in Italy, produced a rare result. Wherefore vases were made in such numbers, and of as many kinds as would have sufficed to do honour to the credence of a king, and the pictures that were painted on them would not have been better, if they had been executed in oils by the most excellent masters. Of these vases, which in the quality of the clay much resemble the kind that was wrought at Arezzo in ancient times, in the days of Porsenna, king of Tuscany, the above named Duke Guidobaldo sent enough for a double credence to the Emperor Charles V, and a set to Cardinal Farnese, the brother of Signora Vittoria, his consort. And it is right that it should be known that of this kind of paintings on vases, in so far as we can judge, the Romans had none, for the vases of those times, filled with the ashes of their dead, or used for other purposes, are covered with figures hatched and grounded with only one color, either black or red or white. Nor have they ever that lustrous glazing, or that charm and variety of paintings which have been seen and still are seen in our own times. Nor can it be said that, if perchance they did have such things, the paintings have been consumed by time, and by their having been buried, for the reason that we see our own resisting the assaults of time and every other danger, insomuch that it may even be said that they might remain 4,000 years under the ground without the paintings being spoilt. Now, although vases and paintings of that kind are made throughout all Italy, yet the best and most beautiful works in clay are those that are wrought, as I have said, at Casteldurante, a place in the state of Urbino, and those of Faenza, the best of which are for the most part of a very pure white, with few paintings, and those in the centre or on the edges, but delicate and pleasing enough. But to return to Battista. For the nuptials of the above-mentioned Lord Duke and Signora Vittoria Farnese, which took place afterwards at Urbino, he, assisted by his young men, executed on the arches erected by Genga, who was the head of the festive preparations, all the historical pictures that were painted upon them. Now, since the Duke doubted that Battista would not finish in time, the undertaking being very great, he sent for Giorgio Vasari, who at that time was painting at Rimini for the White Friars of Scolza, of the Order of Monte Alavito, a large chapel in fresco, and an altarpiece in oils for their high altar, to the end that he might go to the aid of Genga and Battista in those preparations. But Vasari, feeling indisposed, made his excuses to his Excellency, and wrote to him that he should have no doubt, for the reason that the talents and knowledge of Battista were such that he would have everything finished in time, as indeed in the end he did. Giorgio then going, after finishing his works at Rimini, to visit that Duke, and to make his excuses in person, his Excellency caused him to examine, to the end that he might value it, the above-mentioned chapel that had been painted by Battista, which Vasari much extolled, recommending the ability of that master, who was largely rewarded by the great liberality of that lord. It is true, however, that Battista was not at that time in Urbino, but in Rome, where he was engaged in drawing not only the statues but all the antiquities of that city, and in making, as he did, a great book of them, which was a praiseworthy work. Now, while Battista was giving his attention to drawing in Rome, Messer Giovanni Andrea dell'Anguillara, a man truly distinguished in certain forms of poetry, having got together a company of various choice spirits, was causing very rich scenery and decorations to be prepared in the large hall of Sant'Apostolo, in order to perform comedies by various authors before gentlemen, lords, and great persons. He had caused seats to be made for the spectators of different ranks, and for the cardinals and other great prelates he had prepared certain rooms from which, through jalousies, they could see and hear without being seen. And since in that company there were painters, sculptors, architects, and men who were to perform the dramas and to fulfill other offices, Battista and Ammanati, having been chosen of the company, were given the charge of preparing the scenery, with some stories and ornaments in painting, which Battista executed so well, together with some statues that Ammanati made, that he was very highly extolled for them. But the great expenses of that place exceeded the means available, so that Messer Giovanni Andrea and the others were forced to remove the prospect scene and the other ornaments from Sant'Apostolo, and to convey them into the new temple of San Biagio in the Strada Giulia. There, Battista having once more arranged everything, many comedies were performed with extraordinary satisfaction. to the people and courtiers of Rome, and from this origin there sprang in time the players who travel around, called the Zanni. End of Section 9. Franco Battista, Part 1. Section 10 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 10. Battista Franco, Part 2. After these things, having come to the year 1550, Battista executed in company with Girolamo Ciciolante of Sormonetta for Cardinal Decisus, on the façade of his palace, the coat of arms of Pope Julius III, who had been newly elected pontiff, with 3 figures and some little boys, which were very much extolled. That finished, he painted in the Minerva, in a chapel built by a canon of San Pietro, and all adorned with stucco, some stories of the Madonna and of Jesus Christ in the compartments of the vaulting, which were the best works that he had ever executed up to that time. On one of the 2 walls he painted the Nativity of Jesus Christ with some shepherds, and angels that are singing over the hut, and on the other the Resurrection of Christ, with many soldiers in various attitudes about the sepulchre. And above each of those scenes, in certain lunettes, he executed some large prophets. And finally, on the altar wall, he painted Christ crucified, Our Lady, Saint John, Saint Dominic, and some other saints in the niches, in all which he acquitted himself very well, and like an excellent master. But since his earnings were scanty, and the expenses of Rome very great, after having executed some works on cloth, which had not much success, he returned to his native country of Venice, thinking by a change of country to change also his fortune. There, by reason of his fine manner of drawing, he was judged to be an able man, and a few days afterwards he was commissioned to execute an altarpiece in oils for the chapel of Monsignor Barbaro, Patriarch elect of Aquileia, in the church of San Francesco della Vigna, in which he painted Saint John baptizing Christ in the Jordan, in the air God the Father, at the foot 2 little boys who are holding the vestments of Christ, in the angles the Annunciation, and below these figures the semblance of a canvas superimposed, with a good number of little nude figures of angels, demons, and souls in purgatory, and with an inscription that runs, In nomine Jesu omni genuflectatur. That work, which was certainly held to be very good, won him much credit and fame. Indeed, it was the reason that the Frati di Zoccoli, who have their seat in that place, and who have charge of the church of San Giobbe in Canario, caused him to paint in the chapel of the Foscari, in that church of San Giobbe, a Madonna, who is seated with the child in her arms, with a Saint Mark on one side and a female saint on the other, and in the air some angels who are scattering flowers. In San Bartolomeo, at the tomb of Cristofano Fuccheri, a German merchant, he executed a picture of abundance, Mercury, and fame. For Messer Antonio della Vecchia, a Venetian, he painted in a picture with figures of the size of life, and very beautiful Christ crowned with thorns, and about them some Pharisees who are mocking him. Meanwhile, there had been built of masonry in the Palace of San Marco, after the design of Jacopo Sansovino, as will be related in the proper place, the staircase that leads from the first floor upwards, and it had been adorned with various designs in stucco by the sculptor Alessandro, a disciple of Sansovino, and Battista painted very minute grotesques over it all, and in certain larger spaces a good number of figures in fresco, which have been extolled not a little by the craftsmen. And he then decorated the ceiling of the vestibule of that staircase. Not long afterwards, when, as has been related above, 3 pictures were given to each of the best and most renowned painters of Venice to paint for the library of San Marco, on the condition that he who should acquit himself best in the judgment of those magnificent senators was to receive, in addition to the usual payment, a chain of gold, Battista executed in that place 3 scenes with 2 philosophers between the windows, and acquitted himself very well, although he did not win the prize of honor, as we said above. After these works, having received from the Patriarch Grimani the commission for a chapel in San Francesco della Vigna, which is the first on the left hand entering into the church, Battista set his hand to it and began to make very rich designs in stucco over the whole vaulting, with scenes of figures in fresco, laboring there with incredible diligence. But whether it was his own carelessness, or that he had executed some works, perchance on very fresh walls, as I have heard say, at the villas of certain gentlemen, before he had that chapel finished, he died, and it remained incomplete. It was finished afterwards by Federico Zucchero of Sant'Agnolo in Vado, a young and excellent painter, held to be among the best in Rome, who painted in fresco on the walls at the sides Mary Magdalene being converted by the preaching of Christ, and the raising of her brother Lazarus, which are pictures full of grace. And when the walls were finished, the same Federico painted in the altarpiece the Adoration of the Magi, which was much extolled. Extraordinary credit and fame have come to Battista, who died in the year 1561, from his many printed designs, which are truly worthy to be praised. In the same city of Venice, and about the same time, there lived, as he still does, a painter called Jacopo Tintoretto, who has delighted in all the arts, and particularly in playing various musical instruments, besides being agreeable in his every action, but in the matter of painting, swift, resolute, fantastic, and extravagant, and the most extraordinary brain that the art of painting has ever produced, as may be seen from all his works, and from the fantastic compositions of his scenes, executed by him in a fashion of his own, and contrary to the use of other painters. Indeed, he has surpassed even the limits of extravagance with the new and fanciful inventions and the strange vagaries of his intellect, working at haphazard and without design, as if to prove that art is but a jest. This master at times has left as finished works sketches still so rough that the brush strokes may be seen, done more by chance and vehemence than with judgment and design. He has painted almost every kind of picture, in fresco and in oils, with portraits from life, and at every price, insomuch that with these methods he has executed, as he still does, the greater part of the pictures painted in Venice. And since in his youth he proved himself by many beautiful works a man of great judgment, if only he had recognized how great an advantage he had from nature, and had improved it by reasonable study, as has been done by those who have followed the beautiful manners of his predecessors, and had not dashed his work off by mere skill of hand, he would have been one of the greatest painters that Venice has ever had. Not that this prevents him from being a bold and able painter, and delicate, fanciful, and alert in spirit. Now, when it had been ordained by the Senate that Jacopo Tintoretto and Paolo Veronese, at that time young men of great promise, should each execute a scene in the hall of the Great Council, and Orazio, the son of Tiziano, another, Tintoretto painted in his scene Frederick Barbarossa being crowned by the Pope, depicting there a most beautiful building, and about the pontiff a great number of cardinals and Venetian gentlemen, all portrayed from life, and at the foot the Pope's chapel of music. In all this he acquitted himself in such a manner that the picture can bear comparison with those of the others, not excepting that of the above named Orazio, in which is a battle that was fought at Rome between the Germans of that Frederick and the Romans, near the Castello di Sant'Angelo and the Tiber. In this picture, among other things, is a horse in foreshortening, leaping over a soldier in armor, which is most beautiful. But some declare that Orazio was assisted in the work by his father Tiziano. Beside these, Paolo Veronese, of whom there has been an account in the life of Michel San Michel, painted in his scene the same Frederick Barbarossa, presenting himself at court, and kissing the hand of Pope Ottaviano, to the despite of Pope Alexander III. And in addition to that scene, which was very beautiful, Paolo painted over a window 4 large figures: Time, Union, with a bundle of rods, Patience, and Faith, in which he acquitted himself better than I could express in words. Not long afterwards, another scene being required in that hall, Tintoretto so went to work with the aid of friends and other means, that it was given to him to paint, whereupon he executed it in such a manner that it was a marvel, and that it deserves to be numbered among the best things that he ever did, so powerful in him was his determination that he would equal, if not vanquish and surpass, his rivals who had worked in that place. And the scene that he painted there, to the end that it may be known also by those who are not of the art, was Pope Alexander excommunicating and interdicting Barbarossa, and that Frederick therefore forbidding his subjects to render obedience any longer to the pontiff. And among other fanciful things that are in this scene, that part is most beautiful in which the Pope and the cardinals are throwing down torches and candles from a high place, as is done when some person is excommunicated. And below is a rabble of nude figures that are struggling for those torches and candles, the most lovely and pleasing effect in the world. Besides all this, certain bases, antiquities, and portraits of gentlemen that are dispersed throughout the scene are executed very well, and won him favor and fame with everyone. He therefore painted, for places below the work of Pordenone in the principal chapel of San Rocco, 2 pictures in oils as broad as the width of the whole chapel, namely, about 12 braccia each. In one he depicted a view in perspective as of a hospital filled with beds, and sick persons in various attitudes, who are being healed by San Rocco. And among these are some nude figures very well conceived, and a dead body in foreshortening that is very beautiful. In the other is a story likewise of San Rocco, full of most graceful and beautiful figures, and such, in short, that it is held to be one of the best works that this painter has executed. In a scene of the same size, in the center of the church, he painted Jesus Christ healing the impotent man at the pool of Bethesda, which is also a work held to be passing good. In the Church of Santa Maria dell'Orto, where, as has been told above, Cristofano and his brother, painters of Brescia, painted the ceiling, Tintoretto has painted, that is, on canvas and in oils, the two walls of the principal chapel, which are 22 braccia in height, from the vaulting to the cornice at the foot. In that which is on the right hand, he has depicted Moses returning from the mount, where he had received the laws from God, and finding the people worshipping the golden calf; and opposite to that, in the other, is the universal judgment of the last day, painted with an extravagant invention that truly has in it something awesome and terrible, by reason of the diversity of figures of either sex and all ages that are there, with vistas and distant views of the souls of the blessed and the damned. There also may be seen the boat of Charon, but in a manner so different from that of others, that it is a thing beautiful and strange. If this fantastic invention had been executed with correct and well-ordered drawing, and if the painter had given diligent attention to the parts and to each particular detail, as he has done to the whole in expressing the confusion, turmoil, and terror of that day, it would have been a most stupendous picture, and whoever glances at it for a moment is struck with astonishment. But considering it afterwards minutely, it appears as if painted as a jest. The same master has painted in oils in that church, on the doors of the organ, Our Lady ascending the steps of the temple, which is a highly finished work, and the best executed and most gladsome picture that there is in that place. In Santa Maria Zebenigo, likewise on the doors of the organ, he has painted the Conversion of St. Paul, but not with much care. In the Carità is an altarpiece by his hand, of Christ taken down from the cross, and in the Sacristy of San Sebastiano, in competition with Paolo Veronese, who executed many pictures on the ceiling and the walls of that place, he painted over the presses Moses in the desert and other scenes, which were continued afterwards by Natalino, a Venetian painter, and by others. The same Tintoretto then painted for the altar of the Pietà in San Giobbe 3 Maries, St. Francis, St. Sebastian, and St. John, with a piece of landscape, and on the organ doors in the Church of the Servites, St. Augustine and St. Philip, and beneath them Cain killing his brother Abel. At the altar of the sacrament in San Felice, or rather on the ceiling of the tribune, he painted the 4 evangelists, and in the lunette above the altar an Annunciation. In the other lunette, Christ praying on the Mount of Olives, and on the wall the Last Supper that he had with his apostles. And in San Francesco della Vigna, on the altar of the Deposition from the Cross, there is by the same hand the Madonna in a swoon with the other Maries and some prophets. In the Scuola of San Marco, near Saints Giovanni e Polo, are 4 large scenes by his hand. In one of these is St. Mark, who, appearing in the air, is delivering one who is his votary from many torments that may be seen prepared for him, with various instruments of torture, which being broken, the executioner was never able to employ them against that devout man. And in that scene is a great abundance of figures, foreshortenings, pieces of armor, buildings, portraits, and other such like things, which render the work very ornate. In the second is a Tempest of the Sea, and St. Mark, likewise in the air, delivering another of his votaries. But that scene is by no means executed with the same diligence as that already described. In the third is a storm of rain, with the dead body of another of St. Mark's votaries, and his soul ascending into heaven. And there also is a composition of passing good figures. In the fourth, wherein an evil spirit is being exorcised, he counterfeited in perspective a great loggia, and at the end of it a fire that illumines it with many reflections. And in addition to those scenes, there is on the altar a Saint Mark by the same hand, which is a passing good picture. These works, then, and many others that are here passed over, it being enough to have made mention of the best, have been executed by Tintoretto with such rapidity, that when it was thought that he had scarcely begun, he had finished. And it is a notable thing that, with the most extravagant ways in the world, he has always work to do, for the reason that when his friendships and other means are not enough to obtain for him any particular work, even if he had to do it, I do not say at a low price, but without payment or by force, in one way or another, do it he would. And it is not long since, Tintoretto having executed the Passion of Christ in a large picture in oils and on canvas, for the Scuola of San Rocco, the men of that company resolved to have some honourable and magnificent work painted on the ceiling above it, and therefore to allot that commission to that one among the painters that there were in Venice who should make the best and most beautiful design. Having therefore summoned Josepho Salviati, Federico Zucchero, who was in Venice at that time, Paolo Veronese, and Jacopo Tintoretto, they ordained that each of them should make a design, promising the work to him who should acquit himself best in this. While the others then were engaged with all possible diligence in making their designs, Tintoretto, having taken measurements of the size that the work was to be, sketched a great canvas and painted it with his usual rapidity, without any one knowing about it, and then placed it where it was to stand. Whereupon the men of the company, having assembled one morning to see the designs and to make their award, they found that Tintoretto had completely finished the work, and had placed it in position. At which, being angered against him, they said that they had called for designs, and had not commissioned him to execute the work. But he answered them that this was his method of making designs, that he did not know how to proceed in any other manner, and that designs and models of works should always be after that fashion, so as to deceive no one, and that finally, if they would not pay him for the work and for his labor, he would make them a present of it. And after these words, although he had many contradictions, he so contrived that the work is still in the same place. In this canvas, then, there is painted a heaven with God the Father descending, with many angels to embrace San Rocco. And in the lowest part are many figures that signify, or rather represent, the other principal scuole of Venice, such as the Carità, San Giovanni Evangelista, the Misericordia, San Marco, and San Teodoro, all executed after his usual manner. But since it would be too long a task to enumerate all the pictures of Tintoretto, let it be enough to have spoken of the above-named works of that master, who is a truly able man, and a painter worthy to be praised. There was in Venice about this same time a painter called Brazzacco, a protégé of the house of Grimani, who had been many years in Rome, and he was commissioned by favor to paint the ceiling in the great hall of the chiefs of the Council of Ten. But this master, knowing that he was not able to do it by himself, and that he had need of assistance, took as companions Paolo Veronese and Battista Farenato, dividing between himself and them 9 pictures in oils that were destined for that place, namely, 4 ovals at the corners, 4 oblong pictures, and a larger oval in the centre. Giving the last named oval with 3 of the oblong pictures to Paolo Veronese, who painted therein a Jove who is hurling his thunderbolts against the vices, and other figures, he took for himself 2 of the smaller ovals with 1 of the oblong pictures, and gave 2 ovals to Battista. In one of these pictures is Neptune, the god of the sea, and in each of the others 2 figures demonstrating the greatness and the tranquil and peaceful condition of Venice. Now, although all 3 of them acquitted themselves well, Paolo Veronese succeeded better than the others, and well deserved, therefore, that those signori should afterwards allot to him the other ceiling that is beside the above-named hall, wherein he painted in oils, in company with Battista Farenato, a Saint Mark supported in the air by some angels, and lower down a Venice surrounded by faith, hope, and charity, which work, although it was beautiful, was not equal in excellence to the first. Paolo afterwards executed by himself in the Umiltà, in a large oval of the ceiling, an Assumption of Our Lady with other figures, which was a gladsome, beautiful, and well conceived picture. Likewise, a good painter in our own day in that city has been Andrea Schiavone. I say good, because at times, for all his misfortunes, he has produced some good work, and because he has always imitated as well as he has been able the manners of the good masters. But since the greater part of his works have been pictures that are dispersed among the houses of gentlemen, I shall speak only of some that are in public places. In the chapel of the family of Pellegrini, in the church of San Sebastiano at Venice, he has painted a St. James with 2 pilgrims. In the church of the Carmine, on the ceiling of the choir, he has executed an Assumption, with many angels and saints; and in the chapel of the Presentation in the same church, he has painted the infant Christ, presented by his mother in the temple, with many portraits from life. But the best figure that is there is a woman suckling a child and wearing a yellow garment, who is executed in a certain manner that is used in Venice, dashed off, or rather sketched, without being in any respect finished. Him Giorgio Vasari caused in the year 1540 to paint on a large canvas in oils the battle that had been fought a short time before between Charles V and Barbarossa, and that work, which is one of the best that Andrea Schiavone ever executed, and truly very beautiful, is now in Florence, in the house of the heirs of the magnificent Messer Ottaviano de' Medici, to whom it was sent as a present by Vasari. End of Section 10. Battista Franco, Part 2. Section 11 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari. Translation by Gaston de C. de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 11. Life of Giovan Francesco Rustici, Sculptor and Architect of Florence. Part 1. It is in every way a notable thing that all those who were of the school in the garden of the Medici, and were favored by the magnificent Lorenzo the Elder, became without exception supremely excellent, which circumstance cannot have come from any other cause but the great, nay, infinite judgment of that most noble lord, the true Maecenas of men of talent, who, even as he was able to recognize men of lofty spirit and genius, was also both willing and able to recompense and reward them. Thus Giovan Francesco Rustici, a Florentine citizen, acquitting himself very well in drawing, and working in clay in his boyhood, was placed by that magnificent Lorenzo, who recognized him as a boy of spirit and of good and beautiful genius, to learn under Andrea del Verrocchio, with whom there was also working Leonardo da Vinci, a rare youth and gifted with infinite parts. Whereupon Rustici, being pleased by the beautiful manner and ways of Leonardo, and considering that the expressions of his heads and the movements of his figures were more graceful and more spirited than those of any other works that he had ever seen, attached himself to him, after he had learned to cast in bronze, to draw in perspective, and to work in marble, and after Andrea had gone to work in Venice. Rustici thus living with Leonardo, and serving him with the most loving submission, Leonardo conceived such an affection for him, recognizing him to be a young man of good, true, and liberal mind, patient and diligent in the labors of art, that he did nothing, either great or small, save what was pleasing to Giovan Francesco, who, besides being of a noble family, had the means to live honorably, and therefore practiced art more for his own delight and from desire of glory than for gain. And, to tell the truth of the matter, those craftsmen who have as their ultimate and principal end gain and profit, and not honor and glory, rarely become very excellent, even although they may have good and beautiful genius. Besides which, laboring for a livelihood, as very many do who are weighed down by poverty and their families, and working not by inclination, when the mind and the will are drawn to it, but by necessity from morning till night, is a life not for men who have honor and glory as their aim, but for hacks, as they are called, and manual laborers, for the reason that good works do not get done without first having been well considered for a long time. And it was on that account that Rustici used to say in his more mature years that you must first think, then make your sketches, and after that your designs; which done, you must put them aside for weeks and even months without looking at them, and then, choosing the best, put them into execution. But that method cannot be followed by everyone, nor do those use it who labor only for gain. And he used to say also that works should not be shown readily to anyone before they are finished, so that a man may change them as many times and in as many ways as he wishes, without any scruple. Giovan Francesco learned many things from Leonardo, but particularly how to represent horses, in which he so delighted that he fashioned them of clay and of wax, in the round or in low relief, and in as many manners as could be imagined. And of these there are some to be seen in our book, which are so well drawn that they bear witness to the knowledge and art of Giovan Francesco. He knew also how to handle colors, and executed some passing good pictures, although his principal profession was sculpture. and since he lived for a time in the Via de' Martelli, he became much the friend of all the men of that family, which has always had men of the highest ability and worth, and particularly of Piero, for whom, being the nearest to his heart, he made some little figures in full relief, and, among others, a Madonna with the Child in her arms, seated upon some clouds that are covered with cherubim. Similar to that is another that he painted after some time in a large picture in oils, with a garland of cherubim that form a diadem around the head of Our Lady. The Medici family having then returned to Florence, Rustici made himself known to Cardinal Giovanni as the protégé of his father Lorenzo, and was received with much lovingness. But since the ways of the court did not please him, and were distasteful to his nature, which was altogether simple and peaceful, and not full of envy and ambition, he would always keep to himself and live the life, as it were, of a philosopher, enjoying tranquil peace and repose. And although he did at times choose to take some recreation, and found himself among his friends in art, or some citizens who were his intimate companions, he did not therefore cease to work when the desire came to him, or the occasion presented itself. Wherefore, for the visit of Pope Leo to Florence in the year 1515, at the request of Andrea del Sarto, who was much his friend, he executed some statues that were held to be very beautiful; which statues, since they pleased Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, were the reason that the Cardinal caused him to make, for the summit of the fountain that is in the great court of the Palace of the Medici, the nude Mercury of bronze, about 1 braccio in height, standing on a ball in the act of taking flight. In the hands of that figure Rustici placed an instrument that is made to revolve by the water that it pours down from above, in the following manner: one leg being perforated, a pipe passes through it and through the torso, and the water, having risen to the mouth of the figure, falls upon that instrument, which is balanced with 4 thin plates fixed after the manner of a butterfly, and causes it to revolve. That figure, I say, for a small work, was much extolled. Not long afterwards Giovan Francesco made for the same Cardinal the model for a David to be cast in bronze, similar to that executed by Donato, as has been related, for the elder Cosimo the Magnificent, for placing in the first court, whence the other had been taken away. That model gave much satisfaction, but by reason of a certain dilatoriness in Giovan Francesco, it was never cast in bronze; wherefore the Orpheus in marble of Bandinelli was placed there, and the David of clay made by Rustici, which was a very rare work, came to an evil end, which was a very great loss. Giovan Francesco made an Annunciation in half relief in a large medallion, with a most beautiful perspective view, in which he was assisted by the painter Raffaello Bello and by Niccolò Soggi. This, when cast in bronze, proved to be a work of such rare beauty that there was nothing more beautiful to be seen, and it was sent to the King of Spain. And then he executed in marble, in another similar medallion, a Madonna with the Child in her arms, and St. John the Baptist as a little boy, which was placed in the first hall in the residence of the consuls of the Guild of Por Santa Maria. By these works Giovan Francesco came into great credit, and the consuls of the Guild of Merchants, who had caused to be removed certain clumsy figures of marble that were over the 3 doors of the Temple of San Giovanni, made, as has been related, in the year 1240, after allotting to Contucci of Sansovino those that were to be set up in place of the old ones, over the door that faces towards the Misericordia, allotted to Rustici those that were to be placed over the door that faces towards the canonical buildings of that temple, on the condition that he should make 3 figures of bronze of 4 braccia each, representing the same persons as the old ones, namely, St. John in the act of preaching, standing between a Pharisee and a Levite. That work was much after the heart of Giovan Francesco, because it was to be set up in a place so celebrated and of such importance, and besides this, by reason of the competition with Andrea Contucci, having therefore straightway set his hand to it, and made a little model, which he surpassed in the excellence of the work itself, he showed all the consideration and diligence that such a labor required. When finished, the work was held to be in all its parts the best composed and best conceived of its kind that had been made up to that time, the figures being wholly perfect, and wrought with great grace of aspect, and also extraordinary force. In like manner, the nude arms and legs are very well conceived, and attached at the joints so excellently that it would not be possible to do better. And to say nothing of the hands and feet, what graceful attitudes and what heroic gravity have those heads! Giovan Francesco, while he was fashioning that work in clay, would have no one about him but Leonardo da Vinci, who, during the making of the molds, the securing them with irons, and in short, until the statues were cast, never left his side. Wherefore some believe, but without knowing more than this, that Leonardo worked at them with his own hand, or at least assisted Giovan Francesco with his advice and good judgment. These statues, which are the most perfect and the best conceived that have ever been executed in bronze by a modern master, were cast in 3 parts and polished in the above-mentioned house in the Via de' Martelli, where Giovan Francesco lived. And so also the ornaments of marble that are about the St. John, with the 2 columns, the mouldings, and the emblem of the Guild of Merchants. In addition to the St. John, which is a spirited and lively figure, there is a bald man inclined to fatness, beautifully wrought, who, having rested the right arm on one flank, with part of a shoulder naked, and with the left hand holding a scroll before his eyes, has the left leg crossed over the right, and stands in an attitude of deep contemplation, about to answer St. John, and he is clothed in 2 kinds of drapery, one delicate, which floats over the nude parts of the figure, and over that a mantle of thicker texture, executed with a flow of folds full of mastery and artistry. Equal to him is the Pharisee, who, having laid his right hand on his beard, with a grave gesture, is drawing back a little, revealing astonishment at the words of John. While Rustici was executing that work, growing weary at last of having to ask for money every day from those consuls or their agents, who are not always the same, and such persons are generally men who hold art or any work of value in little account, he sold, in order to be able to finish the work, a farm out of his patrimony that he possessed at San Marco Vecchio, at a short distance from Florence. And yet, notwithstanding such labors, expenses, and pains, he was poorly remunerated for it by the consuls and by his fellow citizens, for the reason that one of the Ridolfi, the head of that guild, out of some private spite, and perchance also because Rustici had not paid him enough honor, or allowed him to see the figures at his convenience, was always opposed to him in everything. And so that which should have resulted in honor for Giovan Francesco did the very opposite. For whereas he deserved to be esteemed not only as a nobleman and a citizen, but also as a master of art, his being a most excellent craftsman robbed him, with the ignorant and foolish, of all that was due to his noble blood. Thus, when Giovan Francesco's work was to be valued, and he had chosen on his side Michelagnolo Buonarroti, the body of consuls, at the persuasion of Ridolfi, chose Baccio d'Agnolo, at which Rustici complained, saying to the men of that body at the audience that it was indeed something too strange that a worker in wood should have to value the labors of a statuary. And he as good as declared that they were a herd of oxen. But Ridolfi answered that, on the contrary, it was a good choice, and that Giovan Francesco was a swollen bladder of pride and arrogance. And what was worse, that work, which deserved not less than 2,000 crowns, was valued by the consuls at 500, and even those were not paid to him in full, but only 400, and that only with the help of Cardinal Giulio de' Medici. Having met with such malignity, Giovan Francesco withdrew almost in despair, determined that he would never again do work for public bodies, or in any undertaking where he might have to depend on more than one citizen or any other single person. And so, keeping to himself, and leading a solitary life in his rooms at the Sapienza, near the Servite friars, he continued to work at various things, in order to pass the time and not to live in idleness, but also consuming his life and his money in seeking to congeal mercury, in company with a man of like brain called Raffaello Baglioni. Giovan Francesco painted a picture in oils, 3 braccia in breadth and 2 in height, of the Conversion of St. Paul, full of different kinds of horses ridden by the soldiers of that saint, with various beautiful attitudes and foreshortenings; which painting, together with many other works by the hand of the same master, is in the possession of the heirs of the above-named Piero Martelli, to whom he gave it. In a little picture he painted a hunting scene full of various animals, which is a very bizarre and pleasing work, and it now belongs to Lorenzo Borghini, who holds it dear, as one who much delights in the treasures of our arts. For the nuns of San Luca in the Via de San Gallo, he executed in clay, in half relief, a Christ in the garden, who is appearing to Mary Magdalene, which was afterwards glazed by Giovanni della Robbia, and placed on an altar in the Church of those Sisters, within an ornament of grey sandstone. For Jacopo Salviati the elder, of whom he was much the friend, he made a most beautiful medallion of marble, containing a Madonna, for the chapel in his palace above the Ponte alla Badia; and round the courtyard many medallions filled with figures of terra cotta, together with other very beautiful ornaments, which were for the most part, nay, almost all, destroyed by the soldiers in the year of the siege, when the palace was set on fire by the party hostile to the Medici. And since Giovan Francesco had a great affection for that place, he would set out at times from Florence to go there, just as he was, in his Lucco, and once out of the city he would throw it over his shoulder, and slowly wander all by himself, lost in contemplation, until he was there. One day, among others, being on that road, and the day being hot, he hid the Lucco in a thicket of thorn bushes, and having reached the palace, had been there 2 days before he remembered it. In the end, sending his man to look for it, when he saw that he had found it, he said, "The world is too good to last long." Giovan Francesco was a man of surpassing goodness, and very loving to the poor, insomuch that he would never let anyone leave him uncomforted; nay, keeping his money, whether he had much or little, in a basket, he would give some according to his ability to anyone who asked of him. Wherefore a poor man who often went to him for alms, seeing him go always to that basket, said, not thinking that he could be heard, "Ah, God, if I had in my own room all that is in that basket, I would soon settle all my troubles." Giovan Francesco, hearing him, said, after gazing at him fixedly a while, "Come here, I will satisfy you." And then, emptying the basket into a fold of his cloak, he said to him, "Go, and may God bless you." And shortly afterwards he sent to Niccolò Buoni, his dearest friend, who managed all his affairs, for more money; which Niccolò, who kept an account of his crops and of his money in the Monte, and sold his produce at the proper seasons, made a practice, according to Rustici's own wish, of giving him so much money every week, which Giovan Francesco then kept in the drawer of his desk without a key, and from time to time anyone who wished would take some to spend on the requirements of the household, according as might be necessary. But to return to his works. Giovan Francesco made a most beautiful crucifix of wood, as large as life, for sending to France; but it was left with Niccolò Buoni, together with other things in low relief and drawings, which are now in his possession, at the time when Rustici resolved to leave Florence, believing that it was no place for him, and thinking by a change of country to obtain a change of fortune. For Duke Giuliano, by whom he was always much favoured, he made a profile of his head in half relief and cast it in bronze; and this, which was held to be a remarkable work, is now in the house of Messer Alessandro, the son of Messer Ottaviano de' Medici. To the painter Ruberto di Filippo Lippi, who was his disciple, Giovan Francesco gave many works by his own hand, such as low reliefs, models, and designs, and among other things several pictures, a Leda, a Europa, a Neptune, a very beautiful Vulcan, and another little panel in low relief, wherein is a nude man on horseback of great beauty, which panel is now in the study of Don Silvano Razzi at the Angeli. The same Giovan Francesco made a very beautiful woman in bronze, 2 braccia in height, representing one of the Graces, who was pressing one of her breasts, but it is not known what became of it, nor in whose possession it is to be found. Of his horses in clay, with men on their backs or under them, similar to those already mentioned, there are many in the houses of citizens, which were presented by him to his various friends, for he was very courteous, and not, like most men of his class, mean and discourteous. And Dionigi da Diaceto, an excellent and honourable gentleman, who also kept the accounts of Giovan Francesco, like Niccolò Buoni, and was his friend, had from him many low reliefs. End of Section 11. Giovan Francesco Rustici, Part 1. Section 12 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 12. Giovan Francesco Rustici. Sculptor and Architect of Florence. Part II. There never was a man more amusing or fanciful than Giovan Francesco, nor one that delighted more in animals. He had made a porcupine so tame that it stayed under the table like a dog, and at times it rubbed against people's legs in such a manner that they drew them in very quickly. He had an eagle, and also a raven that said a great number of things so clearly that it was just like a human being. He also gave his attention to the study of necromancy, and by means of that I am told that he gave strange frights to his servants and assistants, and thus he lived without a care. Having built a room almost in the manner of a fish pond, and keeping in it many serpents, or rather grass snakes, which could not escape, he used to take the greatest pleasure in standing, particularly in summer, to observe the mad pranks that they played, and their fury. There used to assemble in his rooms at the Sapienza a company of good fellows, who called themselves the Company of the Paiuolo. And these, whose numbers were limited to 12, were our Giovan Francesco, Andrea del Sarto, the painter Spillo, Domenico Puligo, the goldsmith Robetta, Aristotile de San Gallo, Francesco di Pellegrino, Niccolo Buoni, Domenico Baccelli, who played and sang divinely, the sculptor Solosmio, Lorenzo called Guazzetto, and the painter Roberto di Filippo Lippi, who was their proveditor. Each of these 12 could bring to certain suppers and entertainments of theirs 4 friends and no more. The manner of the suppers, which I am very willing to describe, because these companies have fallen almost entirely out of fashion, was that each man should bring some dish for supper, prepared with some beautiful invention, which, on arriving at the proper place, he presented to the master of the feast, who was always one of their number, and who then gave it to whomsoever he pleased, each man thus exchanging his dish for that of another. When they were at table, they all offered each other something from their dishes, and each man partook of everything, and whoever had hit on the same invention for his dish as another, and had produced the same thing, was condemned to pay a penalty. One evening, then, when Giovan Francesco gave a supper to that company of the Paiuolo, he arranged that there should serve as a table an immense cauldron made with a vat, within which they all sat, and it appeared as if they were in the water of the cauldron, in the centre of which came the viands arranged in a circle, and the handle of the cauldron, which curved like a crescent above them, gave out a most beautiful light from the centre, so that, looking round, they all saw each other face to face. Now, when they were all seated at table in the cauldron, which was most beautifully contrived, there issued from the centre a tree with many branches, which set before them the supper, that is, the first course of viands, 2 to each plate. This done, it descended once more below, where there were persons who played music, and in a short time came up again, and presented the second course, and then the third, and so on in due order, while all around were servants who poured out the choicest wines. The invention of the cauldron, which was beautifully adorned with hangings and pictures, was much extolled by the men of that company. For that evening the contribution of Rustici was a cauldron in the form of a pie, in which was Ulysses dipping his father, in order to make him young again, which 2 figures were boiled capons that had the form of men, so well were the limbs arranged, and all with various things good to eat. Andrea del Sarto presented an octagonal temple similar to that of San Giovanni, but raised upon columns. The pavement was a vast plate of jelly, with a pattern of mosaic in various colors. The columns, which had the appearance of porphyry, were sausages long and thick, the socles and capitals were of Parmesan cheese, the cornices of sugar, and the tribune was made of sections of marchpane. In the center was a choir desk made of cold veal, with a book of lasagna that had the letters and notes of the music made of peppercorns, and the singers at the desk were cooked thrushes standing with their beaks open, and with certain little shirts, after the manner of surplices, made of fine cauls of pigs, and behind them, for the bases, were 2 fat young pigeons, with 6 ortolans that sang the soprano. Spillo presented as his dish a smith, which he had made from a great goose or some such bird, with all the instruments wherewith to mend the cauldron in case of need. Domenico Puligo represented by means of a cooked suckling pig a serving girl with a distaff at her side, who was watching a brood of chickens, and was there to scour the cauldron. Robetta made out of a calf's head, with appurtenances formed of other fat meats, an anvil for the maintenance of the cauldron, which was very fine and very beautiful, as were also all the other contributions, not to enumerate one by one all the dishes of that supper, and of many others that they gave. The company of the Cazzuola, which was similar to the other, and to which Giovan Francesco belonged, had its origin in the following manner. One evening in the year 1512 there were at supper in the garden that Fio d'Agnolo, the hunchback, a fife player and a very merry fellow, had in the Campaccio with Fio himself, Ser Bastiano Saginati, Ser Raffaello del Beccaio, Ser Caccino de Profumi, Girolamo del Giocondo, and Il Baia. And while they were eating their ricotta, the eyes of Baia fell on a heap of lime with the trowel sticking in it, just as the mason had left it the day before, by the side of the table in a corner of the garden. Whereupon, taking some of the lime with that trowel, or rather mason's trowel, he dropped it all into the mouth of Feo, who was waiting with gaping jaws for a great mouthful of ricotta from another of the company, which seeing, they all began to shout, "A trowel! A trowel!" That company being then formed by reason of that incident, it was ordained that its members should be in all 24, 12 of those who, as the phrase was in those times, were "going for the great," and 12 of those who were "going for the less," and that its emblem should be a trowel, to which they added afterwards those little black tadpoles that have a large head and a tail, which are called in Tuscany cazzuoli. Their patron saint was Saint Andrew, whose festal day they used to celebrate with much solemnity, giving a most beautiful supper and banquet according to their rules. The first members of that company, those "going for the great," were Jacopo Podigai, Francesco Rucellai, Domenico his brother, Giovan Battista Genori, Girolamo del Giocondo, Giovanni Miniati, Niccolo del Barbigia, Mezzobate his brother, Cosimo de Panzano, Matteo his brother, Marco Jacobi, and Pieracino Bartoli, and those going for the less, Ser Bastiano Saginati, Ser Raffaello del Beccaio, Ser Caccino de Perfumi, Giuliano Bugiardini the painter, Francesco Granacci the painter, Giovan Francesco Rustici, Feo the hunchback, his companion Il Talina the musician, Pierino the fifer, Giovanni the trombone player, and Il Baia the bombardier. The associates were Bernardino de Giorgiano, Il Talano, Il Caiano, Maestro Jacopo del Biantina, and Messer Giovan Battista de Cristofano Adoneo, both heralds of the Signoria, Buon Pocci, and Domenico Barlacci. And not many years passed, so much did they increase in reputation, as they held their feasts and merry makings, before there were elected to that company of the Cazzuola Signor Giuliano de' Medici, Agnolo Benvenuti, Giovanni Canigiani, Giovanni Serristori, Giovanni Gaddi, Giovanni Bandini, Luigi Martelli, Paolo da Romena, and Filippo Pandolfini the hunchback; and together with these, at one and the same time as associates, Andrea del Sarto the painter, Bartolomeo Trombone the musician, Ser Bernardo Pisanello, Piero the cloth shearer, Gemma the mercer, and lastly Maestro Manente the San Giovanni the physician. The feasts that these men held at various times were innumerable, and I shall describe only a few of them for the sake of those who do not know the customs of these companies, which, as has been related, have now fallen almost entirely out of fashion. The first given by the Cazzuola, which was arranged by Giuliano Bugiardini, was held at a place called the Aya, at Santa Maria Nuova, where, as we have already said, the gates of San Giovanni were cast in bronze. There, I say, the master of the company, having commanded that every man should present himself dressed in whatever costume he pleased, on condition that those who might resemble one another in their manner of dress by being clothed in the same fashion, should pay a penalty, at the appointed hour there appeared the most beautiful, bizarre, and extravagant costumes that could be imagined. Then, the hour of supper having come, they were placed at table according to the quality of their clothes, those who were dressed as princes in the first places, the rich and noble after them, and those dressed as poor persons in the last and lowest places. And whether they had games and merrymaking after supper, it is better to leave that to everyone to imagine for himself than to say anything about it. At another repast, which was arranged by the same Bugiardini and by Giovan Francesco Rustici, the men of the company appeared, as the master had commanded, all in the dress of masons and their labourers. That is, those who were going for the great had the trowel with the cutting edge and hammer in their girdles, and those going for the less were dressed as labourers with the hod, the levers for moving weights, and in their girdles the ordinary trowel. When all had arrived in the first room, the lord of the feast showed them the ground plan of an edifice that had to be built by the company, and placed the master masons at table around it. And then the labourers began to carry up the materials for making the foundations, hods full of cooked lasagna and ricotta prepared with sugar for mortar, sand made of cheese, spices, and pepper mixed together, and for gravel large sweetmeats and pieces of berlingozzo. The wall bricks, paving bricks, and tiles, which were brought in baskets and hand barrows, were loaves of bread and flat cakes. A basement having then come up, it appeared to the stone cutters that it had not been executed and put together well enough, and they judged that it would be a good thing to break it and take it to pieces. Whereupon, having set upon it and found it all composed of pastry, pieces of liver, and other such like things, they feasted on these, which were placed before them by the labourers. Next, the same labourers having come on the scene with a great column swathed with the cooked tripe of calves, it was taken to pieces, and after distributing the boiled veal, capons, and other things of which it was composed, they eat the base of Parmesan cheese and the capital, which was made in a marvellous manner of pieces carved from roasted capons and slices of veal, with a crown of tongues. But why do I dally over describing all the details? After the column there was brought up on a car a very ingenious piece of architrave, with frieze and cornice, composed in like manner so well, and of so many different viands, that to attempt to describe them all would make too long a story. Enough that when the time came to break up, after many peals of thunder, an artificial rain began to fall, and all left the work and fled, each one going to his own house. Another time, when the master of the same company was Matteo da Panzano, the banquet was arranged in the following manner. Ceres, seeking Proserpine, her daughter, who had been carried off by Pluto, entered the room where the men of the Cazzuola were assembled, and, coming before their master, besought him that they should accompany her to the infernal regions. To which request, consenting after much discussion, they went after her, and so, entering into a somewhat darkened room, they saw in place of a door a vast mouth of a serpent, the head of which took up the whole wall. Round which door, all crowding together, while Cerberus barked, Ceres called out, asking whether her lost daughter was in there. And a voice having answered yes, she added that she desired to have her back. But Pluto replied that he would not give her up, and invited Ceres with all the company to the nuptials that were being prepared, and the invitation was accepted. Whereupon, all having entered through that mouth, which was full of teeth, and which, being hung on hinges, opened to each couple of men that entered, and then shut again, they found themselves at last in a great room of a round shape, which had no light but a very little one in the centre, which burned so dim that they could scarcely see one another. There, having been pushed into their seats with a great fork by a most hideous devil who was in the middle, beside the tables, which were draped in black, Pluto commanded that in honor of his nuptials the pains of hell should cease for as long as those guests remained there. And so it was done. Now in that room were painted all the chasms of the regions of the damned, with their pains and torments. And fire being put to a match of tow, in a flash a light was kindled at each chasm, thus revealing in the picture in what manner and with what pains those who were in it were tormented. The viands of that infernal supper were all animals vile and most hideous in appearance. But nevertheless within, under the loathly covering and the shape of the pastry, were most delicate meats of many kinds. The skin, I say, on the outer side, made it appear as if they were serpents, grass snakes, lizards large and small, tarantulas, toads, frogs, scorpions, bats, and other such-like animals. But within all were composed of the choicest viands. And these were placed on the tables before every man with a shovel, under the direction of the devil who was in the middle, while a companion poured out exquisite wines from a horn of glass, ugly and monstrous in shape, into glazed crucibles, which served as drinking glasses. These first viands finished, which formed a sort of relish, dead men's bones were set all the way down the table in place of fruits and sweetmeats, as if the supper, which was scarcely begun, were finished, which reliquary fruits were of sugar. That done, Pluto, who proclaimed that he wished to go to his repose with his Proserpine, commanded that the pains should return to torment the damned. And in a moment all the lights that have been mentioned were blown out by a sort of wind. On every side were heard rumblings, voices, and cries, awesome and horrible. And in the middle of that darkness, with a little light, was seen the image of Baia the Bombardier, who was one of the guests, as has been related, condemned to hell by Pluto for having always chosen as the subjects and inventions of his girandole and other fireworks the 7 mortal sins and the things of hell. While all were occupied in gazing on that spectacle, and listening to various sounds of lamentation, The mournful and funereal table was taken away, and in place of it, lights being kindled, was seen a very rich and regal feast, with splendid servants who brought the rest of the supper, which was handsome and magnificent. At the end of the supper came a ship full of various confections, and the crew of the ship, pretending to remove their merchandise, little by little brought the men of the company into the upper rooms, where, a very rich scenic setting having been already prepared, there was performed a comedy called the Philogenia, which was much extolled; and at dawn, the play finished, every man went happily home. 2 years afterwards, it being the turn of the same man, after many feasts and comedies, to be master of the company another time, he, in order to reprove some of that company who had spent too much on certain feasts and banquets, only, as the saying goes, to be themselves eaten alive, had his banquet arranged in the following manner. At the Aya, where they were wont to assemble, there were first painted on the wall without the door some of those figures that are generally painted on the walls and porticos of hospitals, such as the director of the hospital, with gestures full of charity, inviting and receiving beggars and pilgrims. This picture being uncovered late on the evening of the feast, there began to arrive the men of the company, who, after knocking and being received at the entrance by the director of the hospital, made their way into a great room arranged in the manner of a hospital, with the beds at the sides and other such like things. In the middle of that room, round a great fire, were Biantina, Battista del Ateneo, Barlacci, Baia, and other merry spirits, dressed after the manner of beggars, wastrels, and Gallo birds, who, pretending not to be seen by those who came in from time to time, and gathered into a circle, and conversing of the men of the company, and also of themselves, said the hardest things in the world about those who had thrown away their all, and spent on suppers and feasts much more than was right. Which discourse finished, when it was seen that all who were to be there had arrived, in came St. Andrew, their patron saint, who, leading them out of the hospital, took them into another room, magnificently furnished, where they sat down to table and had a joyous supper. Then the saint laughingly commanded them that, in order not to be too wasteful with their superfluous expenses, so that they might keep well away from hospitals, they should be contented with one feast, a grand and solemn affair, every year. After which he went his way. And they obeyed him, holding a most beautiful supper, with a comedy, every year over a long period of time. And thus there were performed at various times, as was related in the life of Aristotile de San Gallo, the Calandra of Messer Bernardo, Cardinal of Bibbiena, the Suppositi, and the Casaria of Ariosto, and the Clisia and the Mandragola of Machiavelli, with many others. Francesco and Domenico Rucellai, for the feast that it fell to them to give when they were masters of the company, performed first the Arpi of Fineo, and the second time, after a disputation of philosophers on the Trinity, they caused to be represented St. Andrew throwing open a heaven with all the choirs of the angels, which was in truth a very rare spectacle. And Giovanni Gaddi, with the help of Jacopo Sansovino, Andrea del Sarto, and Giovan Francesco Rustici, represented a Tantalus in hell, who gave a feast to all the men of the company, clothed in the dress of various gods. With all the rest of the fable, and many fanciful inventions of gardens, scenes of paradise, fireworks, and other things, to recount which would make our story too long. A very beautiful invention also was that of Luigi Martelli, when, being master of the company, he gave them supper in the house of Giuliano Scali, at the Porta Pinti, for he represented Mars, all smeared with blood, to signify his cruelty, in a room full of bloody human limbs. In another room he showed Mars and Venus naked in a bed, and a little farther on Vulcan, who, having covered them with the net, was calling all the gods to see the outrage done to him by Mars and by his sorry spouse. But it is now time, after this digression, which may perchance appear to some too long, although for many reasons it does not seem to me that this account has been given wholly out of place, that I return to the life of Rustici. Giovan Francesco then, not liking much to live in Florence after the expulsion of the Medici in the year 1528, left the charge of all his affairs to Niccolo Buoni, and went off with his young man Lorenzo Naldini, called Guazzetto, to France, where, having been made known to King Francis by Giovan Battista della Palla, who happened to be there then, and by Francesco de Pellegrino, his very dear friend, who had gone there a short time before, he was received very willingly, and an allowance of 500 crowns a year was granted to him. By that king, for whom Giovan Francesco executed some works of which nothing in particular is known, he was finally commissioned to make a horse in bronze twice the size of life, upon which was to be placed the king himself. Whereupon, having set his hand to the work, after some models which much pleased the king, he went on with the making of the large model and the mould for casting it, in a large palace given to him for his enjoyment by the king. But whatever may have been the reason, the king died before the work was finished, and since at the beginning of Henry's reign many persons had their allowances taken away, and the expenses of the court were cut down, it is said that Giovan Francesco, now old and not very prosperous, had nothing to live upon save the profit that he made by letting the great palace and dwelling that he had received for his own enjoyment from the liberality of King Francis. And fortune, not content with all that the poor man had endured up to that time, gave him, in addition to all the rest, another very great shock, in that King Henry presented that palace to Signor Piero Strozzi, and Giovan Francesco would have found himself in very dire straits, if the goodness of that lord, to whom the misfortunes of Rustici were a great grief, the latter having made himself known to him, had not brought him timely aid in the hour of his greatest need. For Signor Piero, sending him to an abbey or some other place, whatever it may have been, belonging to his brother, not only succoured Giovan Francesco in his needy old age, but even had him attended and cared for, according as his great worth deserved, until the end of his life. Giovan Francesco died at the age of 80, and his possessions fell for the most part to the above-named Signor Piero Strozzi. I must not omit to tell that it has come to my ears that while Antonio Mini, a disciple of Buonarroti, was living in France, when he was entertained and treated with much lovingness in Paris by Giovan Francesco, there came into the hands of Rustici some cartoons, designs, and models by the hand of Michelagnolo, a part of which the sculptor Benvenuto Cellini received when he was in France, and he brought them to Florence. Giovan Francesco, as has been said, was not only without an equal in the work of casting, but also exemplary in conduct, of supreme goodness, and a great lover of the poor. Wherefore it is no marvel that he was assisted most liberally in the hour of his need by the above-mentioned Signor Piero with money and every other thing. For it is true beyond all other truths that even in this life the good works that we do to our neighbors for the love of God are repaid 1,000-fold. Rustici drew very well, as may be seen, besides our own book, from the book of drawings of the very Reverend Don Vincenzio Borghini. The above-mentioned Lorenzo Naldini, called Guazzetto, the disciple of Rustici, had executed many works of sculpture excellently well in France, but of these I have not been able to learn any particulars, any more than of those of his master, who, it may well be believed, did not stay all those years in France as good as idle, nor always occupied with that horse of his. That Lorenzo possessed some houses beyond the Porta a San Gallo, in the suburbs that were destroyed on account of the siege of Florence, which houses were thrown to the ground together with the rest by the people. That circumstance so grieved him that, returning in the year 1540 to revisit his country, when he was within a quarter of a mile of Florence, he put the hood of his cloak over his head, covering his eyes, in order that, in entering by that gate, he might not see the suburb and his own houses all pulled down. Wherefore the guards at the gate, seeing him thus muffled up, asked him what that meant, and having heard from him why he had so covered his face, they laughed at him. Lorenzo, after being a few months in Florence, returned to France, taking his mother with him, and there he still lives and labors. End of Section 12. Giovan Francesco Rustici, Part 2. Section 13 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 13. Life of Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montorsoli, Sculptor, Part 1. To one Michel d'Agnolo of Poggibonzi, in the village of Montorsoli, which is 3 miles distant from Florence on the road to Bologna, where he had a good farm of some size, there was born a male child, to whom he gave the name of his father, Agnolo. That child growing up, and having an inclination for design, as could be readily seen, was placed by his father, according to the advice of friends, to learn stone cutting under some masters who worked at the quarries of Fiesole, almost opposite to Montorsoli. Agnolo, continuing to ply the chisel with those masters, in company with Francesco del Tadda, who was then a lad, and with others, not many months had passed before he knew very well how to handle the tools and to execute many kinds of work in that profession. Having then contracted a friendship by means of Francesco del Tadda with Maestro Andrea, a sculptor of Fiesole, the genius of the child so pleased that master that he conceived an affection for him, and began to teach him, and thus he kept him in his workshop for 3 years. After which time, his father Michel being dead, Agnolo went off in company with other young stone cutters to Rome, where, having been set to work on the building of San Pietro, he carved some of those rosettes that are in the great cornices which encircle the interior of that temple, with much profit to himself and a good salary. Having then departed from Rome, I know not why, he placed himself in Perugia with a master stone cutter, who at the end of a year left him in charge of all his works. But, recognizing that to stay at Perugia was not the life for him, and that he was not learning, he went off, when the opportunity to depart presented itself, to work on the tomb of Messer Raffaello Maffei, called Il Volterrano, at Volterra, And in that work, which was being made in marble, he carved some things which showed that his genius was destined some day to achieve a good result. Which labour finished, hearing that Michelagnolo Buonarroti was setting to work at that time on the buildings of the sacristy and library of San Lorenzo, the best carvers and stone cutters that could be found, he went off to Florence, where, having been likewise set to work, among the first things that he did were some ornaments from which Michelagnolo recognized that he was a young man of most beautiful and resolute genius, and that, moreover, he could do more in one day by himself alone than the oldest and best practised masters could do in two. Wherefore he caused to be given to him, boy as he was, the same salary as the older men were drawing. These buildings being then suspended in the year 1527, on account of the plague and for other reasons, Agnolo, not knowing what else to do, went to Poggibonzi, from which place his father and grandfather had their origin. And there he remained for a time with Messer Giovanni Norchiati, his uncle, a pious and well-lettered man, doing nothing but draw and study. But in the end, seeing the world turned topsy-turvy, a desire came to him to become a monk, and to give his attention in peace to the salvation of his soul, and he went to the hermitage of Camaldoli. There, making trial of that life, and not being able to endure the discomforts, fastings, and abstinences, he did not stay long. But nevertheless, during the time that he was there, he became very dear to those fathers, for he was of an excellent disposition. And during that time his diversion was to carve heads of men and of various animals, with beautiful and fanciful inventions, on the ends of the staves, or rather sticks, that those holy fathers carry when they go from Camaldoli to the hermitage, or for recreation into the forest, at which time they have a dispensation from silence. Having departed from the hermitage with the leave and good will of the principal, he went off to Lavernia, as one who was drawn at all costs to become a monk, and stayed there a while, frequenting the choir and mixing with those fathers. But that life also did not please him, and after having received information about the life in many religious houses of Florence and Arezzo, he left Lavernia and went to those places, and finally, not being able to settle in any other in such a manner as to have facilities for attending both to drawing and to the salvation of his soul, he became a friar in the Ingesuati at Florence, without the Porta a Pinti, and was received by them very willingly, for they gave their attention to making windows of glass, and they hoped that he would be of great assistance and advantage to them in that work. Now those fathers, according to the custom of their life and rule, do not say Mass, and keep for that purpose a priest to say Mass every morning, and they had at that time as their chaplain a certain Fra Martino of the Servite order, a person of passing good judgment and character. That Fra Martino, having recognized the young man's genius, reflected that he was little able to exercise it among those fathers who do nothing but say paternosters, make windows of glass, distill waters, and lay out gardens, with other such like pursuits, and do not study or give their attention to letters. And he contrived to say and do so much that the young man, going forth from the Ingesuati, assumed the habit among the Servite friars of the Nunziata in Florence on the 7th day of October in the year 1530, receiving the name of Fra Giovanni Agnolo. In the next year 1531, having learned in the meanwhile the ceremonies and offices of that order, and studied the works of Andrea del Sarto that are in that place, he made what they call his profession, and in the year following, to the full satisfaction of those fathers and the contentment of his relatives, he chanted his first Mass with much pomp and honor. Then the images in wax of Leo, Clement, and others of that most noble family, which had been placed there as votive offerings, having been destroyed during the expulsion of the Medici by some young men who were rather mad than valorous, the friars determined that these should be made again, and Fra Giovanni Agnolo, with the help of some of those men who gave their attention to the work of fashioning such images, restored some that were old and consumed by time, and made anew those of Pope Leo and Pope Clement, which are still to be seen there, and a short time afterwards those of the King of Bosnia and of the old Lord of Piombino. And in these works Fra Giovanni Agnolo made no little proficience. Meanwhile, Michelagnolo, being in Rome with Pope Clement, who desired that the work of San Lorenzo should be continued, and had therefore had him summoned, His Holiness asked him to find a young man who might restore some ancient statues in the Belvedere, which were broken. Whereupon Buonarroti, remembering Fra Giovanni Agnolo, proposed him to the Pope, and His Holiness demanded him in a brief from the General of the Servite Order, who gave him up because he could not do otherwise, and very unwillingly. Arriving in Rome, then, the friar, laboring in the rooms of the Belvedere that were given to him by the Pope to live and work in, restored the left arm that was wanting to the Apollo, and the right arm of the Laocoon, which statues are in that place, and likewise gave directions for restoring the Hercules. And since the Pope went almost every morning to the Belvedere for recreation, and to say the office, the friar made his portrait in marble, and that so well that the work brought him much praise, and the Pope conceived a very great affection for him, particularly because he saw him to be very studious of the matters of art, and heard that he used to draw all night in order to have new things every morning to show to the Pope, who much delighted in them. During that time, a canonicate having fallen vacant at San Lorenzo, a church in Florence built and endowed by the house of Medici, Fra Giovanni Agnolo, who by that time had laid aside the friar's habit, obtained it for Messer Giovanni Norciati, his uncle, who was chaplain in the above-named church. Finally, Pope Clement, having determined that Buonarroti should return to Florence to finish the works of the sacristy and library of San Lorenzo, gave him orders, since many statues were wanting there, as will be told in the life of Michelagnolo himself, that he should avail himself of the most able men that could be found, and particularly of Fra Giovanni Agnolo, employing the same methods as had been adopted by Antonio da San Gallo, in order to finish the works of the Madonna di Loreto. Having therefore made his way with the Frate to Florence, Michelagnolo, in executing the statues of Duke Lorenzo and Duke Giuliano, employed the Frate much in polishing them and in executing certain difficult undercuttings, with which occasion Fra Giovanni Agnolo learned many things from that truly divine man, standing with attention to watch him at work, and observing every least thing. Now, among other statues that were wanting to the completion of that work, there were lacking a San Cosimo and a San Damiano, that were to be one on either side of the Madonna, and Michelagnolo gave the San Damiano to Raffaello da Montelupo to execute, and to the Frate the San Cosimo, commanding the latter that he should work in the same rooms where he himself had worked and was still working. Having therefore set his hand with the greatest zeal to that work, the Frate made a large model of the figure, which was retouched by Buonarroti in many parts. Indeed, Michelagnolo made with his own hand the head and the arms of clay, which are now at Arezzo, held by Vasari among his dearest treasures in memory of that great man. There were not wanting many envious persons who blamed Michelagnolo for his action, saying that in allotting that statue he had shown little judgment and had made a bad choice. But the result afterwards proved, as will be related, that Michelagnolo had shown excellent judgment, and that the Frate was an able man. When Michelagnolo, with the assistance of Fra Giovanni Agnolo, had finished and placed in position the statues of Duke Giuliano and Duke Lorenzo, being summoned by the Pope, who wished that arrangements should be made for executing in marble the façade of San Lorenzo, he went to Rome; but he had not made a long stay there, when, Pope Clement dying, everything was left unfinished. At Florence the statue of the Frate, unfinished as it was, together with the other works, was thrown open to view, and was very highly extolled. And in truth, whether it was his own study and diligence, or the assistance of Michelagnolo, it proved in the end to be an excellent figure, and the best that Fra Giovanni Agnolo ever made among all that he executed in the whole of his life, so that it was truly worthy to be placed where it was. Buonarroti, being freed by the death of the Pope from his engagements at San Lorenzo, turned his attention to discharging his obligations in connection with the tomb of Pope Julius II. But since he had need of assistance for this, he sent for the Frate. But Fra Giovanni Agnolo did not go to Rome until he had finished entirely the image of Duke Alessandro for the Nunziata, which he executed in a manner different from the others, and very beautiful, in the form in which that lord may still be seen, clad in armour and kneeling on a Burgundian helmet, and with one hand to his breast, in the act of recommending himself to the Madonna there. That image finished, he then went to Rome, and was of great assistance to Michelagnolo in the work of the above-mentioned tomb of Julius II. Meanwhile, Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici heard that Cardinal de Tournon had to take a sculptor to France to serve the king, and he proposed to him Fra Giovanni Agnolo, who, being much exhorted with good reasons by Michelagnolo, went with that same Cardinal de Tournon to Paris. Arriving there, he was introduced to the king, who received him very willingly, and shortly afterward assigned to him a good allowance, with the command that he should execute 4 large statues. Of these the Frate had not yet finished the models, when, the king being far away and occupied in fighting with the English on the borders of his kingdom, he began to be badly treated by the treasurers, not being able to draw his allowances and have whatever he desired, according as had been ordained by the king. At which feeling great disdain, for it appeared to him that in proportion as these arts and the men of the arts were esteemed by that magnanimous king, even so they were disprized and put to shame by his ministers, he departed, notwithstanding that the treasurers, who became aware of his displeasure, paid him his overdue allowances down to the last farthing. It is true that before setting out he gave both the king and the cardinal to know by means of letters that he wished to go away. Having therefore gone from Paris to Lyons, and from there through Provence to Genoa, He had not been long there when, in company with some friends, he went to Venice, Padua, Verona, and Mantua, seeing with great pleasure buildings, sculptures, and pictures, and at times drawing them. But above all did the pictures of Giulio Romano in Mantua please him, some of which he drew with care. Then, having heard at Ferrara and Bologna that his fellow friars of the Servite order were holding a general chapter at Budrion, he went there in order to see again many who were his friends, and in particular the Florentine Maestro Zaccaria, whom he loved most dearly. At his entreaty, Fra Giovanni Agnolo made in a day and a night 2 figures in clay of the size of life, a Faith and a Charity, which, made in the semblance of white marble, served to adorn a temporary fountain contrived by him with a great vessel of copper, which continued to spout water during the whole day when the chapter was held, to his great credit and honour. Having returned with the above named Maestro Zaccaria from Budrion to Florence, he made in his own Servite convent, likewise of clay, and placed in 2 niches of the chapter house 2 figures larger than life, Moses and St. Paul, which brought him much praise. Being then sent to Arezzo by Maestro Dionisio, the general of the Servites at that time, who was afterwards made a cardinal by Pope Paul III, and who felt himself much indebted to Angelo, the general at Arezzo, who had brought him up and taught him the appreciation of letters, Fra Giovanni Agnolo executed for that general of Arezzo a beautiful tomb of grey sandstone in San Piero in that city, with many carvings and some statues, and upon a sarcophagus the above named General Angelo taken from life, and 2 nude little boys in the round, who are weeping and extinguishing the torches of human life, with other ornaments, which render that work very beautiful. It was not yet completely finished when, being summoned to Florence by the proveditors for the festive preparations that Duke Alessandro was then causing to be made for the visit to that city of the Emperor Charles V, who was returning victorious from Tunis, the Frate was forced to depart. Having arrived in Florence, he made on the Ponte a San Trinita, upon a great base, a figure of 8 braccia, representing the river Arno lying down, which from its attitude appeared to be rejoicing with the Rhine, the Danube, the Bagradus, and the Ebro, statues executed by others over the coming of his Majesty, which Arno was a very good and beautiful figure. On the Canto de Carnesecchi the same master made a figure 12 braccia high of Jason, leader of the Argonauts; but this, being of immoderate size, and the time short, did not prove to have the perfection of the first, nor indeed did the figure of august gladness that he made on the Canto alla Cuculia. But every one remembering the shortness of the time in which he executed those works, they won much honour and fame for him, both from the craftsmen and from all others. Having then finished the work at Arezzo, and hearing that Girolamo Genga had a work to execute in marble at Urbino, the Frate went to seek him out, but not having come to any agreement, he took the road to Rome, and after staying there but a short time, went on to Naples, in the hope that he might have to make the tomb of Jacopo Sanazzaro, a gentleman of Naples, and a truly distinguished and most rare poet. Sanazzaro had built at Margoglino a very pleasant place, with a most beautiful view at the end of the Chiaia, on the shore, a magnificent and most commodious habitation, which he enjoyed during his lifetime. and coming to his death, he left that place, which has the form of a convent with a beautiful little church, to the order of Servite friars, enjoining on Signor Cesare Mormerio and the Lord Count d'Alif, the executors of his will, that they should erect his tomb in that church, built by himself, which was to be administered by the above named friars. When the making of it came to be discussed, Fra Giovanni Agnolo was proposed by the friars to the above named executors, and to him, after he had gone to Naples, as has been related, that tomb was allotted, for his models had been judged to be no little better than the many others that had been made by various sculptors, the price being 1,000 crowns. Of which, having received a good portion, he sent to quarry the marbles Francesco del Tadda of Fiesole, an excellent carver, whom he had commissioned to execute all the squared work and carving that had to be done in that undertaking, in order to finish it more quickly. While the Frate was preparing himself to make that tomb, the Turkish army, having entered Puglia, and the people of Naples being in no little alarm on that account, orders were given that the city should be fortified, and for that purpose there were appointed 4 men of importance and of the best judgment. These men, wishing to make use of competent architects, turned their thoughts to the Frate. But he, having heard some rumor of this, and not considering that it was right for a man of religion, such as he was, to occupy himself with affairs of war, gave the executors to understand that he would do the work either in Carrara or in Florence, and that at the appointed time it would be finished and erected in its place. Having then made his way from Naples to Florence, he straightway received a command from the Signora Donna Maria, the mother of Duke Cosimo, that he should finish the San Cosimo that he had previously begun, under the direction of Buonarroti, for the tomb of the elder Lorenzo de' Medici the Magnificent. Whereupon he set his hand to it and finished it, and that done, since the Duke had already caused to be constructed a great part of the conduits for the great fountain of his villa at Castello, and that fountain was to have at the top, as a crowning ornament, a Hercules in the act of crushing Antaeus, from whose mouth there was to issue in place of breath a jet of water rising to some height. The Frate was commissioned to make for this a model of considerable size, which, pleasing his Excellency, it was ordained that he should execute it, and should go to Carrara to quarry the marble. To Carrara the Frate went very willingly, hoping with that opportunity to carry forward the above-mentioned tomb of Sannazaro, and in particular a scene with figures in half-relief. While Fra Giovanni Agnolo was there, then, Cardinal Doria wrote from Genoa to Cardinal Cibo, who happened to be at Carrara, saying that, since Bandinelli had not finished the statue of Prince Doria, and would now never finish it, he should contrive to obtain for him some able man, a sculptor, who might do it, for the reason that he had the charge of pressing on that work. Which letter having been received by Cibo, who had long had knowledge of the Frate, he did his utmost to send him to Genoa; but he steadfastly declared that he could not and would not serve his most reverend Highness until he had fulfilled the promise and obligation by which he was bound to Duke Cosimo. While these matters were being discussed, he had carried the tomb of Sannazaro well forward, and had blocked out the marble for the Hercules, and he then went with the latter to Florence. There he brought it with much promptitude and study to such a condition that it would have been but little toil for him to finish it completely, if he had continued to work at it. but a rumor having arisen that the marble was not proving to be by any means as perfect a work as the model, and that the freight was likely to find difficulty in fitting together the legs of the Hercules, which did not correspond with the torso, Messer Pier Francesco Riccio, the major domo, who was paying the freight his allowance, let himself be swayed by that more than a serious man should have done, and began to proceed very cautiously with his payments, trusting too much to Bandinelli, who was leaning with all his weight against Fra Giovanni Agnolo, in order to avenge himself for the wrong which it appeared to him that master had done to him, by promising that he would make the statue of Doria when once free of his obligation to the Duke. It was also thought that the favor of Tribolo, who was executing the ornaments of Castello, was no advantage to the freight. However that may have been, perceiving himself to be badly treated by Riccio, and being a proud and choleric man, he went off to Genoa. There he received from Cardinal Doria and from the Prince the commission for the statue of that Prince, which was to be placed on the Piazza Doria, to which having set his hand, yet without altogether neglecting the tomb of Sannazaro, while Tadda was executing the squared work and the carvings at Carrara, he finished it to the great satisfaction of the Prince and the people of Genoa. But although that statue had been made to be placed on the Piazza Doria, nevertheless the Genoese made so much ado that, to the despair of the Frate, it was placed on the Piazza della Signoria, notwithstanding that he said that he had fashioned it to stand by itself on a pedestal, and that therefore it could not look well or have its proper effect against a wall. And, to tell the truth, nothing worse can be done than to set up a work made for one place in some other place, seeing that the craftsman accommodates himself in the process of his labor, with regard to the lights and viewpoints, to the position in which his work, whether sculpture or painting, is to be placed. After this, the Genoese, seeing the scenes and figures made for the tomb of Sannazaro, and much liking them, desired that the Frate should execute a St. John the Evangelist for their cathedral church, which, when finished, pleased them so much that it filled them with stupefaction. Finally, Fra Giovanni Agnolo departed from Genoa, and went to Naples, where he set up in the place already mentioned the tomb of Sannazaro, which is composed in this fashion. At the lower corners are two pedestals, on each of which are carved the arms of Sannazaro, and between them is a slab of 1 braccio and a half, on which is carved the epitaph that Jacopo wrote for himself, supported by two little boys. Next, on each of the said pedestals is a seated statue of marble in the round, 4 braccia in height, these being Minerva and Apollo. And between them, set off by two ornamental consoles that are at the sides, is a scene 2 braccia and a half square, in which are carved in low relief fauns, satyrs, nymphs, and other figures that are playing and singing, after the manner which that most excellent man has described in the pastoral verses of his most learned Arcadia. Above this scene is placed a sarcophagus of a very beautiful shape in the round, all carved and very ornate, in which are the remains of that poet. And upon it, on a base in the centre, is his head taken from life, with these words at the foot, Actias sinceras, accompanied by two boys with wings in the manner of loves, who have some books about them. And in two niches that are at the sides, in the other two walls of the chapel, there are on two bases two upright figures of marble in the round, each of 3 braccia or little more, these being St. James the Apostle and San Nazaro. When this work had been built up in the manner that has been described, the above-mentioned lords, the executors, were completely satisfied with it, and all Naples likewise. The Frate, then, remembering that he had promised Prince Doria that he would return to Genoa to make his tomb for him in San Matteo, and to adorn the whole church, he departed straightway from Naples and set out for Genoa. Having arrived there, he made the models of the work that he was to execute for that lord, which pleased him vastly. And then he set his hand to it, with a good allowance of money, and a good number of masters. And thus, dwelling in Genoa, the Frate made many friendships with noblemen and men of distinction, and in particular with some physicians, who were of much assistance to him, for, helping one another, they made anatomical studies of many human bodies, and gave their attention to architecture and perspective. And so Fra Giovanni Agnolo attained to the greatest excellence. Besides this, the prince, going very often to the place where he was working, and much liking his discourse, conceived a very great affection for him. At that time also of 2 nephews that he had left in charge of Maestro Zaccaria, one, called Agnolo, was sent to him, a young man of beautiful genius and exemplary character; and shortly afterwards there was sent to him by the same Zaccaria another young man called Martino, the son of one Bartolomeo, a tailor. Of both these young men, teaching them as if they were his sons, the Frate availed himself in the work that he had in hand; and when he had finally come to the end of it, he built up the chapel, the tomb, and the other ornaments that he had made for that church, which forms a cross at the head of the central nave, and 3 crosses down along the length of the nave, and has the high altar standing isolated at the head and in the centre. The chapel, then, is supported at the corners by 4 large pilasters, which likewise uphold the great cornice that runs right round, over which curve 4 semicircular arches that lie in line with the pilasters. Of these arches 3 are adorned in their central space with windows of no great size, and over the arches curves a round cornice that forms 4 angles between one arch and another at the corners, while above it rises a vaulting in the form of a basin. After the Frate, then, had made many ornaments of marble about the altar on all 4 sides, he placed upon the altar a very rich and beautiful vase of marble for the most holy sacrament, between 2 angels of the size of life, likewise of marble. Next, around the whole runs a pattern of different kinds of stone, let into the marble with a beautiful and well varied arrangement of variegated marbles and rare stones, such as serpentines, porphyries, and jaspers. And in the principal wall at the head of the chapel he made another pattern from the level of the floor to the height of the altar, with similar kinds of variegated marble and stone, which forms a base to 4 pilasters of marble that enclose 3 spaces. In the central space, which is larger than the others, there is in a tomb the body of I know not what saint, and in those at the sides are 2 statues of marble representing 2 evangelists. Above that range of pilasters is a cornice, and above the cornice 4 other smaller pilasters, and these support another cornice, which is divided into compartments to hold 3 little tablets that correspond to the spaces below. In the central compartment, which rests upon the great cornice, is a Christ of marble, rising from the dead, in full relief and larger than life. On the walls at the sides the same order of columns is repeated, and above that tomb, in the central space, is a Madonna in half relief, with the dead Christ, which Madonna is between King David and St. John the Baptist, and on the other side are St. Andrew and Jeremiah the prophet. The lunettes of the arches above the great cornice, wherein are two windows, are in stucco work, with two children that appear to be adorning the windows. In the angles below the tribune are four Sibyls, likewise of stucco, even as the whole vaulting is also wrought in grotesques of various manners. Beneath this chapel is built a subterranean chamber, wherein, after descending to it by a marble staircase, one sees at the head a sarcophagus of marble with two children upon it, in which was to be placed, as I believe was done after his death, the body of Signor Andrea Doria himself, and on an altar opposite to the sarcophagus, within a most beautiful vase of bronze, which was made and polished divinely well by him who cast it, whoever he may have been, is a piece of the wood of that most holy cross upon which our blessed Jesus Christ was crucified, which wood was presented to Prince Doria by the Duke of Savoy. The walls of that tomb are all encrusted with marble, and the vaulting wrought in stucco and gold, with many stories of the noble deeds of Doria, and the pavement is all divided into compartments with different kinds of variegated stone, to correspond with the vaulting. Next, on the walls of the cross of the nave at the head are two tombs of marble, with two tablets in half relief. In one is buried Count Filippino Doria, and in the other Signor Giannettino of the same family. Against the pilasters at the beginning of the central nave are two very beautiful pulpits of marble, and at the sides of the aisles there are distributed along the walls in a fine order of architecture some chapels with columns and many other ornaments, which make that church a truly rich and magnificent edifice. End of Section 13. Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montorsoli, Sculptor, Part 1. Section 14 of Lives of the Most Eminent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, Volume 8, by Giorgio Vasari, translation by Gaston de Vere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Section 14. Life of Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montorsoli, Sculptor, Part 2. The church finished, the same Prince Doria ordained that work should be begun on his palace, and that new additions of buildings should be made to it, with very beautiful gardens. These were executed under the direction of the Frate, who, having at the last constructed a fish pond in front of that palace, made a sea monster of marble in full relief, which pours water in great abundance into that fish pond. And after the likeness of that monster, he made for those lords another, which was sent into Spain to Granvella. He also executed a great Neptune in stucco, which was placed on a pedestal in the garden of the prince. And he made in marble two portraits of the same prince and two of Charles V, which were taken by Covos to Spain. Much the friends of the Frate, while he was living in Genoa, were Messer Cipriano Pallavicino, who, being a man of great judgment in the matter of our arts, has always associated readily with the most excellent craftsmen, and has shown them every favor, the Lord Abbot Negro, Messer Giovanni da Montepulciano, the Lord Prior of San Matteo, and, in a word, all the first lords and gentlemen of that city, in which he acquired both fame and riches. Having finished the works described above, Fra Giovanni Agnolo departed from Genoa, and went to Rome to visit Buonarroti, whom he had not seen for many years past, and to try if he could by some means pick up again the thread of his connection with the Duke of Florence, and return to complete the Hercules that he had left unfinished. But after arriving in Rome, where he bought himself the title of Chevalier of San Pietro, he heard by letters received from Florence that Bandinelli, pretending to be in want of marble, and giving out that the above named Hercules was a piece of marble spoilt, had broken it up, with the leave of Riccio the major domo, and had used it to make cornices for the tomb of Signor Giovanni, on which he was then at work; and at this he felt such disdain that for the time being he would not on any account return to visit Florence, since it appeared to him that the presumption, arrogance, and insolence of that man were too easily endured. While the Frate was thus passing his time in Rome, the people of Messina, having determined to erect on the piazza of their Duomo a fountain with a very great enrichment of statues, had sent men to Rome to seek out some excellent sculptor. These men had secured Raffaello da Montelupo, but he fell ill at the very moment when he was about to depart with them for Messina, so that they made another choice and took the Frate, who had sought with all insistence and even with some interest to obtain that work. Having therefore apprenticed as a carpenter in Rome his nephew Agnolo, who had proved to be less gifted than he had expected, he set out with Martino, and they arrived in Messina in the month of September 1547. There, having been provided with rooms, he set his hand to making the conduit for the waters, which come from a distance, and to having marble sent from Carrara, and with great promptitude, assisted by many stone cutters and carvers, he finished that fountain, which is made in the following manner. The fountain, I say, has 8 sides, namely 4 large, the principal sides, and 4 smaller. The principal sides are divided, and 2 of these, projecting outwards, form an angle in the middle, and 2, receding inwards, join a straight face that belongs to the 4 smaller sides, so that in all there are 8. The 4 angular sides, which jut outwards, make a projection, give space for the 4 straight sides, which recede inwards. And in each enclosed space is a basin of some size, which receives water in great abundance from one of 4 river gods of marble, that are placed on the edge of the basin of the whole fountain, so as to command all the 8 sides already described. The fountain stands on a base of 4 steps, which form 12 sides, 8 longer sides which contain the angles, and 4 smaller sides where the basins are under the 4 river gods. The borders of the fountain are 5 palms high, and at each of the corners, which in all cover 20 sides, there is a terminal figure as an ornament. The circumference of the first basin with 8 sides is 102 palms, and the diameter is 34, and in each of the above named 20 sides is a little scene of marble in low relief, with poetical subjects appropriate to water and fountains, such as the horse Pegasus creating the Castalian fount, Europa passing over the sea, Icarus flying and falling into the same, Arethusa transformed into a fount, Jason crossing the sea with the golden fleece, Narcissus changed into a fount, and Diana in the water, and transforming Actaeon into a stag, with other such like stories. At the 8 angles that divide the projections of the steps of the fountain, which rises 2 steps towards the basins and river gods, and 4 towards the angular sides, are 8 sea monsters lying on certain dados, with their front paws resting on some masks that pour water into some vases. The river gods, which are on the border, and which rest within the basin on dados so high that they appear as if sitting in the water, are the Nile with 7 little boys, the Tiber surrounded by an infinite number of palms and trophies, the Ebro with many victories of Charles V, and the river Cumano near Messina, from which the waters for the fountain are taken, with some stories and nymphs executed with beautiful conceptions. Up to this level of 10 palms there are 16 jets of water, very abundant. 8 come from the masks already mentioned, 4 from the river gods, and 4 from some fishes 7 palms high, which, standing upright in the basin, with their heads out, spout water towards the larger sides. In the center of the octagonal basin, on a pedestal 4 palms high, are sirens with wings in place of arms, 1 at each corner; and above these sirens, which are twined together in the center, are 4 tritons 8 palms high, which likewise have their tails twined together, and with their arms they support a great tazza, into which water is poured by 4 masks superbly carved. From the center of that tazza rises a round shaft that supports 2 most hideous masks, representing Scylla and Charybdis, which are trodden under foot by 3 nude nymphs, each 6 palms high, above whom is placed the last tazza, which is upheld by them with their arms. In that tazza 4 dolphins, with their heads down and their tails raised on high, forming a base, support a ball, from the center of which, through 4 heads, there issues water that spouts upwards, and so also from the dolphins, upon which are mounted 4 naked little boys. On the topmost summit, finally, is a figure in armor, representing the constellation of Orion, which has on the shield the arms of the city of Messina, of which Orion is said, or rather is fabled, to have been the founder. Such, then, is that fountain of Messina, although it is not so easy to describe it in words as it would be to picture it in drawing. And since it much pleased the people of Messina, they caused him to make another on the shore, where the customs house is, which also proved to be beautiful and very rich. Now, although that fountain has in like manner 8 sides, it is nevertheless different from that described above, for it has 4 straight sides that rise 3 steps, and 4 others smaller that are semicircular, and upon these stands the fountain with its 8 sides. The borders of the great basin on the lower level have at each angle a carved pedestal of an equal height, and in the center of 4 of them, on the front face, is another pedestal. On each side, where the steps are semicircular, there is an elliptical basin of marble, into which water pours in great abundance through 2 masks that are on the parapet, below the carved border. In the center of the great basin of the fountain is a pedestal high in proportion, on which are the arms of Charles V. At each angle of that pedestal is a sea horse, which spouts water on high from between its feet, and in the frieze of the same, beneath the upper cornice, are 8 great masks that pour jets of water downwards. and on the summit is a Neptune of 5 brachia, who holds the trident in his hand and has the right leg planted beside a dolphin. At the sides also, upon 2 other pedestals, are Scylla and Charybdis in the forms of 2 monsters, fashioned very well, with heads of dogs and furies about them. That work likewise, when finished, much pleased the people of Messina, who, having found a man to their liking, made a beginning, when the fountains were completed, with the façade of the Duomo, and carried it to some extent forward; and then they ordained that 12 chapels in the Corinthian order should be made in that Duomo, 6 on either side, with the 12 apostles in marble, each of 5 brachia. Of these chapels only 4 were finished by the Frate, who also made with his own hand a Saint Peter and a Saint Paul, which were 2 large and very good figures. He was also commissioned to make a Christ of marble for the head of the principal chapel, with a very rich ornament all around, and a scene in low relief between each of the statues of the apostles. But at that time he did nothing more. On the piazza of the same Duomo he directed the building of the Temple of San Lorenzo, in a beautiful manner of architecture, which won him much praise; and on the shore there was built under his direction the Beacon Tower. And while these works were being carried forward, he caused a chapel to be erected for the Captain Cicala in San Domenico, for which he made a Madonna of marble as large as life; and for the chapel of Signor Agnolo Borsa, in the cloister of the same church, he executed a scene of marble in low relief, which was held to be beautiful, and was wrought with much diligence. He also caused water to be conducted by way of the wall of Sant'Agnolo for a fountain, and made for it with his own hand a large buoy of marble, which pours water into a vase that is very ornate and beautifully contrived, which was held to be a lovely work. At the wall of the Virgin he made another fountain, with a Virgin by his own hand, which pours water into a basin; and for that which is erected at the palace of Signor Don Filippo la Rocca, he made a buoy larger than life, of a kind of stone that is used at Messina, which buoy, surrounded by certain monsters and other products of the sea, pours water into a vase. And he made a statue in marble of 4 brachia, a very beautiful figure of Saint Catherine the Martyr, which was sent to Taormina, a place 24 miles distant from Messina. Friends of Fra Giovanni Agnolo, while he was living at Messina, were the above named Signor Don Filippo la Rocca and Don Francesco of the same family, Messer Bardo Corsi, Giovan Francesco Scali, and Messer Lorenzo Borghini, all 3 Florentine gentlemen then in Messina, Serafino da Fermo, and the Grand Master of Rhodes, which last many times sought to draw him to Malta, and to make him a knight. But he answered that he did not wish to confine himself in that island; besides which, feeling that he was doing ill not to be wearing the habit of his order, he thought at times of going back to it. And in truth I know that even if he had not been in a manner forced to do it, he was determined to resume the habit, and to go back to live like a good churchman. When, therefore, in the time of Pope Paul IV, in the year 1557, all the apostates, or rather friars, who had thrown off the habit, were constrained to return to their orders, under threat of the severest penalties, Fra Giovanni Agnolo abandoned the works that he had in hand, leaving his disciple Martino in his place, and went in the month of May from Messina to Naples, intending to return to his Servite monastery in Florence. But before doing any other thing, wishing to devote himself entirely to God, he set about thinking how he might dispose of his great gains most suitably. And so, after having given in marriage certain nieces who were poor girls, and others from his native country and from Montorsoli, he ordained that 1,000 crowns should be given to his nephew Agnolo, of whom mention has been already made, in Rome, and that a knighthood of the Lily should be bought for him. To each of 2 hospitals in Naples he gave a good sum of money in alms. To his own Servite convent he left 1,000 crowns to buy a farm, and also that at Montorsoli, which had belonged to his forefathers, on the condition that 25 crowns should be paid to each of 2 nephews of his own, friars of the same order, every year during their lifetime, together with other charges that will be mentioned later. All these matters being arranged, he showed himself in Rome and resumed the habit, with much joy to himself and to his fellow friars, and particularly to Maestro Zaccaria. Then, having gone to Florence, he was received and welcomed by his relatives and friends with incredible pleasure and gladness. But although the Frate had determined that he would spend the rest of his life in the service of our Lord God and the salvation of his soul, and live in peace and quietness, enjoying a knighthood that he had reserved for himself, he did not succeed in this so easily. For he was summoned to Bologna with great insistence by Maestro Giulio Bovio, the uncle of Vascone Bovio, to the end that he might make the high altar in the church of the Servites, which was to be all of marble and isolated, and in addition a tomb with figures, richly decorated with variegated stone and incrustations of marble. And he was not able to refuse him, particularly because that work was to be executed in a church of his order. Having therefore gone to Bologna, he set his hand to the work, and executed it in 28 months, making that altar which shuts off the choir of the friars from one pilaster to the other, all of marble both within and without, with a nude Christ of 2 braccia and a half in the centre, and with some other statues at the sides. That work is truly beautiful in architecture, well designed and distributed, and so well put together that nothing better could be done. The pavement also, wherein there is the tomb of Bovio on the level of the ground, is wrought in a beautifully ordered pattern. Certain candelabra of marble, with some little figures and scenes, are passing well contrived, and every part is rich in carving. But the figures, besides that they are small, on account of the difficulty that is found in conveying large pieces of marble to Bologna, are not equal to the architecture, nor much worthy to be praised. While Fra Giovanni Agnolo was executing that work in Bologna, he was ever pondering, as one who was not yet firmly resolved in the matter, in what place among those of his order he might be able most conveniently to spend his last years. When Maestro Zaccaria, his very dear friend, who was then prior of the Nunziata in Florence, desiring to attract him to that place and to settle him there, spoke of him to Duke Cosimo, recalling to his memory the excellence of the Frate, and praying that he should deign to make use of him. to which the Duke having answered graciously, saying that he would avail himself of the freight as soon as he had returned from Bologna, Maestro Zaccaria wrote to him of the whole matter, and then sent him a letter of Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, in which that lord exhorted him that he should return to his own country to execute some important work with his own hand. Having received these letters, the Frate, remembering that Messer Pier Francesco Riccio, after having been mad many years, had died, and that Bandinelli also had left the world, which men had seemed to be little his friends, wrote back that he would not fail to return as soon as he might be able, in order to serve his most illustrious Excellency, and to execute under his protection not profane things, but some sacred work, since he had a mind wholly turned to the service of God and of his saints. Finally, then, having returned to Florence in the year 1561, he went off with Maestro Zaccaria to Pisa, where the Lord Duke and the Cardinal were, to do reverence to their most illustrious lordships; and after he had been received with much kindness and favour by those lords, and informed by the Duke that after his return to Florence he would be given a work of importance to execute, he went back. Then, having obtained leave from his fellow friars of the Nunziata, by means of Maestro Zaccaria, he erected in the centre of the chapter house of that convent, where many years before he had made the Moses and Saint Paul of stucco, as has been related above, a very beautiful tomb for himself and for all such men of the arts of design, painters, sculptors, and architects, as had not a place of their own in which to be buried, intending to arrange by a contract, as he did, that those friars, in return for the property that he was to leave to them, should be obliged to say Mass on some feast days and ordinary days in that chapter house, and that every year, on the day of the Most Holy Trinity, a solemn festival should be held there, and on the following day an office of the dead for the souls of those buried in that place. This design having then been imparted by Fra Giovanni Agnolo and Maestro Zaccaria to Giorgio Vasari, who was very much their friend, they discoursed together on the affairs of the Company of Design, which had been created in the time of Giotto, and had a home in Santa Maria Nuova in Florence, which it had possessed from that time down to our own, as may still be seen at the present day, from a record at the high altar of that hospital; and they thought with this occasion to revive it, and set it up again. For that company had been removed from the above-mentioned high altar, as has been related in the life of Jacopo di Casentino, to a place under the vaulting of the same hospital at the corner of the Via della Pergola, and finally had been removed and driven from that place also by Don Isidoro Montaguti, the director of the hospital, so that it was almost entirely dispersed and no longer assembled. Now, after Fra Giovanni Agnolo, Maestro Zaccaria, and Giorgio had thus discoursed at some length of the condition of that company, and the Frate had spoken of it with Bronzino, Francesco da San Gallo, Amanati, Vincenzio de Rossi, Michel de Ridolfo, and many other sculptors and painters of the first rank, and had declared his mind to them, when the morning of the Most Holy Trinity came, all the most noble and excellent craftsmen of the arts of design, to the number of 48, were assembled in the above-named chapter house, where a most beautiful festival had been prepared, and where the tomb was already finished. and the altar so far advanced that there were wanting only some figures of marble that were going into it. There, after a most solemn mass had been said, a beautiful oration was made by one of those fathers in praise of Fra Giovanni Agnolo, and of the magnificent liberality that he was showing to the company, by presenting to them that chapter house, that tomb, and that chapel, in order to take possession of which, he said in conclusion, it had been already arranged that the body of Pontormo, which had been placed in a vault in the first little cloister of the Nunziata, should be laid in the new tomb before any other. When, therefore, the Mass and the oration were finished, they all went into the church, where there were on a bier the remains of that Pontormo. And then, having placed the bier on the shoulders of the younger men, with a taper for each, and also some torches, they passed around the piazza, and carried it into the chapter house, which, previously draped with cloth of gold, they found all black and covered with painted corpses and other such-like things, and thus was Pontormo laid in the new tomb. The company then dispersing, the first meeting was ordained for the next Sunday, when, besides settling the constitution of the company, they were to make a selection of the best, and create an academy, with the assistance of which those without knowledge might learn, and those with knowledge, spurred by honorable and praiseworthy emulation, might proceed to make greater proficience. Giorgio, meanwhile, had spoken of these matters with the Duke, and had besought him that he should favor the study of these noble arts, even as he had favored the study of letters by reopening the University of Pisa, creating a college for scholars, and making a beginning with the Florentine Academy. And he found him as ready to assist and favor that enterprise as he could have desired. After these things, the Servite friars, having thought better over the matter, came to a resolution, which they made known to the company, that they would not have their chapter house used by them save for holding festivals, offices, and burials, and would not have their convent disturbed by the company's meetings and assemblies, or in any other way. Of which Giorgio having spoken with the Duke, demanding some place from him, His Excellency said that he had thought of providing them with one wherein they might not only be able to erect a building for the company, but also have room enough to work and demonstrate their worth. And shortly afterwards he wrote through Messer Lelio Torelli to the prior and monks of the Angeli, giving them to understand that they were to accommodate the above-named company in the temple that had been begun in their monastery by Filippo Scolari, called Lo Spano. The monks obeyed, and the company was provided with certain rooms, in which they assembled many times, with the gracious leave of those fathers, who received them sometimes even in their own chapter house with much courtesy. But the Duke, having been informed afterwards that some of those monks were not altogether content that the company's building should be erected in their precincts, because the monastery would be encumbered thereby, and the above-named temple, which the craftsmen said that they wished to fill with their works, would do very well as it was, so far as they were concerned, His Excellency made it known to the men of the Academy, which had already made a beginning, and had held the festival of St. Luke in that temple, that the monks, so he understood, were not very willing to have them in their house, and that therefore he would not fail to provide them with another place. The same Lord Duke also said, like the truly magnanimous prince that he is, that he wished not only always to favor that academy, but also to be himself its chief guide and protector. and that for that reason he would appoint year by year a lieutenant who might be present in his stead at all their meetings. Acting on this promise, he chose as the first the Reverend Don Vincenzio Borghini, the director of the Hospital of the Innocenti; and for these favors and courtesies shown by the Lord Duke to his new academy, he was thanked by 10 of the oldest and most excellent of its members. But since the reformation of the company and the rules of the academy are described at great length in the statutes that were drawn up by the men elected and deputed for that purpose as reformers by the whole body, who were Fra Giovanni Agnolo, Francesco de San Gallo, Agnolo Bronzino, Giorgio Vasari, Michel de Ridolfo, and Pier Francesco de Jacopo de Sandro, in the presence of the said lieutenant, and with the approval of His Excellency, I shall say no more about it in this place. I must mention, however, that since the old seal and arms, or rather device of the company, which was a winged ox lying down, the animal of St. Luke the Evangelist, displeased many of them, it was ordained that each one should give in words his suggestion for a new one, or show it in a drawing, and then there were seen the most beautiful inventions and the most lovely and extravagant fantasies that could be imagined. But for all that, it is not yet completely determined which of them is to be accepted. Meanwhile, Martino, the disciple of the Frate, having come from Messina to Florence, died in a few days, and was buried in the above-named tomb that had been made by his master. And not long afterwards, in 1564, the good father himself, Fra Giovanni Agnolo, who had been so excellent a sculptor, was buried in the same tomb with most honorable obsequies, a very beautiful oration being delivered in his praise in the Temple of the Nunziata, by the very reverend and most learned Maestro Michelagnolo. Truly great is the debt that our arts for many reasons owe to Fra Giovanni Agnolo, in that he bore infinite love to them, and likewise to their craftsmen, and of what great service has been and still is that academy, which may be said to have received its origin from him in the manner that has been described, and which is now under the protection of the Lord Duke Cosimo, and assembles by his command in the new sacristy of San Lorenzo, where there are so many works in sculpture by Michelagnolo, may be recognized from this, that not only in the obsequies of that Buonarroti, which, thanks to our craftsmen and to the assistance of the Prince, were not merely magnificent, but little less than regal, and which will be described in his life, but also in many other undertakings, the same men, from emulation and from a desire not to be unworthy of their academy, have achieved marvelous things, and particularly in the nuptials of the most illustrious lord, Don Francesco de' Medici, Prince of Florence and Siena, and of her Serene Highness Queen Joanna of Austria, which have been described fully and in due order by others, and will be described again by us at great length in a more convenient place. And since not only in this good father, but also in many others of whom we have spoken above, it has been seen, as it still continues to be, that good churchmen are useful and serviceable to the world in the arts and in the other more noble exercises no less than in letters, in public instruction, and in sacred councils, and that they have no reason to fear comparison in this respect with others, it may be said that there is probably no truth whatever in that which certain persons, influenced more by anger or by some private spite than by reason and love of truth, declare so freely of them, namely, that they devote themselves to such a life because from poverty of spirit they have not, like other men, the power to make a livelihood, for which may God forgive them. Fra Giovanni Agnolo lived 56 years and died on the last day of August, 1563. End of section 14. Fra Giovanni Agnolo Montorsoli, Sculptor. Part 2.